And we welcome you to the opening round of the Travelers Championship. There is a live look at the Golden Triangle here at TPC River Highlands, part of a tough finishing stretch, 15, 16, 17, and 18. There's the hole location at 15, one of the most exciting holes in professional golf. The short drivable par 4 and the featured hole in our live at coverage on PGA TOUR.com as we await the first group of the day here in Connecticut. PGA TOUR.com welcomes you to the continuing race for the FedEx Cup. This is Live At. From TPC River Highlands, it's the Travelers Championship. Live At coverage is presented by Travelers and delivered by FedEx. Thursday morning in New England. And a beautiful Thursday morning just outside the capital city of Hartford, Connecticut, here at TPC River Highlands, the venue for one of the PGA Tour's longest running and most popular events. First played back in 1952. And this week we'll cover one of the most exciting and unpredictable holes in golf, the drivable par 4 15th hole. I'm John Swantek. Bill Kratzert is alongside four-time PGA Tour winner, including titleist here in Hartford back in 1977, and Craig Perks, 2002 Players Champion. Last day of spring, boys. Could not ask for a better day. A little cool right now, 54 degrees, but ideal scoring conditions today, and a great field as we anticipate the start of this final round of field, with this opening round of field, which includes the United States Open champion Justin Rose here in Hartford.
Yeah, 10 out of the last 10 inside the top 30 in the world. 3 of the last US Open, 3 of the last 5 US Open champions have made it to Cromwell, Connecticut. It's a beautiful setting. It's kind of a local community type setting. Great golf course, under 7,000 yards, as Marion was, but certainly not quite as difficult.
Oh, you're going to see some low scoring here, and it's going to be fun. And as you said, Craig, the community gets so much behind this golf tournament. It's amazing. Crowds will be unbelievably big.
Take a look inside the field here. 42 international players from 17 nations around the globe. 7 past champions. Mark Leishman, the defending champion, the Aussie, winning his first PGA Tour title last year after shooting 62 and then waiting for all the cards to sort of fold for a couple hours after he completed his final round.
Yeah, it was Charlie Hoffman who had it right in his hands, right in his grasp, and then he hits the ball into the water on the 71st hole, and from there it was just Leishman waiting and winning that. But it was a brilliant round. You can't take it away from him.
11 major champions, including Justin Rose. As we mentioned, he's one of more than 50 players who competed at the U.S. Open last week at Marion. They will see a much different layout here this week at this Bobby Weed design, where the average winning score over the last handful of years has been about 18 under par.
Yeah, opened in 1928. Bobby Weed, Pete died. There was a little redesign as well, but it really is. It's somewhere between 14 to 20 under per se. You've got to go out and shoot with it past 70, go out and shoot potentially 64, 65, 66 if you play well, and you can go low. Brad Faxon shot 61 when he won here. Patrick Cantlay is an amateur, shot 60 in the second round, 2011. So, and listen, I've come from Louisiana. This weather is absolutely incredible, and I want to go out there and play golf this morning.
The humidity is so low. It's so crisp out there right now, and scoring conditions perfect. But I think the players, they just absolutely welcome this with open arms at the speed of the green, somewhere around 10.5, 11. So look for these guys to just have a nice week this week.
Saw a quick shot of the par 3 16th in the background. We'll have some coverage of 16 later in the day, but 15 here is our featured hole. There's the hole location, Craig.
Yeah, you've got a ridge that runs this way. You've got another one that rolls, and then from here, there's a little bit of a false front here. So if you don't carry it, if it hits into that bank, it's not going to get all the way up to the green. But it's only playing 299 yards today, 200 and basically 72 to the front of the green. A lot of guys 3-wood. Here's the danger. This is you've got this water over here, so you've got to be careful of that. You see quite a few balls in there. And there's a cart path down the right. Trouble, out of bounds, way to the right as well. It's a great little short hole. But
they have out of bounds up there?
Please don't lay up, or you will be chastised for the rest of the year.
They have out of bounds on this hole?
Yes, I've seen it. I haven't been up there, but I've seen it.
Well, this is the opportune hole location, back left. Every player in the field is going to go for this. I believe. If you lay up with this back hole location, you can spit it out to the right. You can even put it in one of those bunkers and put it on that back shelf. But you've got to go ahead and give this one a run.
Yeah, there's a collection of bunkers, as we see, right in this area here. That's 240 yards to carry, but you got to go for this green.
You could whiff it and get over those bunkers.
Look, here it is, Billy. There's the out of bounds. It's way up here. You hit it on the cart path.
Seriously?
It takes this huge bounce.
Wow. That's miles to the right.
No, wow.
I wouldn't even. Well, like I said, I didn't even know there was out of bounds.
Here's our first group of the day as Jeff Maggart gets it going. He's playing alongside Paul Goydos and Charlie Wee, the 6:50 a.m. group off the 10th tee. Maggart level par for his opening round. 5 straight pars out of the blocks today.
Average is about 277 for the year, so you'll have to get after this one, get it all the way back to that flag.
Just a nice, comfortable little right to left shot. That ball kind of settles down. There's that primary rough. Looks like it's pretty juicy, but Maggart played well this year. Played well at the Players.
Tied for second TPC Sawgrass. Best finish of the year for the 49-year-old.
Nice week to finish second.
800+ thousand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can line in your pockets and put a lot of FedEx Cup points in play.
Something this man did in 2008, the runner-up to Sergio Garcia at the Players that year. Here's Paul Goydos at 1 over on the day.
Yeah, coming back from injury.
Yeah, only the second event of the year he played in Memphis where he missed the cut. Had hand surgery, bone spurs.
Yeah, and he probably maxed out there.
Yep, 275 precisely via shot link to the front.
He's more of a precision player. Plays from point A to point B.
Charlie Wee next to play 2 over on the day, coming off bogey back at 14 a few moments ago.
All these players are reasonably short in this group. Charlie being the longest out of the three, 140th in driving distance at just over 280. .280 used to be leading the tour. Now it's 140th. Can you imagine?
That one hanging a little bit to the right.
Got in that second bunker. Plenty of green to work with. With the water beyond the flagstick, that will be a kind of a scary little shot.
So, we're off and running here at the 15th hole at TPC River Highlands. Live coverage on PGATour.com. There's a good look at the 15th here, our featured hole at TPC River Highlands. Just under 300 yards today. And the first group of the day, Goidos, Maggart, and Wee, all failing to find the green. There's Charlie Wee, a handful of runner-up finishes in his PGA Tour career. Still looking for the breakthrough. Here's one of the featured groups we're watching. Harris English just won in Memphis the week before the United States Open. Part of this field here this week. Ricky Fowler inside the top 50 in FedEx Cup points as we get a little closer to the start of the playoffs. And Hunter Mayhem, past champion here with a great record in Hartford. Now here's the second for Wee.
Tough shot here. He has to go through that low little area that Craig illustrated earlier.
54-yard shot, maybe the chunk and run.
There you go. Ooh. Just kind of.
Maybe caught that chunk and run a little too good with that spin, but it is. It's a very defensive shot, especially you catch that one groove too thin and that thing's in the water over there.
And you're already 2 over par. Yeah. You certainly don't want to toss one away on this little short hole, but now Maggart, look how thick this rough is.
Remember, they got all of that rain, over 1.5 inches of rain on Monday. But all of the players that I spoke with have just raved at the condition of this golf course.
Beautiful shot there. About 12 feet left for birdie. He's been just a solid player for a long time. He might do well on the Champions Tour. I'm not sure, but
49 years old. He's played he's playing in his 589th PGA Tour event, so been around a long time. Just 3 wins though for Jeff Maggart.
Now the second for Goidos from just in front of the green.
You can see just a touch of a downhill line right here. Play it back in his stance. He'll just kind of.
That'll actually help, won't it?
Yeah, kind of fire it in there a little bit lower. Let it release up the hill.
You know, when you take that much time off with a surgery and injury like that, what goes the quickest is the short game. You lose the touch and the feel, and then you kind of chunk that one a little bit. Sunshine. Come on, Sunshine. You've had enough time off. You should be fired up to be playing.
Massive green complex here. Just close to 35 yards deep here, isn't it, from front to back?
Yeah, and it's broken up into portions as well. You've got that front little plateau there, the front, generally kind of the front right hole location. You've got a back right, back left hole location, and it's the variety at the TPC Highlands is just fantastic. You've got some really tough par 4s on the front 9. You've got some risk-reward par 5s, and you've got a great close here at 15, 16, 17. All sorts of drama.
Try to hit that green.
15.5. Was that the hole they played yesterday? And Ben Coles, the rookie, whipped it in there.
Did he?
Yeah, won the 10,000, and he gave it to the Tucker Anderson Foundation. Todd Anderson's son, who was critical condition after a car accident, but steadily improving.
Saw him at the Players, walking around with his father, Todd, and spoke with Todd at the U.S. Open. Tucker actually played 9 holes the other day and made a couple of birdies, and very excited.
What an inspiration young Tucker was to Brandt Snedeker when he won the FedEx Cup last year. Now here's Wee for birdie, just inside 28 feet.
Bent grass greens, as pure as you'll find. Very little grain, at really none to speak of, and you get the ball rolling on these greens, you're going to make a lot of putts. And Charlie, generally a very good putter, second on tour this year in putts and greens in regulation.
Yeah, that's certainly not the part of his game that has kept him from the winner's circle. So we had 2 over for the day. Goidos next here.
Yeah, coming up and over. This is the ridge here that works. So he's got to certainly work up that way, and then from that point there's a little speed to this putt once it crests the hill.
Now, it looked like to me Charlie's putt just kind of stayed straight. He's looking for that to bite and go just a little bit left, catching the slope there. And
19 feet for Goidos, making just a second start of the year. Not playing much these days. Missed the cut in Memphis a few weeks ago. The owner of 2 PGA Tour victories. They came 11 years apart. 96 at Bay Hill. Then he won the Sony Open out in Hawaii in 2007.
I can see winning the Sony Open on that golf course, but Bay Hill certainly doesn't fit his game.
And he was influenced from what he saw from his fellow competitor, and that really didn't move at all. Got it out there, maybe broke 2/3 of the way of the putt, but
he continues to look over. Oh, he's in for a long second half of the season. If this is his second event, he's already looking.
Paul, a couple of years away from the Champions Tour, 48 years old.
So Maggart, after a nice play from the heavy rough, left and short of the green, has this to move to 1 under.
This would be the first birdie of the group.
Pretty straightforward putt here. You got to keep it inside the hole. You can't give the hole away. Boy, he stands over the ball a long time with little movement.
Oh, the seal has been broken. They are on their way.
Birdie for Jeff Maggart, as Craig mentioned, closing in on 600 career PGA Tour starts. Goidos in for his par. Short walk over to the tee at 16, where we'll have some bonus coverage for you later in the day. And we have covered the 15th and 17th here at River Highlands for a number of years now. We'll do back-to-back holes for you this week, 15 and 16, here at the Travelers. Tim Petrovic, Chris Stroud, Matt Every. Next group on the tee here. And there's Petrovic in the back, a University of Hartford star. And Stroud will be first up here. Chris at -1. Birdies at 12 and 14. John Hudd, the early leader, by the way. 3 birdies in his first 4 holes today.
Couple of top 10s for Chris this year. 6th in Hilton Head and 7th at Colonial. Similar golf courses. Tight and maneuver the golf ball around. So this golf course potentially could suit him.
You know, he can easily get there. Don't know if he can get it all the way back to the hole location, but I think he can certainly.
275 is that carried to the front.
I think he can. I think he can fly it on the front.
It's cool. It's certainly in the 50s this morning, so the ball is not traveling as far as it will once it starts to warm up.
Yeah, that one kind of hanging down that right side. Watch out. Okay. Should be okay. Take it over that first little level right there. Let it hit into the low area and scoot up the hill.
Front yard is just playing as long as some of the par 3s did at Marion last week.
That last day, that third hole, 266 into the wind.
That's all?
Yeah, have a nice day.
All 3 would have for Tim.
Yeah, this is all about hitting the club that won't get to that water. That's what it tells me.
Oh, and that one's going left. Obviously not feeling very comfortable this morning.
And he made the right play for it. I mean, just hit enough club. You knew you had that tendency. If you have a tendency and you're not comfortable, just don't hit enough to get there. Now, he likes to actually cut the ball. It's a hard cut. Likes to see it fall from left to right.
Plenty of distance, close to 290 on the year. Yeah, it's nice to be able to swing hard at a driver and see it kind of fall from left to right. And I think some of the best drivers in the game, Norman liked to hit a fade, and you look at Davis Love hit the fade. They can just go after as hard as they like and see that ball just fall to the right. It's a nice feeling to have.
Get ready for every event with PGA Tour.com's in-depth preview coverage from expert picks and power rankings to help with your fantasy team. PGA Tour.com will get you ready for every event. Visit PGA Tour.com each week for more. So Petrovic, Stroud, and Every getting set to go to work here. All missing the green with their tee shots at 15. Stroud and Every over there right of the green in pretty good shape with that hole location today. Petrovic's tee shot, which was a 3-wood, coming to rest just against the collar of the first cut of rough here.
Yeah, very awkward angle from about 55 yards. Not a lot of green as he's shooting directly towards the flag, and everything kind of falls to the right. There's a slope.
Yeah, I think he has, he's got this ability with his slow as his swing is, the tempo. There's never any hurry to this. He really doesn't spin the ball a lot. I would think that he'd land this in that low area and just let it just work its way right up that slope to this hole location.
Yeah, an advantage too. I think ball sitting in the first cut of rough, it could get kind of underneath it. Just the 7th event on the PGA Tour this year was in that 126 to 150 category, and
that wasn't very good there.
No, it's like you put so much pressure on yourself when you finally get in an event that you have to play well, and Tim he's even par on his round, but 46-year-old.
Former winner in New Orleans, took down fellow New Englander James Driscoll in a playoff back in 2005. Stroud's next, 35 yards according to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
I think the difficulty here is you're kind of coming into that slope diagonally to where, okay, how much is it going to get kicked to the left? If I fly it into that mound, do I fly it on top? Again, I would take it into the lower level and just try to scoot it up there.
Yeah, no way of flying it up there, is there, and stopping it, certainly from a downhill lie.
Yeah, and everyone in the rehearsal is doing the same thing. You can see back off the right foot, shaft leaning forward, try to keep that angle through impact, keep the chest turning through.
Love it. And he held that finish, that his left arm was in line with the shaft. No breakdown whatsoever, and a really good result.
6th best scrambler on the PGA Tour this year. Technically, that's not a scrambling opportunity because that was a
textbook technique, in my opinion. No wrist cock, no hinge or anything.
Matt Every likes to play quickly. And he's hit a good one as well.
Every and Stroud, 2 really good shots right there. When you look at the water, I mean, it's just a mirror out there.
Come on, Billy. You got your clubs? Let's go. Let's go join them.
I would love to play.
We can play 5 out here.
I'd love to play. This would be nice. I mean, the temperature, the humidity, I mean, everything is perfect.
Tomorrow would be an option. The longest day of the year ahead of us tomorrow.
First day of summer?
Mm-hmm.
I know that it feels that way down south, but it certainly doesn't feel that way up here in the Northeast.
The longest day of the year was last week at the U.S. Open.
46-year-old Tim Petrovic from Northampton, Massachusetts. I mentioned earlier, played his collegiate golf at the University of Hartford. Jerry Kelly as well, Patrick Sheehan, a few former Hawks out here on the PGA Tour.
See, I believe they're influenced slightly from, there's a little bit of slope that they see here, and that's why we saw Paul Gordis think it's going to move to the right. But it certainly flattens out. And what's disconcerting as well, look, they're putting through the shadows, and then the last thing is that the hole is in the sun. So it may be difficult. I have to go back on just reference the yardage book for a read.
Now, he's always been a decent putter. Not great, but again, you can see toe hanging straight up in the air, much like Japanese player Asao Aoki.
Now, Tim was expecting that to go to the left because he's got that kind of dumbfounded
so there
look
must
on
be
his face. There's got to be a little something there.
Looking for a little more pull from the water, perhaps. It's a par for Petrovic. Even par. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys, 2 pars in his opening half-dozen holes today. Every about 5 feet for his birdie. 3rd full season out here for Matt, former Florida Gator.
Not the consistent year that he's wanted up to this point.
Yeah, played 18 events, made 10 cuts, missed 8 cuts. But, when he plays well, as he did at Colonial, he plays very well. Fourth there.
He's always there. I
Yeah.
mean, and he just doesn't go away. In fact, he had a really nice opportunity. He missed a short putt on the 16th hole, the par 3 for birdie, which would have put him up into 2nd place.
Birdie chance upcoming for Chris Stroud, and here's the shot which produced it a moment ago.
Well, I want to look. Billy talked about it. If we look at this line here, straight. Oh, excuse me. Going to change, but right here, this is a straight line, and I'm going to leave that right there. So we're going to take this club back. So he's created the angle at address. So once we stop it at impact, if we can, then really what he's done now is that there's another straight line, and then I'm going to continue on through, and then he's retained the angle right there. It's just a beautiful technique, and why he's chipping so well this year.
And Stroud is rewarded with a birdie. So Stroud to -2. Tied for third here in the early going. John Rollins, John Huff share the lead here at -3. First played back in 1952. They've been coming here to TPC River Highlands since the mid-1980s as Billy Mayfair pegs it here. He's playing with John Daly and Bo Van Pelt the first 2 rounds.
You know, I don't know if Billy has enough in that club right there to get it there, but nice start to the day. Couple under par. Still hits the ball very high, very high launch angle. He still has good leverage, but well, that ball's heading left quick.
And here's our first ball in the water. Quick hook from Mayfair and trouble at 15. Caddy knew it right away. Billy's wife on the bag this week.
Tammy.
You'd think he would know better. He's had this is his 22nd appearance at the Travelers. He would know not to miss it left.
I love this golf swing right here. Bo Van Pelt does. The engine is the body, the big muscles. You know, not a lot of small twitch muscles in this golf swing. You can see the great rotation of the hips and the shoulders.
You like those. It's just efficient. It's simple. Very little.
Yeah,
I say few moving parts. Everything is in sequence. There's no hand manipulation, to catch the club up or anything like that. And that's why he's a very consistent player.
John Daly will throttle back to a 3-wood here.
That's to the right, and you can see him kind of
He's got
massage that right hand, but that's right up underneath the green.
He's got some elbow issues as well. He has some tendonitis. He said, tweeted a couple of weeks ago that he was getting some treatment and had an MRI done, and he's going to keep playing. He said, which tendonitis generally you need to rest it.
Our live coverage continues here on a beautiful Thursday morning in Hartford. Welcome back to Hartford. Opening round coverage from TPC River Highlands. Not the tee shot Billy Mayfair had in mind here at 15. He's found the water and will drop and play his third here. Wife Tammy on the bag for Billy.
2 club links from the hazard line.
Yeah,
Still going to be a bad angle, though.
Yeah, very little green to work with, and he's going to have to take a. You can't go right at the flag because everything will then peel it to the right. So you have to take a direct angle at this flag, and just very little green to work with. And you actually, to be honest with you, and maybe he doesn't, but I think you kind of feel embarrassed after driving it in the water. But this, but a veteran guy, and I just looked it up. This to me is amazing. Billy and John, 737 PGA Tour events this man has played. That's an incredibly long career at a very high level. I think he only lost his card maybe once. Pretty impressive stuff.
5 PGA Tour victories. Went back to the qualifying school 3 or 4 years ago. Came out as the medalist, actually.
That's right.
8th event of the year. His tie for 27th in Memphis was the first cut of the season that Billy had made. Rollins and Huh at -3. There's Chris Stroud, just came through. And John Huh is playing with Ben Curtis and Tommy Gainey. That's the next group through.
Yeah, Billy Mayfair there, 200 birdie, 13 and 14. Billy certainly had his work cut out to save par after driving in the water here at 15.
Man who defeated Tiger Woods in a playoff in Los Angeles back in 1998. Valencia Country Club that year. The U.S. Senior Open was at Riviera that season.
He's only one of very few. He and Ed Fiore, I think, guys that took Tiger down. The grip.
Hard shot here. It lofts it straight up in the air. Smart play.
Yeah.
Sensible play.
Yeah. Especially out of the rough. You just if he's taken direct line at that flag, the back of the green, there's a drop off there. So now you're bringing 6 in the equation. Here he's got a good chance for 4, but 5 being the worst score he can make.
Second shot now for Bo Van Pelt.
Just trying to drive this little chip shot and carried it way too far.
It's going to collect down. That's an awful shot there from Bo Van Pelt. Plenty of green to work with, and a huge error.
John Daly playing quickly just in front of the green. That's what he had in mind.
Exquisite shot there, considering what he just witnessed from his fellow competitor. Would you wear those, Billy?
Maybe if I was a Florida State fan.
There you go.
Was that Camp Randall?
That's Wisconsin.
No, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Come on, Craig.
Is it Doak Campbell? Is that right?
You're getting better. You're getting better.
Doak Walker. If I got it, you had 3 choices. I'm done.
You need a lifeline.
Yeah, I do. I'm out.
Third now for Van Pelt.
Here's the life preserver. Please grab hold. Well, this is a much harder shot than what he had to start with.
Yeah, severely back into the slope. I think you got to bump and run this.
You would think. There it is. Just a little bump. Settle. Both Mayfair and Bo Van Pelt having to work hard for par.
So Van Pelt grinding for par. Meanwhile, this was just a couple of moments ago. Yeah, John Huh was about to step in and turn that one loose and realized, wait a minute, we got some action on the green up ahead.
Yeah, I think generally you have to let the green clear. Sometimes later in the day where they will call them up, wave them forward to keep play moving, but
I think he thought Van Pelt, after he hit his second shot, that he was on the green. He didn't realize that he was actually hitting his third. Just kind of scooting it right up underneath the green.
Unless that's what they're doing. Or yes, they're doing that already. They're calling them up.
But he was ready to go, and then he just didn't realize that Van Pelt still had to play his third from over the green.
First approach shot of the day for John Huff at the 10th, 188 yards. Bang.
Nice way to start. Thank you very much.
Bottom of the cup, Eagle 2.
Love this guy right here. Tommy Gainey, 2 gloves. Old driver. Ooh, tight little draw.
That's going to land short and scoot it up.
We might have some action here, boys. It hit just a little easy. I thought that was just going to scoot, but first player to put it right on the 15th green, right in the center.
There you go. Tommy Gainey with a chance for an eagle here. And here's Ben Curtis, British Open champion a decade ago.
Much higher ball flight. Certainly doesn't drive it a long way. 183rd in driving distance. And I don't think he has the firepower to carry it there. Lands on the downslope though, and that'll get all the way to the front edge of the green and then collect back somewhat. Good tee shot from Ben.
And then the group in front back to work here. Par attempts upcoming for Mayfair and Van Pelt.
And the long putter has really helped this man. He always had a unique stroke that had a lot of movement to it, and I think his coach Rick Smith they decided to go to the long putter, and he's become a better putter. There's no question about it. He's eliminated some of the movement in the stroke.
Unique was a very tactful description from you, by the way.
Yes.
You mentioned the more than 700 career starts for Billy Mayfair. Close to 500 career cuts made out here.
I'm just still amazed at longevity. This is a very difficult golf game, and with the injuries we see people breaking down and the level of play, just to be out here for that long is very, very impressive.
First full season in 1989 after a standout career at Arizona State. This one for par.
Yeah, that's a much better stroke. I mean, when he used the short putter, it looked like he was putting in water. It got in the middle of a pool and trying to take it back, and just all over the place. This is a much better stroke.
In those 21 years that Billy's played here, he's had a couple of top 10s. The latest one was in 2007.
All right, BVP now. Kind of a quiet season, just 67th in the FedEx Cup points race. And we're just 9 weeks away from the start of the playoffs.
Ooh, nice save there.
You kind of look at his stats. He's actually 88th in all-around ranking. Generally, he's been a lot better than that. And last year, he was 4th. Previous year, 7th. So it's hard maybe to put his finger on one specific area of the game that he's struggling with.
5 straight pars to begin the day for John Daly, but a birdie chance here. Good look there, and it got away from him.
See, there's that look. You kind of feel like if it does anything, it just kind of drifts over to the left. But I mean, this has some speed to it. Watch this. I mean, it actually moved to the right.
It would have been okay if he hadn't hit it quite as hard, but did have a little movement to the right. But maybe if once you get it on the left side, as we saw Tim Petrovic do, it doesn't move at all. Or Paul Goitis.
And Mayfair with a little work left for bogey here. So a drop shot for Billy takes some of the steam out of the early part of his round. He had birdied 13 and 14, but gives one back here. Next group hot on their heels, including the co-leader John Huh at -3, and Tommy Gainey, who's driven the green here.
And I think 10, when you talked about Johnny Holder from 188, I think that's one of the most difficult par 4s on this golf course. You've got to be very precise with your tee shots, quite narrow, got some out of bounds to the right, and it's a very long, narrow green with hazard to the left. What a way to start the day.
Rookie of the Year on the PGA Tour in 2012, the winner in an 8-hole playoff in Mexico, defeating Robert Allenby there. He played well last week, Billy. Tied for 17th at the U.S. Open. 10 over, by the way. Got you top 20 last week.
Yeah, it was a tough golf course. Everyone was talking that, oh, someone might shoot 62, someone's going to shoot 15 under. You look at some of those golf holes. You look at the 2 par 5s, which were no kick-ins. Then you have 5 and 6. Then you have 9, the par 3. And then you just go across the street, Ardmore Avenue, right after 13, the little short par 3, and play you 5 of probably the toughest 5 finishing holes that you could find.
Well, only 3 holes played under par last week at Merion.
110.
A par 3 that played under 100 yards, 10 that was drivable, and number 1 was a drive.
110 and 13.
Yeah, it's incredible. And juxtapose that to 18, where there was not a birdie on the weekend. Pretty incredible.
Probably a B effort there from John Huh.
And 47 guys who played in the Open Championship came to Hartford, and it's a huge exhale, as it kind of Hilton Head is to after playing the Masters. It's just a nice, relaxing atmosphere.
Yeah, Travelers, they just do such a fantastic job of taking care of the players and the community.
Yeah.
So behind.
Yeah,
this golf
look at
tournament.
Olympic last year. They played the US Open. The Travelers had a charter for the players to get from Olympic all the way to Hartford or Cromwell area.
Second for Curtis from the upslope there.
Ooh, nice. Best we've seen from there.
Travelers has always done a great job of accommodating. The caddies rave about what they do from the players, certainly the media facilities, and Travelers just done a marvelous job. And yeah, homegrown company. We're right here, you know, in Hartford.
Ben Curtis, after a strong season last year, which included the victory in San Antonio, still in search of his first top 10 in a full field event this year. He's only made half of his cuts to this point. So next group's going to be waved up here. Gary Woodland, Davis Love, Robert Allenby, all with the firepower to get home here. Allenby 2 over for his opening round.
Horrendous start to the year for Robert. Missed 7 cuts and also had 2 WDs in the first 10 events. Starting to round back into form. 10th at last event he played in Memphis. Last time he won, I believe it was 2001 up in Pennsylvania.
Hates it.
Flare.
Yeah.
Oh, what a break that was.
What a huge break. It comes down on the cart path. That could go anywhere, but it fallen down in that bunker.
Look at this. Just catches that branch and then just straight to the left.
Nice break.
Very good break.
Although 2 over on his round today with a double at the par 5 13th.
Oof. This is amazing to me. Neck surgery. You're back hitting balls, playing 9, 10, 11 weeks. Wow.
He came right back after the first event back was the Players' Championship. 28th time he had played at the Players, and he made the cut. It's impressive.
Yeah, and that's impressive right there. That tee shot. He's going to have that for eagle 2.
he has had length for he's been one of the longest in the game, and now at 49 years old, he's still got it. He's still got the length to keep up with any of these young guys.
When he first came out, when he wanted to go ahead and light one up, he was easily the longest. That was with the persimmon and the balata ball. When he wanted to go in there and grab a little extra, he could grab a bunch.
Here's a boy who can light one up. Gary Woodland's 5th on the PGA Tour in driving distance this year.
This might be too much.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he's going with this club.
Take a little off this. So you're actually, I think, certainly in hindsight we're saying this, but I think you're actually nearly better off hitting the hard 3-wood instead of taking a little bit off with the driver, and then he's kind of flared that one to the right. You decelerate a little bit. The hands get ahead, the face stays open.
You know, Allenby was getting ready to tee up another golf ball. He thought he was going to hit a provisional for a lost ball. He had ball, tee, and ready to peg it, and they waved it safe.
Yeah, that one was headed for disaster, but Allenby's okay. Plopped down to the first of the 2 bunkers on the right there. Back to the action on the green. Tommy Gainey surveying this one. This is our first chance for an eagle on the green today. There's 2 gloves. Winner of the McGladrey last year. 60 in the final round to get the job done.
He's only made 2 eagles all year. That's 130th on tour. This is a tough one to read. Coming through the shadow. We've seen a lot of these players already this morning be fooled slightly, thinking that it should be going to the left, but a pretty straight putt.
That's going to come up just a touch short, but should be a relatively easy tap-in birdie for Tommy Gainey. Two-time winner on the Web.com Tour back in 2010. And he plays a heavy schedule. Likes to keep things cranked up. 34 events in 2011. 32 last year. This is 21st event of the season in the middle of June.
I looked at some of the players on the top of the money. Adam Scott's played 8 events. You know, Tiger's played 9.
How many for Gainey?
21.
Wow.
Loves to play. Loves to play golf.
So John Huh sizing this one up after a mediocre effort with his second. Water very still there. We've only seen 1 tee shot rinsed today. That was Billy Mayfair. It led to a bogey. So an eagle at the 10th, a birdie at 13, and this for the outright lead.
Back to Tommy Gainey. He is 120, I believe, something on the money list. Of the top 140 guys on the money list I see here, he's played the most events of anyone on the tour this year. Incredible.
John Huh, nice run through Texas with an 8th at the Nelson and an 11th place finish at Colonial in back-to-back weeks. We mentioned the 17th place finish at the U.S. Open. Excellent second shot from Ben Curtis. Just a short one here for birdie.
Pretty straightforward putt, certainly. Don't want to give the hole away. Firm in the center.
There you go. former Kent State Golden Flash, back to even par on the day. Played his hometown event in Columbus at the Memorial, one of our live at broadcast just a few weeks ago. Now Allenby, after a terrific break off the tee, not an easy shot for a second though.
Yeah, 69 yards, really even nearly impossible to get it all the way to the flag from that uphill lie. To where that ball was heading with the tee shot, he's happy to be on the green in regulation.
It's the opening round of the Travelers Championship, and we're live all day long on PGATour.com. There's a live look at the 15th green, which has been cleared as the next group has been waved up. Ricky Fowler. There he is, playing with Hunter Mahan and Harris English today. Good group, this one.
Boy, he had it in shape after that 67 in that third round at the U.S. Open and struggled once again on Sunday.
Still finished in the top 10, which I think is, for a man of his age, is a good building block in a major championship.
Really good shot here. Oh, go in. Get going. Get going up. That was the right line.
Little low penetrating draw, scooting up that front, little false front.
Here is Hunter Mahan. His victory in 2007 was sandwiched in between runner-up finishes in 06 and 08. He's had a very strong record here through the years, and not surprisingly is off to a hot start today as well. The share of the lead at -3.
I think he's one of those players on tour that when you start looking at driving, combine the distance, the accuracy, this is a guy that's kind of always near your top 10. Doesn't like that one. That's hanging out to the right.
Well, he's 8th this year, to your point, Billy. 2nd last year in total driving. Nice combination. Hits it close to 290, hitting more than 65% of the fairways. That's why he played well at the U.S. Open last week.
Tied for 4th, shot 75 in the final round. Here is Harris English, promising young player who broke through for his first victory in Memphis 2 weeks ago.
And that didn't get him in the U.S. Open. He had to sit and watch on the couch. But second-year player out here. Fine young man from the University of Georgia. Won as an amateur in Columbus on the Web.com tour.
I would like to see one spot reserved in the U.S. Open field for a player who wins the week before is not otherwise.
It's very similar to the Masters. You know, you plan so. It was Valero this week and this year and previous years. It's been Houston. You play, you win, you're in.
They do the same thing with the John Deere.
Yeah,
you know. Maybe the USGA will look at that.
9,860 people try to qualify for the US entries.
But I think you guys make a great point. I think it's something that they should look at. You know, they look at everything else. Why not look at that last spot to see if they can get a player that's playing well into their championship?
Allenby 50 feet here, Perksy, through the swale, huh?
Yeah, here's the swale that works this way, and it's actually the swale is then a little bit behind him. So he's dealing with that and coming up through the shadow. Tough to judge the speed, and certainly misjudged that completely.
So a quick peek at the Aussie flag on the shoes of Robert Allenby. 4 times a PGA Tour winner.
Used to have a rose there as well. Or has that on his bag for his mother, who's passed away.
There's a look.
Yeah.
2 victories in 2000, a couple more in 01, as Craig mentioned earlier, but winless in more than a decade here in the States. So Davis Love struck a beautiful tee shot, has this one for an eagle.
There's got to be a little bit of influence from that slope from the left of him, so he'll certainly move right early, but maybe flatten out.
22 feet.
Oh,
looks
yes,
good.
Why wouldn't you?
And our first eagle of the day has landed here at 15. Davis Love jumps quickly to -2.
Saw him in a practice round yesterday. Hit 2 or 3 balls off this tee, flared them, a couple out to the right. So obviously cleared those from the mind. A beautiful tee shot and a great putt.
It's always good to have a short memory as a golfer.
Well, yes, you got to have amnesia, don't you?
So it will be a bogey for Allenby, probably what the tee shot deserved. He caught a break when it kicked back into play, but the Aussie walks off dejectedly with a 5 here. Now Woodland, he's been in some form as of late. Tied for 18th in Memphis, 16th the week before that at the Memorial.
He's only missed 2 of this length all year, from 6 to 7 feet. Sorry, Gary. The curse. I'm good at cursing people, I can promise you that.
The cooler strikes again.
Yes. He was 50. It's a shame. It really is. And struggle continues today for Gary. 2 over par on his round.
And really, since his victory in Tampa Bay in 2011, he's been beset by injuries a little bit, to the wrist in particular.
I'm thinking that ball caught the water.
And he's made some changes. He's working with Butch Harmon and trying to get better, as a lot of these players do. They're searching for answers, and sometimes they already have them prior to that search.
Yeah, I think he was trending nicely, and then all of a sudden the injury at Augusta National, the wrist. Then you make compensations and you try to come back, and maybe you come back a little too early.
So the dreaded long bunker shot here for Mahan from 42 yards away.
See, this shot used to be played with like a 9-iron. You know, you kind of just open it up and you play it like a 9-iron, and you let it. You take a little more sand, and then it just automatically rolls out. The guys now, they play with that gap wedge and play it a lot differently.
Always seems like that last instant on the downswing. Don't blade it so you hit a little bit too much sand and never quite carry it far enough. Just a visually intimidating shot. That was from 42 yards, water beyond the flag, and even the best in the world, they're a little cautious through that hitting area to make sure they don't catch it thin.
Mahan asking English if he wanted to mark that ball. Harris said, I don't think I'm going to hit it. Hope not. Leave it right there. It's just fine. Second shot upcoming here for the FedEx St. Jude Classic champion. Picked it cleanly and struck it beautifully. So Harris English, a chance for a birdie to move into red numbers when we return to Hartford with more live coverage. Back live at 15, and we've got Webb Simpson, Kevin Streelman, Lee Westwood on the tee. They've been waved up. Simpson has already hit his tee shot. We'll show you that in a second. Here's Westwood.
Yeah, I think Lee can carry it up onto the putting surface. Likes to hit just that nice little baby cut. Maybe move just about 2 or 3 yards left to right. Hits right into the upslope and kills it. Just takes all the steam off of it. Now this was Webb Simpson. Trying to keep it out of those bunkers down the right-hand side. There you go. And see, that hit just short of that upslope, so it was able to kick forward. Now Streelman can easily get it there. The way he flights the ball, carries it a long way. That one starting up the right-hand side, trying to turn. Just not quite enough.
Buffer, did you see that hole in one on Sunday?
Strillman asking Webb Simpson if he saw the hole in one on Sunday. That would have been Sean Stephanie at Marion last week.
At 17.
Mm-hmm. First hole in one in U.S. Open history at Marion. And the 5th time they had played the national championship there. Mahan finishing tied for 4th last week, so he's in very good form and returning to a venue where he's been very comfortable through the years. Certainly one to watch this week.
Hunter, the 15th hole, took its toll. Hunter, he walks off that hole last week with a double bogey and pretty much took care of his chances. But this is the club that he just kind of struggles with. There's really not the consistency that you would think that Hunter would have. Is this putt for birdie? Oh, look at that. Catches the left-hand side.
Mahan to 4 under and has the outright lead here. John Rollins has just grabbed a birdie as well. So Rollins and Mahan at -4, just like that. Now Fowler for an eagle.
Boy, this would be useful. This would get him to -1, 3 behind the lead. Turn a little bit, and again, you can see the influence coming off that left-hand side of the green. Just will not let that ball keep falling to the left, but Ricky will make his 3, move back even par for the tournament.
Third round 67 at the Open last week for Fowler, helping to produce a tie for 10th. All right, here's English. Held off a hard-charging Phil Mickelson at TPC Southwind in Memphis 2 weeks ago.
Nice little pitch shot from underneath the green. Now this putt from right at 6 feet. Should be just pretty much right center. Boy, you just hate to walk away from a hole like this with a par after putting it. You lay up, take a 3-wood, hit it underneath the green, hit the pitch shot you were looking for. You got 6 feet, and then you don't even draw dirt with the putt.
So just a par for Harris English. Birdies for Fowler and Mahan, who now shares the lead at 4 under. As they head over to 16, and the group of Simpson and Westwood and Streelman next to operate here. And while they survey the situation, we'll step aside. Back with more from 15 at River Highlands after this. Back live here at 15. And Webb Simpson is aboard.
Yeah, Webb, chance for eagle. Streelman did not hit a very good pitch shot from just to the right. And Westwood, he's on that back level also. He'll have an opportunity for birdie, but another good look at the anchored putter. Left hand low.
Right in that area where Hunter Mahan just canned one from about 30 feet for birdie in the last group.
Not enough. Not enough. It just kind of peels off. You could just kind of see it just working its way to the right. And good effort.
Webb, of course, came here to Hartford last year as the U.S. Open champion the week before at the Olympic Club, and he was adamant that he was going to come play here in Hartford, was very grateful to the sponsor's exemption he received from the tournament as a young player, and said he would not miss it. Justin Rose very much felt the same way this week in honoring his commitment to play here.
Well, Travelers, we said it 2 or 3 times, and we'll continue to say it throughout the week. They just do such a wonderful job of accommodating the players, not only getting them here, once they're here, make sure that everything is done properly, and the players just love coming here and playing. Now Streelman for birdie, moving a little bit to his right at the end. Is it going to move? Oh, it moved too much. Cut right across the front of the hole. So Streelman will make his par.
Kevin's first victory coming earlier this season. The Florida swing at the Tampa Bay Championship.
Very impressive in that way he finished the golf tournament off.
Tough golf course there.
Hit some really good quality shots. Now Westwood has this for birdie, and you can just see that the work he's done in the offseason since coming over and moving to Florida, you can see it paying dividends. Nice shot. This little pitch shot right at 7 feet. Chance to go to -3. Good look. Boy, that putter was in the air quick. A lot of players like to keep it low. Westy just kind of let that one just kind of ride up a little bit, but looks like he might be trying to stretch that back out a little bit. He was walking away, but now Streelman tapping in will remain at even par.
Westwood moves within 1 with that birdie. Simpson 2 back after his birdie. Bryce Boulder, KJ Choi, Stuart Sink. That's your next group coming through the 15th. There's Bryce Mulder on the tee at 15. Easiest hole on the golf course today. 9 birdies made already.
Well, with his length, I don't know if he can get it there, and I don't know if he can get it to the water. Okay. Good on both accounts. Nice little angle right there. He'll be kind of coming straight up at it. Now KJ Choi likes to hit that nice little tight, piercing fade.
Well, that's left and short.
Boy, I just barely carried the bunker. Now it's in that first cut of rough.
Stuart Sink will be next, one of the multiple champions here through the years. Winner back in '97, his rookie season on tour. And then 11 years later, lifted the trophy once again.
And Stewie going with the 3 medal. That's the proper play. Hanging right. Watch out. Watch out. Ooh. Hit down there a little bit further.
Okay.
Could have been a lot worse. But he's played better this year. He's had a couple of top 10s, which he had struggled with his play. But Stuart Sink having a much better year in 2013.
And at the age of 40, Billy understands the importance of staying in peak physical condition.
Many PGA Tour players thrive off pre-round routines, including 6-time champion Stuart Sink, who enters his 16th season with the same gym rat mentality he's had since he was a rookie.
Before every competitive round, I like to go into the workout trailer for about a 45-minute warm-up. It's part stretching, part workout, just enough to get sweaty, do some functional movements and some lunges and stuff like that, and just get my heart rate up. Fitness has really changed a lot in my career. From the mid-90s till today, fitness has just really taken off. Players realize that you have to be in pretty good shape to be competitive out here. The level of play is just too good. I just wasn't a very good starter, and going to the gym early and getting nice and loose and getting warmed up physically has helped me get into the round right from the very first shot. I wouldn't say I key on a certain area, except that the core gets the most attention. And almost all of our exercises that we do, there is some element of core. But we don't just do chest presses on the bench. We do chest presses on the ball. On the ball, it forces you to balance and to keep yourself balanced properly while you're also doing the exercise. There's just so many benefits to working out and being physically fit. Make yourself do what it takes to get in better shape. You'll play better golf. You'll hurt less the next day. And overall, you just have more fun. Okay.
Everything at the player's disposal there in the physio trailer, and it's very golf specific in terms of what they're trying to accomplish, as Stuart was pointing out there.
Right, and as most players on the PGA Tour, they are so conscious of the core area, which, you know, your back and that core, the midsection. If you keep that toned and strong, then chances are you're not going to have the back trouble that you see a lot of people that play week in and week out, just recreational golf, hurt. They'll strain that back because of all the twisting in the game. So these tour players, I know Tiger Woods kind of set the bar, and then the younger players, they've certainly extended it and continuing, and they understand the importance, because if you want to have a long career, if there's going to be any longevity in your career, not only do you have to play well, but you almost have to stay injury-free.
Stuart referenced the mid-'90s as the point where he started to get serious about it. That would certainly coincide with the Tiger Woods era.
Although I just saw where Tiger Woods has tendonitis.
Yeah, out of action until the Open Championship.
So I'm on that first, let's see, I think it was the 11th, either the first hole and then the 11th hole. You can see him wincing pretty hard.
All right, here's KJ well back. As you see, the Nikon Callaway rangefinder tells us 68 yards away.
Okay. Shot he's going to have to, can't afford to land it all the way up there. Trying to take it in there kind of mid-height. You can see it land in that low area. Trying to work its way up. He's going to have about 14 feet for birdie.
Eight PGA Tour victories for KJ Choi, tied for 32nd at the U.S. Open. Awkward second shot for Stuart Sink, whose tee shot bounded off the cart path and came to rest in that juicy rough there.
Well, it's a lie. The ball is sitting down in this bent grass rough. It's kind of a mixture of bent and rye and fescue, and it's just tough to get a good clean hit, and even more difficult to judge just how hard you need to hit it, because you're going to get that club face. You're going to get grass between the club face and ball. You're not going to be able to spin it, so you try to do the best you can, and because of the downhill lie, you're just not able to elevate the shot enough to keep it on the green.
So now Mulder's second from just in front of the green. Price at 1 under on the day.
Yeah, he's really good at this shot. Evidenced by that shot right there. Just a little strong, so he's going to have 8 feet for his birdie, and you can see just a little bit upset that that ball did not sit just a little bit quicker, but both Stuart Sink and Bryce Mulder, Georgia Tech guys.
And Mulder was an unbelievable college player.
Yeah, 4-time All-American.
First full season was 2002. Took a while for the breakthrough. It was the Fries.com Open out in California in 2011. Then he had to wait 6 playoff holes with Bryony Baird before winning. Third for Sink upcoming. Looks to have drawn a decent lie.
Yeah, and this is the kind where you can use a couple of different techniques, but I think just kind of a little short, brisk, kind of a putter stroke usually works really nicely from here. That appears to what Stewart is going to do.
144th on tour and scrambling near the bottom in that category.
We've all caught that little cut.
First of 6 tour victories came right here in Hartford back in 1997. The last, of course, the most recent, the Open Championship in 2009. Playoff win over Tom Watson. KJ stalking this one. Just about a dozen feet here. There's a birdie chance to move to -1. See the 17th fairway off in the distance on the other side of the lake here, in the middle of the Golden Triangle.
Well, I think just maybe a ball outside the left edge, let it drift a little bit to the right would be the perfect line for KJ. There you go.
It's been a comfortable range for him all season long. That's 32 putts made between 10 and 15 feet for KJ Choi.
Yeah, and he'll go back and forth between, excuse me, the big grip that you see there, the smaller grip. He'll change, left-hand low, conventional. But I think that is probably his best option right there. the solution to him putting well would be going to the larger grip. That takes the hands out of play. And this guy, Bryce Mulder, has had no trouble with this club. He has always been an excellent putter.
That away. Nice birdie.
Excellent scrambler, too. Top 20 on tour. And up and in for a birdie here. So birdies at 10 and 15 for Mulder. -2. That's 2 off the lead shared by Mahan and Lee Westwood. Sink with a little bit of work here. 74th in the points race. Regular season beginning to wind down. FedEx Cup playoffs begin 3rd week in August at Liberty National outside New York City.
Good work for Stewart there after the errant tee shot. Actually, maybe a little bit of a break hitting the cart path and then getting back onto the grass. But had a chat with him earlier in the year, and I said, nice playing, top 10, and then he played well again at Houston. Then I saw him at Augusta, and he said, hey, I just don't want to be that guy that plays well or pops up well and plays well some weeks. I need to regain that consistency that I had.
Rod Pampling coming off birdie at 14 to move to -1 for the day. The Aussie playing with Justin Hicks and Bud Cauley today.
Very quick tempo. It's not a bad thing. It's a very compact swing. I just can't believe how weak the left hand is. But he's always played that way. Weak left hand hits a tight little draw. You can see just ball's hanging a little right. There you go. Good little break.
10th event of the season for Pampling. He's got conditional status out here. 127 on the money list last year. Justin Hicks will be next. 2 over par start to his week. Double bogeyed the 10th.
Played last week at Marion. 8th hole. Par 4. Flush.
Missed the cut after a 7th place finish the week before in Memphis. His best of the year.
Yeah, going with 3 metal. Just trying to hit a tight little draw, and that one's right there and right up underneath this kind of perched up green. I think it's a good play. Whether you go with 3 metal or whether you go with driver, right straight up underneath this green is good. I mean, it's a push-up green. And then if you just put it on the right level and you give yourself a chance, I mean, I don't disagree with that play. This is the young man that I'm having trouble figuring out this year. Bud Cauley.
Well, that reaction tells the story. Cauley's lost this one left, and into the water it goes. That was really a microcosm of his season right there after a really promising and strong rookie campaign last year. It's been a struggle in his sophomore season and here at the 15th for Bud Cauley. Opening round coverage from TPC River Highlands here on PGA TOUR.com. There's a good look at our featured hole here at 15 today, playing 299 yards. Easiest hole on a golf course that surrendered close to 1,700 birdies last year. It's one of the easiest tracks on the PGA Tour, but it hasn't been easy to this point for that young man. Bud Cauley's tee shot sailed into the lake there, left of the green.
Well, certainly a disappointing year for Bud Cauley, and lives down in the Jacksonville area, and see him out at the TPC quite often practicing, and he's put in a lot of time and worked quite hard. Just hasn't seen the results of that hard work yet this season.
Right out of the University of Alabama a couple years ago, bypassed qualifying school, earned enough money as a non-member to earn his PGA Tour card. Something only a handful of players, about a half dozen or so through the years, have been able to accomplish.
Jordan Spieth is going to do it this year.
Sure has.
He's already done it. Bud Cauley, Justin Leonard, Tiger.
Pretty select company.
Very select.
Third shot here.
You can see Bud, he really sets the angle quick. And he's a little further up. This is a little more difficult angle, so he's going to have to be pretty precise. But you can see the hinging of the club very quickly, right off the ball.
Okay, chance for a par. Handful of top 10 finishes last year, including a third in Greensboro. And Sergio Garcia won the Wyndham Championship. Cauley was right there for a run at the title. Nikon Callaway rangefinder shows us that 37 yards is what Justin Hicks will have for his second.
I like this shot simply because it gives the player three different options. You can either fly it on top, you can kind of take it in really low, let it hit the first level and scoot, or just fly it into the bank and just let it release up. And he chose the first option, lay it on that first shelf, keep it low, let it race through that little low area, and he's going to have about 11 feet for birdie.
Justin Hicks, 38-year-old Michigander, 11th on the Web.com Tour Money list last year. Rob Pampling with a good look here for his second, just right of the green.
Decent lie. Doesn't have to really worry about that first little section, but he does have to come up through that low area, and that ball hits just barely on the upslope, releasing. Excellent.
So Pampling looking for back-to-back birdies. Twice a PGA Tour champion. A winner at Castle Pines, the Old International, back in 2004. The modified Stableford scoring system they used in that event for many years. And the title at Bay Hill at Arnold Palmer's event in 2006. Next group waved up here. Robert Garrigus, Camilo Villegas, Michael Letzig. Can't imagine it's going to be driver for Garrigus here. I'd be surprised if it was.
If it is, he's going to be over the green.
Robert first to play here.
Yeah, I'm not so sure Villegas will go with driver either. But now Garrigus with a 3 medal.
Fourth on the tour in driving distance. Doesn't like it. That's left, asking it to land softly.
Ooh, it does.
Nice break there for Garrigus. withdrew from last week's United States Open after an 80 in the opening round.
Alvajagas going with driver. Yeah. Same thing as Garrigus. Is he going to get it? No. He's not going to be as fortunate.
Third ball in the water today. Camilo Villegas snaps one into the drink. Michael Letzik, 1 over par. Bogey back at 14. He's made just 2 cuts in his first 10 events of the season.
It's just so hard to gain any momentum when you've only played 10 events. You've missed 8 cuts. And you can see that Letzik trying to start that out to the right. Just hit that soft little draw right to left. And again, another player just kind of catching that upslope, Swanee, and comes up short of the green. If they hit just short, if they hit back maybe 15 yards, you see the downslope behind. You could actually hit the downslope and that ball will just propel its way forward. But they're carrying it right in that area, that upslope, and it just will not release. Plus you have the grain of the grass going back down that way, because obviously that's the way the green drains.
So back to work here for Pampling, Hicks, and Cawley. Bud's got 10 feet to save par.
Okay, just a little inside left. See Bud looking just outside the hole.
Frustration continues at this hole and during this sophomore season for Bud Cawley. Remember the 2009 U.S. Walker Cup team. Those matches were at Marion. 3-time All-American in Alabama, the freshman of the year.
2009?
Southeastern Conference. Yep, 09 Walker Cup. Hicks, birdie chance upcoming. Get back to +1. His 7th place finish in Memphis was his career best on the PGA Tour. Belly putter, left hand low.
Yeah, very much like Webb Simpson.
And that one has fooled them all day long here. So par for Hicks. And Pampling for back-to-back birdies to move to 2 under. Just
maybe
outside the ball mark of Cawley there.
Yeah, and maybe just off center to the right. Put a little speed behind it. Okay. So Pampling with a birdie here at the 15th.
Yeah, good start for Rod, who hasn't made a cut since Charlotte in early May. Cawley for bogey.
This pretty simple, but Cawley's going to walk off this green +3 for the tournament.
You saw the tee shots of Garrigus, Letzig, and Bijegas. We'll pick them up on the green here at 15 when we come back. Just a moment ago, this was the second from Michael Letzig here at 15.
Ooh, slow down, slow down. That is way too hard. Ooh, that is really bad miss. Very much like Bo Van Pelt earlier.
That one wobbled off the back of the green and down the slope. Letzig's third will be more difficult than the one he just played. Meanwhile, Robert Garrigus with some difficulties of his own, although his tee shot was fortunate just to stay dry.
Well, inside the hazard, caught it heavy, obviously. You see that he didn't ground his club there, so inside the red line.
And we're going to walk that one off before we play our third here. What a season for Garrigus in 2012. 4 runner-up finishes last year.
The third, and may have caught that just a little bit thick also. So Garrigus pretty much on a hole that he could hit 3 metal and probably put it right on the green. Struggling to make par. Now Letzig. Just a little bump and run. Just try to carry it up on top. Try to take all the slope out of play here. Be careful with this one. We caught finish. It's okay.
Michael Letzig, 33-year-old from the Kansas City area, went back to the qualifying school, had lost his card, came out of the school tied for 10th. And they will back off, wave the next group up here. It's Kevin Sutherland, Kevin Stadler, and this young man, Brian Stewart.
I think he has a really, really good golf swing. I had a chance to follow him last week at the U.S. Open. This is a young man that I'm just going to kind of follow his career and see what he does.
3 early birdies and is 2 shots off the lead here.
Really strong left hand, but the motion is nice.
Watching that one anxiously. And leaks to the right. Looks like it hopped into the second bunker there. Full-time member of the PGA Tour for the first time at the age of 30, Brian Stewart. As we shift to Kevin Stadler, who's even par. 2 birdies, 2 bogeys to begin his week.
I love Stads. Okay, come on, hit your little baby cut, Stads. Well, that's what he was trying to do, and leakage, big leakage.
Big hop off the cart path. Not sure where it came to rest. But showed remarkable restraint.
Well, his good point. His next jump is to win a golf tournament on the PGA Tour. He's been close. He's right there. Okay, Sutherland. Look how the posture. Never has a player been that bent over on the PGA Tour that I can remember. Carries his hands very low. So 3 poor tee shots by that group.
And back to the action on the green. You see 16 in the background there. We'll have some coverage of the par 3. There's a good look. A little bit later on. We'll be with you until at least 6 p.m. Eastern time today and tomorrow. One of the shorter par 3s out here. We've got some long par 3s on this golf course. Villegas for par. Drove it in the water. There you go.
Really good read right there. You can see the tilt coming off that little low area in the center of the green, moving that ball a little right to left.
9th at the Heritage, 10th in Memphis, so maybe Villegas is finding a little spark. Winless since the Honda Classic 3 years ago. Now Garrigus save his par.
Well, he's got the line. He just saw the putt from Villegas, so just a little right to left. Back and forth, back to a shorter putter. Nicely read, nicely done. Not as short as the one that he had, about the 26-incher.
Yeah.
This might be 30.
Went from that to the long one. Went to a belly putter for a spell. Settled on something in between. 4 second-place finishes for Garrigus last year. Best career season on the PGA Tour. Went all the way to the Tour Championship in Atlanta. Finished 10th there at East Lake. And Legsick now trying to grind out a par. Just stayed 1 over. Over it for a long time and a misfire.
You can see the heel of that putter shut down on the takeaway.
And this is why they wave them up here at 15. Keep things moving along. Otherwise, effectively, it's back-to-back par threes. If they don't
back-to-back par threes, and then you have a difficult driving hole at the 17th. The Golden Triangle. Gotta love it.
And Letzik just got his bell rung here at the Golden Triangle. Back with more live coverage after this.
Welcome you back to live coverage of Live at 15. Kevin Sutherland, second shot. Craig Kirk's alongside. Four-time PGA Tour champion. One here in, 1977. You've had a first, a second, a third. Although they were at Westerfield, a couple of those, I believe.
Yeah, and...
Excuse me, Wethersfield.
And this golf course, when we first moved from Wethersfield to this golf course, there's been a routing change. And Bobby Weed coming in here in, I think, 1998. The job that's been done, fabulous. Love this hole. Love this drivable par 4. Then a great par 3. And then 2 really solid finishing holes.
There's so much variety here at TPC River Highlands. Par 70, 6,800 yards. Look back at the tee shot. Paul Haley, rookie on the PGA Tour, graduated from the Web.com Tour last year. Young man from Dallas, plays out of Royal Oaks. Paul is 1 over on his round today. Started the event with a bogey at the 10th.
And that's not that hard to do.
No.
10th hole. Par 4 that you have to really hit a good tee shot. And then you have the green that kind of sits down there, and you miss a little left, then you're working hard, you miss a little right, pitch it back up the hill. It's just a very difficult starting hole. Unless, of course, you're Jonathan Huff.
That's right. Andrew Swoboda, 33-year-old rookie as well. Played his college golf at St. John's University, was a teammate of Keegan Bradley. Ball looks to be going left. And that
Boom.
is the 4th ball in the water today at 15. Andrew was 21st on that web.com Tour money list last year, graduate. He's not had a good rookie season, best finished 47th in New Orleans. And the Australian, Alistair Presnell, be the 3rd member of this group. Not a long driver of the ball, good swinger of the club, always seems to be in balance.
That was pretty nice swing right there.
Yep. And another drive finds the green. Just one eagle here this morning. Davis Love hit a beautiful tee shot right up on the correct plateau. Made about a 20-footer.
You know, he's got the type swing for a big guy. It looks like it's less body, more arms and hands than what we see from a Bo Van Pelt or a Harris English. You know, a big guy.
Has a tendency to get the club face a little bit open at the top. Alistair can potentially has to catch up sometimes with his hands, but good young man from Melbourne, Australia.
How about this day? I mean, look at that water, the glass, the trees. I mean, there is no wind, low humidity, perfect temperatures. If you don't go out there and clock the course today, you're not going to get a better opportunity than today.
Well, Hunter Mahan is certainly do that right now. 5 under through 9. Lee Westwood just one back. And now Brian Stewart for his birdie. Just to get to 4 under par. One back. Brian's had a very good year. 2nd year on the PGA Tour. Opened the year with a 5th in Hawaii, 10th in the desert. Currently made close to $800,000. Now Kevin Stadler.
Now look how close the right hand is towards the end of the grip. That's a little unusual. Usually you'll see that right hand more down the putter. We're going to take another. See, look how bunched up that is at the top. And usually you'll see a guy, that right hand will be more towards the bottom of that grip. Because right now he's using it more like a piston instead of like a lever. I would think that it would be more difficult to do what Kevin's doing than to go ahead and slide the arm all the way down. And I think there's more of a consistency if the arm is down and you use it like a lever.
Kevin Stadler, 48-year-old, battling through some neck and back injuries, playing on a major medical extension. Excuse me, Kevin Sutherland. A couple of Kevins in this group got a little confused, and disappointing start to the Kevin's round today. Doubled the 10th hole his first.
It's like I said, it's a hole that it's very demanding.
Yeah, 462 yards and very narrow shoot they have to maneuver it through off the tee. Now Brian Stewart to clean up his par.
Trying to stay at -3. Ooh, that was a pull. That was a quick pull right away.
First bogey on the round for Bryant. He'll fall back to 2 under par, which is currently in a tie for 10th. Well, live at coverage 15 will continue on a gorgeous day here in Cromwell, Connecticut. We're back looking live at Andrew Swoboda's third shot after he drove it in the water.
Actually, guys have had some success with this shot, getting it up onto that tier. It's come up a little short, and right at about 9 or 10 feet left for his par.
Paul Haley, I believe, will be next to play. 25-year-old out of the University of Georgia Tech.
Now, this is the angle where we've seen pretty much a variety of results. Caught that just a little chunky. That's going to release out.
And once it crests that slope, Billy, then it's a little bit more downhill, but seems like those guys are not quite flying far enough into that swale. Beautiful tee shot from Alistair Presnell. Himself about 40 feet for his eagle. 2 over on his round currently.
You can see him just kind of motion with his hand, kind of in that area that he was walking on this back shelf, that everything just tilts from left to right. So from here, he's looking for this ball. Once it crawls up the hill, once it gets up to this proper level, to start working its way back to the hole.
3-putt avoidance stat, not good for Alistair this year. He's had 32 3-putts. It's 144th. The PGA Tour, and he's left himself, as Henry Longhurst would say, one of those.
You know, he's walking back to the ball and he was motioning, you know, like it was going to tilt this way, but yet he played 4.5, 5 feet of break to go the other way.
Yeah. Also motioning, so he's motioning back to the tee. All three players are now on the green. I'm not sure if they will continue to play. They've been calling the groups up most of the morning. I believe that's what they look like they're going to do. Last group on this morning away from the 10th tee: Gary Christian, Brad Fritsch, Kyle Bilodeau. Gary Christian, the Englishman, he was a rookie on the PGA Tour when he was 40, so he was a 40-year-old virgin coming out to the PGA Tour. Spent 8 years on the web.com tour. He's a character. He's a fun guy. I've known Gary for a long time, and playing out of the 126 to 150 category this year.
It was Carlson who was 41.
Yeah,
they came over and could have been Rookie of the Year.
Gary just playing his 7th event of the year. Just made one cut at the Byron Nelson. Loves to hit the cut, so you can see him aiming, teeing off on the very right-hand side of the tee. And as is the case, if you're cutting it and there's water left, you want to make sure you overcut it, and he's missed it in that second fairway bunker. Haven't seen very much success from any player from there. It's about a 50-yard shot. Brad Fritsch next to play. Also a rookie, 35-year-old from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Now lives in North Carolina. 18th on the web.com tour money list last year.
Going with 3 medal.
Yeah.
Tight little line. Ooh, nice little hop. First cut. Wonder if he stayed up for that game last night. The Blackhawks and the Bruins. Third overtime game.
Now,
I'm kind of guessing no.
Final member of this group, Kyle Bilodeau. 3 over on his round. That's a quick hook that's going over the 16th tee, and
I don't know that. Ooh, you're gonna get your white slacks dirty if you try to hit that one. I've never seen one that far left. I've never seen a tee shot on 15 hit the 16th green or 16th tee.
Well,
that is 50 yards or 55 yards left.
And the hazard then turns to a regular hazard, so it doesn't have the options that you would have with a lateral water hazard. So
look at that.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and play that, even maybe. I don't know what you do there.
I don't know, but you're going to be standing very close to that golf ball when you hit it.
Or else chip it back to the tee. Back up to the green, Andrew Swoboda.
It's a good-looking putting stroke right there. You can see the hands very close together, kind of working as one unit.
His first par, remember, he drove it in the water.
Really nice.
A nice save. Andrew remains 2 over par. Early goings on. First round here at the Travelers Championship. Paul Haley, his tee shot to the right. Pitched it up to here.
He may have hit it in the water. Swoboda may.
Yeah.
He may have hit it in the water, but he has to feel a whole lot better about his shot than what he just saw.
That's right. 10.5 feet here for Paul.
Okay, see if he can pour this one in. Get back to +2.
It's really fooled him all day, hasn't it, Billy? That then they go left, it doesn't break. Goes. If you hit it right of the hole, it breaks a little bit more. so many great. I love short par fours with so many options. We think of 10 at Riviera. This has so many options off the tee. Most guys will hit the driver and the 3-wood, but you have to be very precise with your lines, and the mentality then becomes knowing today it's actually playing 305 yards. You actually feel disappointed walking off the green with a 4.
Yeah, you have the mentality it's a reachable par 5. So, okay, I need to put it on, 2-putt, get my birdie and get out of here, or have a chance for eagle. That's the mentality these players have when they're playing the 15th.
Nice birdie there from Alistair Presnell. Gets him to 1 over par on the day. Beautiful day here in Cromwell, Connecticut. Live at coverage, PGATour.com, the drivable 15th hole. A live look at Gary Christian's second shot from the, I guess you could somewhat call it a greenside bunker, Billy.
Yeah, it's going to be that shot, right around 40 yards, 42, 43 yards. Just have to be so precise. Most of the guys have come up short, but Christian with an absolutely perfect shot. Ball matches the color of his shirt.
47 yards. Exquisite shot there inside 3 feet. Now Kyle Bilodeau was not in the water. Take the shoes and the socks off, and Billy, pretty good effort.
Yeah, that was pretty sporty right there. Must be working on his golf game a lot because he has no tan line down there on the legs.
And most golfers, professional golfers, look like that. Brad Fritsch now with his second shot, all depending on the lie, looks fairly decent in the primary cut of rough.
Yeah, good line. This is all about the judgment, just how quick it's going to come out. Try to kind of temper that down a little bit, and it's going to come up way short.
Yeah,
you can see that deceleration right at impact.
It's just tough to judge. You're not able to put any sort of spin on it. You don't want to come out hot and trundle over the green. You expect it to release a little bit more, but the reaction was wow, and he's going to leave himself about a 35-footer for his birdie. 62nd edition of the Travelers Championship. 30th time it's been played here at TPC River Highlands. The amenities here are fantastic. The driving range, 23 acres, a pure joy. This is actually the second largest practice facility in the TPC network. The largest, TPC Sawgrass, 25 acres. It used to be, when I played here back in the day, 2000 through about 2007, it was probably the worst range on tour, maybe barring Sony. It was downhill, you couldn't hit drivers, you could only fit about 40 people on the range at one time, so they've done a remarkable job of improving that facility.
Well, I like the fact that you have all the different sets of tees, and then you have a little par 3 down there that you could actually go play a few holes. I like the fact that you can work on your game without just beating balls. You can go down there, a short game area, and like you said, moving the range over to where it is now, 23 acres. They've plenty of opportunity to do a lot of good work on your game.
Martin Flores on the tee here with 3-wood. He's a guy that can absolutely launch it. 12th on tour in driving distance, over 300 yards, going with the 3-wood.
Yeah, a lot of speed. Watch the rotation.
Martin.
Pretty good swing right there and very accurate.
On his back nine, 2 over par for the round. Probably walk up there going, why didn't I hit driver? It landed pretty soft and probably 40 yards short of the green.
You know, just ahead of where that ball is, there's a little bit of a downslope, and if you catch that downslope, that ball just start really releasing hard towards the green.
Joey Snyder to play. Joey's had a lot of injuries. 40-year-old playing out of a major medical. Has missed a majority of the last 3 or 4 seasons out here.
All right.
It's all well right, and I would say that was a good break, getting back into the flat part of the bunker. Third member of this group, Colt Knost, 27-year-old from Dallas. Former U.S. amateur champion, played the Walker Cup.
Good rotation through the shot.
Good driver of the golf ball, generally pretty straight.
Yeah, just doesn't have enough power.
Yep.
Just kind of hits it straight, very accurate.
184th in driving distance.
And you would think a golf course is just over 6,800 yards that it would certainly fit his eye nicely, but currently +4 for this opening round.
Up to the group in front that called him through. Fritsch, Christian, and Bilodeau. Believe that Brad Fritsch will be first to putt.
Okay, shoes back on. Yep. Pants unrolled.
Yes.
So
it was and you know that water was up to his calves, and that was pretty good contact just to be able to get the shot on the green after a. Actually,
looked like he was having trouble getting his balance. I didn't know if there was a little incline there and it was a little slippery. I'm sure it was slippery, but just didn't know if all of a sudden he was going to take the swing and still be standing. But good shot. And you got to pull for him to make this. I mean, you go in there, you go through all those steps in order to hit the shot. Come on now. Go ahead and finish it off.
Well, this would be for the 14th birdie of the day here, the 15th hole. This from just outside 30 feet.
Come on. Bust. Bust. Bust.
Come on.
Oh. Good effort.
Well, after the tee shot, the very wayward tee shot. He's very happy to sneak out of here with a 4. Thought it was going to just wander to the right, and we have seen it all morning long. It just does not move. You can smile now. I bet he was
still saved a shot.
But he was frowning after that, where that ball was headed. Brad Fritsch now, Canadian. Lengthy putt for his birdie.
A little different angle, but putt's still going to react the same way. That ball's going to just squeeze and just maybe just a fraction too much speed. Otherwise, that may have been the correct line.
Well, from 25 plus feet for the year, he's made 9 of 187. So generally, these guys don't make too many lengthy putts.
I think that's the big misconception.
It is
on tour.
It is indeed.
Is that when you watch these guys, you're usually watching the leaders, and they're the ones making the putts and saving par and all that. Not every player out there on the golf course is making those putts.
Well, 4% from that distance is right at the top 100 on tour, so it's not like he's 200th. Now to clean up his par, to remain 1 over for the round. Talked about it before, Billy. I think you walk off this hole with a 4, you have to feel disappointed. Now Gary Christian, after that gorgeous 40-yard bunker shot, has this to get back for a birdie and to get back to level par for the day. Two-time winner on the Web.com tour, both in Pennsylvania.
Golly, this is a lot of time on a short putt.
Just tap it in. While we're young.
I mean, look at this. I mean, he is going through all the motion.
It's a good birdie though for Gary.
It's a good birdie, but that routine needs to speed up. That's tough to watch right there.
Well, we're looking forward to coming right back to the live at coverage on PGATour.com. A live look from above and by the tee of the 15th.
Now Colton Most, Nikon Callaway rangefinder, 43 yards, trying to catch the downslope. It does. Slow down. Ouch.
You just have to be so precise with the second shot, and from 43 yards, that's very poor shot.
That's the third player we've seen that. Bo Van Pelt, Michael Letzig, and now Colton Most all did the same thing from the fairway.
Not a good year for Colt. 179th in FedEx Cup standings. Had a very inconsistent year last year, but when he played well, he was able to finish inside the top 5 several times.
See Martin Flores right there. He missed the green with his pitch shot.
Yeah, I've seen this shot before, that there's a lot of slope moving this way, so you have to kind of bump and run it. Hard to pitch it up there and stop it.
Well, he's going to take the putter. This is the first time we've seen a player actually use the putter from this area.
I think this one's tough to judge. Come through that much fringe, haven't hit it pretty hard.
Well done. Watch this. Come on. Atta baby. Should have gone.
Well, Martin Flores from 61 yards flew it over the green with a short wedge, and now faces a very difficult shot out of the primary cutter rough.
Yeah, it should be a big swing for a short shot. Yeah, there you go. And for a short shot, a big mistake.
Martin played his golf at the University of Oklahoma, but he was an interested spectator watching the Sooners go to Baton Rouge for the Super Regional play against LSU, which they ended up losing 2-1.
And watch this, trying to hit just that little flop shot and just slides right underneath it, hits it right on top of the club. Comes out just totally dead. I see where LSU was eliminated in the College World Series. They played 2 games, and now they can go on back to Baton Rouge.
The sky was either Carolina blue or UCLA blue and blue. They got beaten. They had the best season from number of wins in the history of the LSU baseball, and you've got to be disappointed to lose back-to-back games and eliminated. All right, we're going to wander back to the tee. Group of John Rollins, Robert Streb, and Vaughn Taylor. Robert Streb on the tee. Web.com rookie as well. Finished in the top 25, graduated. He reminds me a little bit of Colin Montgomery. Hits it very straight, got that kind of a reverse C follow through. And having a reasonably decent year for a rookie. Vaughn Taylor next. Been out here a long time. Vaughn, 37 years old. Went to Augusta State. He's in that category as well, Billy, 126 to 150. Not getting a lot of starts.
Yeah, and you look at this golf swing, and you kind of wonder, you know, what happens to a player. Now, watch this motion. Everything very much intact. It's really nice tempo. Gets through the ball, stretches through it nicely. You can see by that lean, a lean left means it's a slight bit to the right. Not too bad.
2 wins for Vaughn, both in Reno, 2004, 2005. Best finish this year, 10th. Charlotte at the Wells Fargo. Here's a man that plays well at this golf course, John Rollins.
And here's another one of the players that has a body release. It's not that small twitch muscle, hands release. This is a full body release. Now it's going to be, you'll see it's going to be about a 3/4-ish backswing, and then you'll see the rotation through the shot. hates it. Maybe a little on the bottom of the club.
I've seen a number of players there. Plenty of green to work with. John Rollins, 4th last year, 2nd in 2011. Made over 800,000 the Travelers Championship. And this being his 10th start.
He has a 2nd and a 4th.
Yeah, not quite as good as you, Billy. He
has 800,000.
800,000. What'd you play? 18 years here?
I don't know. What'd you say? I had a what?
300.
Well, no, I had a win.
Yeah, 1st, 2nd, and a 3rd. You got 300,000.
and I think I have 108,000.
Well, your win was worth 42,000. That's
that much.
That's about 60th these days.
That much.
Maybe 30th. All right, back up to the green. Joey Snyder now from 25 feet for his birdie.
Okay, all the players have looked for this to slide just a little bit to the right at the end. Which that one did.
Yes, Billy, $102,520.60 for a 1st, 2nd, and a 3rd.
Okay. And I didn't get any FedEx Cup points.
No, not at all.
I received none.
First year, the second year was played at this TPC. You finished 3rd. Little 64 on Moving Day Saturday. That phrase was coined by Billy Cratchit.
I did not put that out there.
Martin Flores now for his par. Very poor wedge shot from 60 yards over the green. Flubbed his chip. But can he get away with it? There's the right movement that
it's a peculiar putt because you could be 3 inches from a previous putt and it'll do the totally opposite thing.
Martin will remain 3 over on his round. Joey needing this to remain also at 3 over. This group really struggling. Collectively 10 over for the day. You have to get off to a good start on such a gorgeous morning. No, just benign conditions. Golf course in phenomenal shape. And these guys will be absolutely kicking themselves in this many over par. And they have with only 3 holes to play in their first round. They'll head to the 16th, the par 3 that's playing 157 yards. We'll get some coverage of that hole later on today. We'll await the group as they walk up to the 15th green, see if they can take advantage of this short hole. Welcome back. A live look at John Rollins, 37-year-old, 3 wins on tour, last being 2009, playing his second.
Yeah, clean lie right at the bottom, right at the base. This push-up green. Pretty good angle right here. Doesn't have to contend with that low area of the green.
Went out today in 4 under par 31, but bogeyed 10 and doubled the par 5 13th. So
look at this. Really nice shot.
We see the ball there inside a couple of feet. We'll show you how it got there. This was Vaughn Taylor's second, just short of the green.
Yeah, from this angle, you know, just right on top of that first level, down through the valley. This is a wonderful piece of judgment right here.
And we'll give him that one. That'll get him to 4 under on his round and just 2 back of Hunter Mahan's lead. Third quickly from Robert Streb. Wanders on the back edge of the green. Billy will have about a, I don't know, 15-footer for his birdie.
Yeah, not a good shot.
No. Robert currently 3 under par as well. Robert, 26-year-old, born in Oklahoma, now lives down in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. 4 top 25s this year on his rookie season. Not too bad. He'll start to get in a little bit more, a little more events now that the US Open's gone by. The access opens up a little bit. These guys get ready for the Open Championship and the other big events of the summer. Take a look back on the tee. Dickie Pride, Daniel Summerhays, Scott Langley get to fire at this par 4. Currently playing as the easiest hole on the golf course.
Langley,
yeah,
runner-up in Hawaii this year.
Yes, what a great way to start the year, wouldn't you say? First full field event.
To Russell Henley. Okay. Likes to hit a nice tight little draw. So left to right.
To start close to that water, I think. Well, certainly the left edge of the green. Better be hooking.
Yeah, it is. It is. That was a little bit tighter golf swing. It looks like he's kind of taken a little bit of the slack out of the swing, tightened it up a little bit. You gotta love the belt.
Well, since that finish at the Sony, his best finish since then, just 24th at Hilton Head.
Dickie Pride with the familiar Alabama belt on.
We're a quarter of the way down.
43-year-old. Lives in Orlando.
I don't know if he's got enough power to get there, Craig.
Well, from a yearly standpoint, driving distance 273. That's 178th on tour.
Still a good shot, right up underneath the front of the green.
Yeah, you play to your strengths. He's a good straight driver of the golf ball, very accurate, and then you just get it in front and try and have a pretty straightforward up and down. Third member of this group, Daniel Summerhays, even par on his round today. Doing a lot of work with Grant Waite, who is a countryman of mine. I grew up with him. He's played a lot of years on tour and now working with some of these guys.
Actually, he's done nice work with Mike Weir.
Mike Weir made the last 4 cuts in a row. Good to see. Had some glimpses at the US Open. And that one in a familiar spot, just right of the green.
Yeah, that's a decent shot, though. That gives the guys an opportunity to get the ball up and down. Mike Weir, in fact, he shot 69 on that final day at Marion. Kind of set the tone for what you could do and what you couldn't do. And he caught the golf course at the absolute optimal time and was only able to post a 1 under. And The golf course was just brutal.
Yeah, we talked about it with Gary Woodland, making some changes in golf swing, compensations for a lot of injuries. There we look at the many volunteers that worked this event for the Travelers Championship. There's a standard bearer showing us the score of this group. Rollins 1 under, Streb 3 under, Vaughan Taylor 3 under.
You just can't put on an event without the volunteers. There's no way.
Robert Streb putted just over 11 feet for his birdie to get to 4 under and 2 of the lead.
That should come out of this pretty smooth. Yep. That's a good looking putt.
Yeah, maybe a little fractionally too much speed. He's on a little bit of run. Birdies at 11, 13, and 14 will be stalled momentarily here at 15.
Bob Taylor saw his shot about 10 inches from the hole. He just went ahead and cleaned everything up.
Final member of this group, excuse me, Billy Johnny Rollins.
Yeah, and this is kind of where he struggles. You look at what he's done throughout his career on the greens, just hasn't been all that stellar. I think his best, he's at his best when he puts a mid-iron in his hand.
Yeah, 119th in strokes gained putting statistic this year.
Get a good look at it there. The eye line just inside the ball. Ooh, nice read right there.
That was a good stroke. John will remain 2 under par. Hunter Mahan 6 under through 12 as our leader. He's coming off that 4th place finish, the US Open. Rod Pampling just 1 back, 5 under through 10.
Yeah, and the birdie that Taylor just made moves him up into that tie for 3rd. So a host of players at that number -4.
In this
Tommy Gainey, John Huh.
Robert Streb now for his par to remain at 3 under and inside the top 10. Nicely done. Ideal scoring conditions here this morning at TPC River Highlands. Hunter Mahan 6 under, Rod Pampling 1 back.
And we welcome you back to our live coverage here at the 15th at River Highlands.
Dickie Pride there drove it just short of the green, John. And you would like to have that to have been a little bit closer, but gets it inside 10 feet. You'll run up there and mark that.
Does that count as Dickie's morning exercise?
Probably so. What a beautiful morning to exercise, I can promise you that.
In the high 50s when we came on the air with you at 8 a.m. this morning, warming up into the mid 70s today. Just ideal. Summer Hayes, second shot.
A pretty straightforward pitch, just landed in the swale there and just let it release up the slope. That's a poor shot for Daniel. You'd be happy with something inside Dickie Pride's ball, and he left that side outside 20 feet, and you can see the dismay on his face.
I think he agrees with your assessment there. Eagle back at 13 for Summer Hayes to move him to level par on the day. Next group being waved up here. George McNeil, Michael Bradley, Aaron Baddeley back on the tee, 299 yards away. McNeil first to go.
Good driver of the golf ball. Like I said, just a nice, powerful draw, but electing to go with a 3-wood. And this one is cutting. This may have been necked a little bit. This won't have any chance to get near the green.
McNeil went out in 37, but has birdied 3 of his first 5 holes since making the turn. Good look from behind as Aaron Baddeley looks to turn his day around. Perks, he's 5 over.
Yeah, how about going out with 9 straight pars and going double bogey, bogey, par, double. He can get it going sideways off the tee, and you pay dearly around TPC River Highlands if you get out of position. This one looks to be going right.
Just short of the first bunker, settling in the first cut of rough there.
Well, he's really been struggling of late. He missed the last 6 cuts, Aaron Baddeley. That included a miscut at the US Open. I would say, by his standards, a very disappointing year. Best finish, I believe, is a 15th, oh, excuse me, 12th, excuse me, 6th at Torrey Pines, as I continue to scroll up his results, but not much, anything of good has happened really since after the Masters.
Back up to the group on the green. Scott Langley, third member of this group, on nice little run with birdies at 13 and 14.
He did. He had a beautiful tee shot. Had a tight little draw with the driver, and
quiet, please.
Did not hit a very good second shot from 40 yards, right on the back collar. We've seen it all day, John. You get it right of this from the angle that we're looking. Well, not this angle, but from behind. Get it right of the flag, it moves right, and this angle here, and if you get it left, it doesn't move at all.
For a 3rd straight birdie, no.
Out of that strong college program, University of Illinois, with Mike Small as the coach, they just lost in the, I guess you'd call it the finals of the NC2A, the match play against University of Alabama. It's a very proud team. They all get along. Luke Guthrie was part of that team. Scott Langley, it's a solid bond. They all continue to stay in touch with the program.
Alabama runner-up to Texas last year and the champions. Don't they get enough rings in football? They have to go out and win the golf championship too.
This is what I heard. Their first men's national championship outside of the football team.
That's right.
When the men won the golf.
It's the interesting pre-shot routine of Daniel Summerhays, where he stands directly behind the ball for the practice strokes, then over it.
Yeah, you get a good look. You get a much better look kind of down the line. gives you a distorted look when you come and stand next to the ball.
14 feet for birdie.
Talked about the eagle. This would, well, he hasn't made a birdie today. 2 bogeys and an eagle. Currently kind of in the middle of this morning wave pack, tied for 35th. So I think with the ideal conditions, John, you've got to feel like 67, 68 is probably par. Remember, it's a par 70, 6,854 yards. So with just 3 holes to play and 3 difficult holes, you'll need something miraculous to kind of get to that 2 or 3 under number.
Summerhays in for a 116th on the FedEx Cup points race. 125 qualified for the playoffs in 8 weeks. Dickie Pride, birdie chance, just outside 6 feet.
Does the heart rate come down after that little jog up the green? That'll
He's okay now.
Yeah, help the nerves. Straight in. It's a little speedy. Can maybe wander to the right slightly. He's always had a pure putting stroke. Always good speed. Never really any acceleration or deceleration. It's what you want for good putting, is just a constant swing of the putter.
Speaking of the University of Alabama.
Yeah, no kidding.
All Southeastern Conference performer back in the early 1990s for the Tuscaloosa native, Dickie Pride.
72 days till college football opens, just want to let you know that.
I had a feeling you might be counting.
I am indeed. Love it.
Now, Michael Bradley here, Craig, laid well back off the tee.
Yeah, he only hit it 225 yards off the tee at Nikon Callaway rangefinder. Leaves him, shows us he has 82 yards left. You know, it just whatever you feel comfortable with. If he feels like now, he didn't feel like he could get it close enough to the green, so he laid it back to a comfortable yardage. But when you lay up on this hole, you better hit a great wedge shot. It's kind of flighted in the low there, and that's a very poor shot from Michael. Took a huge divot. You really want to kind of pick that one off a little bit. From 82 yards, John, you can fly it all the way back to that flag, and you can put a tremendous amount of spin on it with your highest lofted wedge.
Right on line. I was trying to figure out if I could not get them.
Can I just give you a redo if you hit it?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Exchange there between Bradley and Batley, who's only about 10 yards closer here.
Yeah, he said that it's right on his line. So he's asking Michael Bradley to go up there and mark it. And Michael said, look, just if you hit it, you can have a redo. It's kind of like the wires that you have sometimes that go across fairways. But that doesn't work here on the PGA Tour. Michael's a little older than Dickie Pride, so that's why he didn't run all the way up. 46 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up, guys.
Conserving a little energy.
There's the numbers on 15 today. Easiest hole on the golf course. 16 birdies and an eagle. Now Batley from 71 yards.
Oh, a little unfortunate. Caught the downslope of that original, or the first slope, and then has pitched it all over the ground. That's quite a bad break. Collects all the way down to that.
Right.
And that's what happens, unfortunately, John, when you're 5 over on your round.
The risk reward par 4 15th at River Highlands, our featured hole this week. Tee shot of Stephen Ames here at 15. He's even par for his opening round.
Former Players Champion, has always been a good striker of the golf ball. And that one had to be missed it out of the heel, and it's actually caught that bunker's not even the closest to the green.
Brendan Steele already hit his tee shot, so Padraig Harrington, 1 under par for the day, will be next.
Got off to a beautiful start. John birdied at 1 and 2. But has had 2 bogeys since. Played well last week inside the top 25 at the US Open. 3-time major champion. Kind of rounding back into form. Nice to see him here in Hartford.
Leaning left,
going right. And catches the bunker. We've seen a lot of players in it. It'll be about a 50-yard bunker shot for Padraig.
And this happened just a couple of moments ago as a driver for Brendan. Badly winless on the PGA Tour in the last couple of years. He won at Riviera for his 3rd title. Scottsdale and Harbortown, his other 2 victories.
Yeah, I remember. He was much heralded coming out when 1999 he won the Australian Open at 19 years old, then turned pro and won the Australian Open the next year. That's like a US Open for an American. That's a huge event for an Australian. And he's had all the talent in the world, and kind of wandered off the reservation throughout the kind of the middle of his career, changed instructors multiple times, but has gone back to Dale Lynch.
Michael Bradley, about 25 feet for a birdie. He could use one, and he nearly had one.
Well, layup did not pay off for Michael. Poor wedge shot from 82 yards. He remains 3 over par.
Former winner at Doral back in 1998. He's won in Puerto Rico twice. It's now the event opposite the World Golf Championship at Doral.
He played his golf at Oklahoma State, and that was when Mike Holder was the golf coach there. But he went about things his own way. It was a big golf machine factory there. But and when he won at Doral, we all thought, man, this guy is really talented, and he's been out a long time. You know, battled through some injuries, and good guy. One of the humble guys. Kind of reminds me a little bit of demeanor like Steve Stricker. You know, just never a harsh word to say about anyone. Maybe not quite the game that Steve has, but certainly the personality.
George McNeil to move into red numbers. And this for his 4th birdie on the back 9.
He's a good story. He was a club pro in Tampa and came out and won a couple of times on the PGA Tour.
George McNeil's got things turned around with 4 birdies in his opening 6 holes on the back 9 to move to 1 under par. Back with you, TPC River Highlands. Live look at 15 there. Padraig Harrington drove it into the bunker. Stephen Ames did as well.
I believe Padraig, according to ShotLink, is 62. Well, ShotLink is 62 yards.
Another birdie for Hunter Mahan. He's through 14 holes at 7 under. Pampling as well, keeping pace with a birdie of his own.
Maybe it's actually Stephen Ames, 62 yards for his second. It's one that we haven't seen. Gary Christian was the only good shot from these right bunkers. It's a scary one with water beyond. It's one you'd like to pick clean, but it's hard to do it because you catch it one groove thin and you blade it in the water, and that's a beautiful shot from Stephen.
Players champion in 2006, and one of the first Sean Foley disciples before the more heralded players like Mahan and Rose and Tiger Woods.
Justin Rose has been with Sean Foley now 4 years, and longest drive, what does that get you? An eagle. Davis Love with the longest today, 299. Fowler Steele, good ones as well.
.299 the yardage to the hole today, so Davis Love driving it just about hole high here.
Brendan Steele was a beautiful tee shot, really, leaving him close to 50 feet for his eagle. And I always think there's some really cool stats if you get really delve deep into ShotLink, and one of them to me is three-putt avoidance. And unfortunately, Brendan Steele's had 35 three-putts this year, which ranks him 141st. You know, I like the bounce back as well. If you make a bogey and then come back with a birdie or better score, and those are the ones that really help with scoring. And it would be imperative to have good speed for Brendan on this lengthy eagle putt.
You see the flag out there and the traveler's umbrella in the middle of the lake, very still. Water very calm and still as well as you look at the fairway across the lake there at 17.
We're going to jump out there this evening, John. Go and hit, that's the 15.5. That was a charity shot. Ben Coles, the rookie, won that. They were hitting off a mat behind the 16th tee.
All right, Harrington now. Padraig has gone to the belly putter for several weeks now, although he's against the idea of it. He wants to see it banned. He was in favor of the ban, but he says as long as it's legal, he's going to use it.
I saw a little feature in the bag, and he said, I'm going to use it for 3.5 years. It's really helping me. It's banned. Look at that. Oh, he said that was from 51 feet 5 inches. He says banned for 3.5 years. I'm going to use it for all the way up to December the 31st, 2015. I'm going to use it too, he said.
It will stay in the bag for the rest of this week, you would think, after that one, as Harrington converts from long range. Another look here.
Didn't the first round that he put it in play, and I don't quite remember the venue, but he shot 80 in the 80s with it. But he's hung with it, and now look at this, from 51 feet, and what do you find?
Look at Stephen Ames in the background there. He was watching the group over at 17.
He's like,
heard the roar.
Come on, man.
So Harrington moves to 2 under.
I thought one of the disadvantages to using that long putter was it was tough to judge the speed from a long distance, but not for the Irishman.
Brendan Steele will try to replicate that effort of Harrington's. He's in this 50-foot range as well.
Well, certainly would have helped him with the judgment of speed. And he's just misread it. Good putt all in all. Generally, these players of this level, excuse me, John, are not going to misread it more than 2 or 3 feet. Generally, their speed is off. They might leave it 4 feet short or hit it 4.5 feet past, but that was a nice judgment of the pace of that putt.
winner in his rookie season in San Antonio in 2011. Perhaps spurred on by the Web.com Tour Championship, which he won at the end of the previous season.
He had to win that event to get into the get his card, and he did, and came right. It gave him so much confidence. That was a heck of a class. Then Keegan Bradley was part of that class, and who's also won now 3 times, including a major. There was so many good players.
That was one of the strongest classes in recent memory, wasn't it? Let's see what Stephen Ames can do with this one from just outside 11 feet. It's for birdie.
Pretty straight putt, maybe just falling to the right once it loses speed. Yeah, beautiful putt from Stephen.
So that's 2 birdies for the group, and likely a 3rd upcoming for Steele. Steele not only uses the belly putter, as you see, but check out the grip here. He's got it all going on.
Man, he does.
But effective.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
A trio of 3s for that threesome. Fist bumps all around. More live coverage from Hartford coming your way after this. .15 has been a pushover. Easiest hole on the golf course today. We've seen an eagle. We've seen a birdie putt of 51 feet converted just in our last group by Hodrig Harrington. And Kyle Stanley, Tim Clark, and Sang Moon Bae will tackle the short par 4 in a moment.
I've seen 4 balls in the water. One young man had to take the shoes and socks off, and he was able to get it up on the green, but planned to score an average of 3.68. Just 6 bogeys along with 21 birdies in that one eagle.
Stanley at 3 under has had a nice resurgence over the last several weeks. He struggled for a long time after the victory in Phoenix early last year. In fact, it was a considerable number of weeks before he had a top 25 finish, but third in New Orleans this year, and then sixth in Charlotte the week after that, third at the Memorial just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, feels compelled to come back here. The Travelers, this is where he made his pro debut. And there's been a lot of guys come here to make their debut. David Duval, Justin Leonard, Stuart Sink, recently Patrick Cantlay. So it's just a nice feel, and he's got the power. He's 3 wood here. He's certainly got the power to kind of overtake this golf course per se. He's just got to be able to drive it reasonably straight, like 3 wood, aiming down the right, trying to hit the hard draw.
Take a wind.
There's no wind, caddy. Come on.
Looking for whatever help they can get. Stanley tried to chase one on. That'll be a good leave. Now, you mentioned all the players who have made their pro debut here through the years, Craig. Here's a look at them. A list that includes young Chris Williams from the University of Washington, who we'll see a little bit later in our coverage today.
Yeah, he was the number 1 ranked amateur in the world, and he just signed with Excel. That's Mark Steinberg, who represents Tiger. He's just signed an endorsement deal with Nike. But it's great. It's great. It's such a perfect time. It's the end of the summer, or kind of the end of the collegiate season. These guys who are high-level players turn pro, and it's just wonderful that the Travelers extends that invitation to some of these up-and-coming players. Look, Morgan Hoffman, Kevin Tway, remember last year, Dustin Garcia. All these young guys get the chance.
Sang Moon Bae, champion in Dallas, first-time winner on the PGA Tour. This is a very nice golf swing, isn't it?
It's just it's effortless power. You know, it's just all in sync. And fortuitous bounce coming out of the primary cutter rough and down to that low area. I meant to say Dustin Garza, excuse me. Made his pro debut last year.
So Bae at +2, looking to get something going here at the par 4. Tim Clark as well. He's 2 over after a bogey back at 14. And driver for Clark, who's only 174th on the PGA Tour in driving distance. One of the shortest hitters out here. His average 275 off the tee.
Yeah, and he was on a short list last week before the U.S. Open started that he was going to play well. Unfortunately missed the cut there with a 79 in the second round. Trying to hit the hard draw, and he's overhooked it. If that's got some steam to it, that's going to go in the water. But that's where if you don't have the distance, it might be a little bit of advantage there. That stops short of the water and up against that first cut of rough.
We'll see how Tim Clark handles that one here at 15 when we come back with more live opening round coverage from Hartford. Well, another birdie for Hunter Mahan, the 2007 champion here. That is 8 on the day. He's got 3 holes to play. Played his back 9 in 30, Craig, his opening 9 holes, and he's got 3 more since the turn.
All right, so that if he pars in that 62, the course record is 60 by Patrick Cantlay when he was an amateur in 2011. So 3 more birdies, and he's got that magical number. Can we talk about it?
Or maybe a hole-in-one at the 8th, where you made one in 2007.
How about that? Thank you, John. Highlight of my career.
Who could forget it?
at the Travelers. No, it's some tough finishing holes, though, on that front side. 7's reasonably long. Par 4 and the lengthy par 3 8th, and then 9 pretty severe dogleg.
So we'll keep tabs on Mahan's final 3 holes. He leads Rob Hampling by 2 as Tim Clark plays his second here.
Sorry, let's not forget he is the leading money winner at this golf tournament. Hunter Mahan, 11 appearances, made over $2.5 million.
34 yards for Tim Clark to navigate here, just resting in the primary cut there.
This is quite awkward because there's slope moving this way, and then there's a swale here and a swale here. So I believe you got to pitch it in this area here, and then just bump it up the slope. There's never been a great chipper of the ball. It just doesn't have that sound. There's a lot of movement and wrist action and evidence there. Thought it may have released a little bit more once it crested that last ridge.
The South African will hustle up and mark that one.
Still a great play. He's got the 1 win at the Players. Multiple seconds. He had one this year at Sony. Plays well at those sort of Bermuda-style golf courses. 7th at Colonial. Just work it around.
Kyle Stanley ranked just 151st in scrambling this season. Let's see how he deals with this one. Quick sweeping motion there with the practice swings.
Yeah, I think you hit the little bump and run here. You get it on the ground as fast as you can, get it releasing like a putt, maybe with a 6 or a 7 iron. I'm surprised he's actually not putting it, being that close to the green. It didn't have that good clicking sound either. Maybe it was a little bit of a miss hit. Come up well short from being right on the front of the green. That was a pretty lofted club for that sort of shot he was trying to hit.
Other side of the green is where we find Sang Moon Bae, set to play his second.
You're like to fly it halfway into the green here, which he's done. He's landed in the upslope, and this will be quite a good result. Left it underneath the hole. Nicely done for Sang Moon. Couple over par on his round at 8. Couple of bogeys, a double at the par 5. 6th hole. Just 2 birdies.
26-year-old Korean was a very accomplished winner around the globe, had 11 worldwide titles, but the first on the PGA Tour came at the Nelson a few weeks back.
You could see the relief too. He knew he was playing for a continent, really, wasn't he? And you have such success in your homelands, and then to come over, and it's a huge challenge for these guys from Asia to come over, and a lot of barriers that they have to overcome, and to finally break through in the greatest tour in the world. It's a heck of an accomplishment.
14 feet for Tim Clark here, who has been a vocal opponent to the
passionate
ban on the anchored putting method. Absolutely.
Showed up at Torrey Pines where they had the first mandatory players meeting, and he wasn't even in the field. Flew out there on his own dime, and I don't feel too badly for him, but no, he actually convinced some of the other players with as passionate and as well researched and as articulate he was with his message.
Like his former college teammate at North Carolina State, Carl Peterson. They both used this method for a long time, dating back to their collegiate years.
Made 22 of 83 from 10 to 15 feet. Make that 23 of 84. Well done. Nice birdie after I would say a C- chip.
So Clark off the schneid. He hadn't had a birdie since the third hole. He's back to +1. Contender at the Masters on a couple of occasions too, which is a big golf course. Obviously, he's at his best on the shorter tracks, but has played well at Augusta through the years.
Well, and I will say this: Sony at Wailea, that's a par 70 as well, and that's a lot of long. They turned a couple of par 5s into par 4s, and I mean I know it gets firm and fast here, but remember, I'll never forget that bunker shot he holed at 18 at Augusta. I believe he finished second that year, and yeah, you never know. If he's playing, any of these guys are playing well, they can handle any golf course.
11 feet for Kyle Stanley to move to -4. He's in a share of 6th place right now on the leaderboard. Makes just about 30% of these on the season. Middle of the pack on the PGA Tour, you would say.
If you get it outside the right edge, it's not going to break, and if you get it left of the hole, it's moving, and that's well outside the right. Not a good putt from Kyle.
Plenty of firepower off the tee, but results in just a 4 for the former Clemson All-American.
Yeah, I would say anything there, John. It was a poor choice of club that he used. Used a lofted club when I think he just needed a 7 or an 8 iron and get it with just nearly play a little back in your stance and play it like a putt, and he tried to do that with maybe one of his wedges, and when you have a little bit more loft on a shot like that, it's going to impart a little bit more backspin, and that's why it didn't release all the way to the flag.
Just a touch outside 6 feet here for Sangmoon Bay. 8th at Riviera earlier this season as well. Remember, he was in that 4-man playoff at the Tampa Bay Championship last year, won by Luke Donald.
Well, this is really split the right edge and have enough speed to keep it in the hole. Beautiful putt. Nice birdie. Still over par on the round, John, which is in these, we've talked about it, ideal scoring conditions. Look, the flag's not even moving. It's a perfect temperature out there, low 70s, no humidity. Not too good.
Off they go to 16, where we'll have some coverage for you of that par 3 a little bit later in the day. But our next group here at 15 ready to fire. Derek Ernst, John Merrick, and the champion here in 2011, Freddie Jacobson. Here's Merrick, winner at Riviera in his home state of California earlier this season. Going with driver here.
Good driver of the golf ball. I really like his swing. Worked with Jamie Mulligan out in Southern California. It's very straight. And this one looks like a bullet going right at the flag. And
Get up there.
Such that's as players know about it. There's that little false front, but he flew it right into that. Had carried maybe another 2 yards. Has flown that 285. If he'd flown at 287, that would have been inside 15 feet. It was just humming right at the flagstick. And then them's the breaks.
There's young Derek Ernst, who was the 4th alternate the week of the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. Got into the field. He was the guy lifting the trophy Sunday evening.
1,201st in the official world golf rankings when he teed it up at the Wells Fargo.
A lot of speed in that swing, but it's headed the wrong way. Look out right.
Oh, good break back into the bunker. Inauspicious start for Mr. Ernst. Parred the first, bogey second, third, fourth, and fifth. Currently 4 over par on his round. He's still living the high. He's still living the dream of being a champion on the PGA Tour, and he may not come down from that till the end of the year.
Well, he's got 2 years.
Yep, 2 more years. He's got this year and 2 more.
Freddie Jacobsen now. No longer Frederick. We're officially Freddie now.
I like it.
Which is what everybody called him anyway.
Freddie's on the bag. Look, FreddieJacobsen.com. Got his own logo. Looks a little bit like Roger Federer's logo. Big F.
A lot of moving parts in that golf swing, but he can get it around the golf course. It's not always pretty. And Jacobsen has driven the green for now, but no.
A little unlucky. I'll never forget, I was playing here in 2007. I was in a practice round. Freddie walked around the entire golf course on a Tuesday with a wedge and a putter.
That's it.
And I'm like, what am I doing out here with 14? This guy knows what he's doing. He made over $1.2 million at this event, which is best, tied for 7th in career money.
Loves to grind out a score, and he will bark at the golf ball if it's necessary.
No. 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 I can't do it. Maybe. Stay. Stay. Please.
Now we're begging.
Go, bite, please.
Our man is going to make a 3 here. Guaranteed, if not a 2.
You know, golf balls don't have ears, so why are they talking to them?
Back to 15. And the drive of Derek Ernst has come to rest in the second of the 3 bunkers there.
46 yards for Derek. The ball is sitting beautifully. Looks like he's gone with maybe the 9-iron or the 8-iron. Just kind of the low chunk and run. I like the play a lot. And he'll be rewarded handsomely. Gorgeous shot. You know, less loft. You don't have to worry about the fear of blading it. You know you take plenty of sand, and it just releases beautifully all the way back to that back hole location.
It was a savvy play from the 23-year-old Californian.
And we've seen a number of the guys in the field go with the high lofted sandwich, and have hit very poor shots.
John Merrick will take a few steps up onto the front edge of the green to see how far he wants to land this one onto the putting surface for a second.
I think since he's back in the downslope, I think you fly it. You fly it, you know, nearly 2/3 of the way up the green, nearly into the upslope of that second tier. Although he's looked like he's going with a much less lofted club. Bump and run.
Beautifully played shot by Merrick.
There's the club that Kyle Stanley should have used. That was a 7 or an 8 iron. You see it got on the ground with a no, you know, really overspin. You don't have to hit it hard. And it just releases back there. Beautiful shot.
Former All-American at UCLA. Used to go to the Northern Trust Open all the time when he was a kid growing up there in Southern California. It was an emotional triumph when he broke through for that first win. All right, Freddie Jacobsen, 64% scrambling conversion rate this year. That's excellent. It's got some loft to it, that club.
It does. He's going to try and put some spin on it. See there, it checked. It checked into the slope, and then it starts to release. Did he made it? Showing off his mad skills he has. Beautiful shot.
Check that hole. It's undersized.
Well, we saw the reaction off the tee, and this was the reaction a moment ago. Jacobsen thought he had a 2.
It's, you know, Phil Mickelson gets all the credit because he hits those crazy flop shots, but Freddie is so creative around the greens and maybe a little unheralded.
And one of just 5 international winners here through the years, including the last 2.
You know, Billy Casper's won here 4 times, Arnold Palmer twice, Zinger twice, Mickelson twice, Jacobsen, Peter Jacobsen and Stuart Sink, but not a lot of international players, maybe for whatever reason.
3 in a row in the early to mid 90s, and then the last 2 years here. All right, let's swing back to the tee. Next group has been waved up. Jerry Kelly, Vijay Singh here going with driver.
Vijay.
Right.
Look out right. Hard kick off the right edge of the bunker.
Vijay even par on his round today. Just his 4th fairway that he's missed through 15 holes. This doesn't necessarily set up for Vijay. He likes to hit that hard cut.
And here's Wes Short Jr. at +1. Former winner in Las Vegas back in 2005.
Playing on a major medical back injuries and really been out since 2010 on the PGA Tour. And fortunate that they put some rough. It's very nice of the superintendent to grow a little rough there. Stop those balls slightly left of the green from going in the water. 4 balls in the water today from the tee.
Jerry Kelly will be next. Played his collegiate golf here at the University of Hartford.
Jerry was playing all right last week. Shot 70 in that first day. I think only 4 or 5 players shot in the 60s, but ended up 41st. One tumbling left as well. And safely in the short grass, just short of the green. Jerry's best finish this year, 5th in Harbour Town. RBC Heritage. Finished 126th on the money list last year, Jerry, and he had to take that top 50 all-time career money. Heartbreaking, but good dude, been around a long time.
Players can burn a top 50 career money list exemption one time, top 25 as well.
Yeah, I think he did take the top 25, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to use that one first.
Yeah, that's right. Get that one out of the. You're right. Get that one out of the way first.
You can always default to the top 50
yes,
if necessary.
Yes, man, you are a smart guy.
So good play from Ernst on his second shot from the bunker. And he's got just about 6 feet here.
Yeah, it was a very good play. The game can be cruel at times, but sometimes it can give, and you'd like to think being that creative, you give him the 3, and he pulled it. Not a good putt from Derek. Just won the birdie on the round. Go along with those 5 bogeys, 4 of them in a row, 2 through 5.
Took down David Lynn with a victory on the 18th. That was the first playoff hole in Charlotte.
And you know, David has not. I don't think he's played since. He
too demoralized after that.
Well, I think he had a planned vacation or holiday in the works, and he just took it. Good on him. 41-year-old from England, David Lynn.
Okay, Freddie now to move it into red numbers. Stationary over the ball for a long time, but in it goes.
Third birdie in his last 7 holes to get into those red figures, John. You know, the winning score is anywhere on this golf course from an historical standpoint, you know, from 14 to 20, so he knows he's got a lot of work cut out if he can maybe get it in at 2 under, birdie one of the last 3 holes. He's got to play extremely well those last 3 rounds to have a chance to win here for the second time.
A winning total of 260 2 years ago, so exactly 20 under par. Now Merrick for his birdie. Now they're starting to find a little rhythm. We're starting to get birdies in bunches here at 15. That's why we're bringing you live coverage of this exciting par 4. Back live at 15, West Shore Jr. next to play. Just glancing over his shoulder there at 16 as John Merrick is set to pull the trigger here.
Yeah, there's some slope that's working this way, and then once it crests, there's a little bit of down there. So he's got to be very precise with the pitch shot. The ball looks to be sitting very nicely, and he's from a little upslope. So he's got those things helping him. And he's hit it right into that crest of that slope, and that wasn't a very good shot from Wes.
But it was an excellent shot from Jerry Kelly. You saw the ball resting there just a couple of feet from the hole, and here's how it happened just a moment ago.
Put the ball back in your stance, hands ahead, and just kind of knock it in with a little bit of spin. Beautiful touch from the veteran.
Now back live, Vijay Singh drove it into the bunker, played his second, and has quite a bit of work left for birdie outside 35 feet.
Yeah, going through a tough stretch of late, John. Last 5 events, 4 missed cuts, and a tied for 80th. Byron Nelson, I know there's some distractions that we certainly don't need to get into, but still continues to work hard. You know, the body has broken down. He's turned 50 already. I believe that I'm not sure how much he'll play on the Champions Tour. I think when he's healthy and when his focus and his mind is on the task, he's still very competitive. Lengthy putt here to get into red figures for the day.
So that short one left for par. The former #1 ranked player in the world rose to the top of the golfing world in 2004.
34 victories, won the FedEx Cup in 2008. I think he had I believe one season where he won 9 times. It's been a heck of a career. I believe 20 plus wins in his 40s. But I think his legacy may be a little tarnished now with what's transpired in 2013.
Vijay Singh and Sam Snead, the winningest players in their 40s in the game's history. Short to move to even par.
Putt that the players are wishing will move left at the end, and it just does not move at all. I know we've watched it all day. They get their first look at it, but these greens are in magnificent condition. Bent grass, just a comfortable speed. They're about 11, 11 and a half, not like the 13 plus last week at Marion. And if you miss a putt here, it's more of a misread than anything. And he's whipped this one by, so he's left himself a good 3.5 feet for his par.
And Vijay cleaning up. If there's a putting style or a type of putter through the years,
he's gone to the conventional length. Look at that.
He has used it.
He's used it, everything. Split grip, reverse.
That's the longer grip on the conventional length putter.
It wasn't anchored at all.
And Kelly popping in that short one for his birdie as well.
Gets into red figures there, John. That's currently 1 under par, currently tied for 24th. Mahan still holding the lead at 8 under through 16. He's on the front 9.
Jason Bone, Brendan de Jong, and Sung Yul No. Next group here on the tee. There's the young Korean. Such a talent, and still just 22 years of age. Already in his second full season out here. .157 in FedEx Cup points for No. Hasn't played since Memphis. Didn't qualify for the U.S. Open. Played the FedEx. TPC Southwind missed the cut. And was disqualified at the Memorial Tournament after a 78 in the opening round. Signed an incorrect scorecard.
Just 3-wood here. Sung. Trying to hit the hard draw off those bunkers. Yeah, 21 years old last year, John. Look at that. Look how he's flowing it on the green. He may not get rewarded. That's going to go down over the green into that collection area. But at 21 years old last year, he finished 49th on the money list. That's a remarkable accomplishment. He just smoked that 3-wood. There was a... Maybe he went to the Phil Mickelson theory. Took a little loft. Maybe went down to the Frankenwood or the 2-wood or... I don't know what you call it. I bet he's got a driver in bag this week, though. Unlike Phil last week.
Jason Bone's got a driver in his hands here. Just 169th in distance this year. He's lost that one right. He finds the second bunker.
These players know that... especially with the flag stick in the left and the water left, their miss has to be right. But obviously you don't want to miss it in those bunkers. It's not in a good spot. But these players think with a driver in a hole that's a drivable par 4, they're still thinking what's the correct side to miss it on. And that's the case that will be Brendan de Jong's thought process here on the tee.
Front side 32 for the man from Zimbabwe. Bogey at 12. That one also headed right.
And kind of whips it inside, shifts it above the plane on the downswing, and tendency is to miss it right. But that's not too bad there, John. Some plenty of birdies from there.
We'll see if de Jong can manufacture another when we come back. Just after the noon hour here in Cromwell, Connecticut, just outside the capital city of the Nutmeg State, Hartford, returning to the Travelers Championship, first played back in 1952. I'm John Swansek, Craig Perks alongside former Players Champion, four-time PGA Tour winner Billy Kratzert back in with us, who had a very good record himself here through the years. A first, a second, and a third. One of those 4 wins coming right here in 1977 over at Weathersfield Country Club, right?
That it was. And
John, we looked it up while you
over
were,
Curtis Strange.
We looked it up while you were away.
This is amazing.
I think he played here 18 times. First, second, and the third. He made $102,384.
That's just going to make him angry. Why did you
No,
bring
it's
that
not.
up?
No, not at all. It's all about timing in this world, isn't it?
And then he told me that John Rollins has a fourth and a second, and he has over 800,000. I went, okay, 8-1. Okay, I got it.
Second for Bone here. Drove it into the second bunker, 43 yards.
It's just such a hard shot right here. That's short.
Billy, while you were away, Derek Ernst took him a little 8-iron from that same bunker, and he whipped it in there about 6 feet. How about that? I
played it old school.
Yeah, just
played it old school.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
None of these guys hitting that sand wedge from 45 yards, 43 yards in this case, have got it anywhere near the flags with the water beyond. Yes, you got to be pretty courageous to fly it all the way up on that back left shelf.
You saw the name Nick Price as one of the international winners here through the years. Nick, of course, will captain the International President's Cup team later this year. And his young countryman from Zimbabwe trying to make the team for the first time. And he's inside the top 20 in the point standings.
He's played 167 PGA Tour events, over 7 million. Is he close to... No, my point is here, Billy, is he close to being one of the best on tour without a win?
Oh, I think his name is always in the conversation. Absolutely.
I know Jimmy Walker's up there. He's certainly come into prominence of late. I don't know who else you throw in there now.
Well, I'm kind of thinking that maybe Marino has dropped down a few slots, but as DeYoung takes it up the slope, get going, and that's just okay.
Fowler would have to be in that conversation without the wealth of experience that some of the other guys had before the breakthrough in Charlotte, of course. Ricky was on that short list. Winning earlier, these guys have had to wait longer.
Yeah, you just kind of look at the players and what they've done. But DeYoung, he possesses, a really powerful game, and I just, someday it's going to all click.
Started to hear some energy around the green here at 15. This will become a very popular spot as the day and the week rolls along here. Sung Yul No hit a beautiful tee shot with a 3-wood, drove it right through the green.
You look at this young man's swing, the efficiency when he swings the golf club. He's a name that you're going to have to put in there. There's so many good young players on the PGA Tour that I think until you have 3 or 4 years without the win, do you start tossing?
Yeah, he's only 22, so he may, if he goes another 4 or 5 years without winning, but he finished 49th on the money list last year at age 21.
If he goes another 4 or 5 years without winning, he and I are going to talk.
All right, get on him.
He swings the club way too good.
Let's swing back to the tee box. Richard H. Lee, Bill Lundy, Greg Owen. Lee's at 4 under par. That is 4 shots off Hunter Mahan's lead. So par's at 7 and 8 for Mahan as he concludes his round over at the 9th. A birdie for 61.
He's driven it beautifully today. Richard H. has just missed 2 fairways. Talked about the 4 birdies. Got an eagle at the par 5, 13th. Good young player at the University of Washington. Just his second year on tour.
It will, and then it won't. Greg Owen will be next. The Englishman at +1, and that came after birdies at 12 and 13.
Greg Owen had to feel good. His fellow countryman Justin Rose winning. Probably bittersweet that he was at home having to watch it, not participating.
Stay left. Stay left.
Ooh, settle down.
Son of a bitch.
That went off the back edge for Owen, who caught it right on the button. Hit a little too well, though.
He's a guy that's kind of fought through some adversity, played the tour 2005, 6, and 7, and then was absent until 2010, and so he's finding his way back.
Here's Bill Lundy, winner in upstate New York on the PGA Tour 2010.
Well, he's playing a major right to left shot here.
Oh, caught the downslope there. Will it scurry to the front?
You can see it kind of kick up a little piece of the fairway.
Got some rain on Monday, 1.5 inches, that softened these fairways a tad. Billy, you were just out there. Is it as gorgeous as it looks?
It's perfect. I mean, you cannot have better conditions than what the players have right now. Just no wind, virtually no wind at all, and these greens, unbelievably good. Smooth, just the right pace. You can go ahead and give it a go. Not feel as though it's going to get away from you.
Well, the scoring average for the field, surprisingly enough, is over par, 70.94 for the guys that teed off this morning. Not all of them have finished, obviously, but surprising for the condition of the golf course. Absolutely no wind to speak of, and receptive greens. I thought it might be a little lower than that.
42 feet for Jason Bone. A birdie attempt.
Coming up the hill, go a little to the left, then back to the right at the end. Very good on the pace.
Yeah, Bone did a nice job with this one and thought just for a brief fleeting moment he had one. Two PGA Tour victories for Jason. The old BC Open back in 2005 and then in New Orleans 3 years ago.
The old Enjoy Golf Club. I played there back in the day, and it was kind of had a familiar or similar feel to what it does here in Cromwell. It's that community sort of neighborhood style atmosphere.
Champions Tour event there now.
They do, that's correct.
De Jong for birdie. Just to move Brendan to 3 under.
Yeah, should have gotten a little bit of a read from the putt, and very nice from Brendan de Jong. Little assist from Jason Bone on the read.
You know, back to that President's Cup, John, that's be the 10th installment played late September, Muirfield Village. It's time. The Americans are 7-1-1. It's time to get any traction to that event, although it's in its infant stages. The international squad has to win on American soil. They have won down at Royal Melbourne. They have tied at South Africa, but they need to win on in American soil to gain sort of any sort of momentum. It'll take a number of years, I think, before it gains the stature of the Ryder Cup, but it's a fantastic competition, and we can't wait to be there later this fall.
Brett Couples looking to go 3-0 as the U.S. team captain. Now here's No. Yes, rewarded with a birdie after an excellent tee shot.
You know, I have a question. if Couples wins, does he just continue to be a captain until he loses, or is there a statute of limitations there? Is this be his last time to do it?
Until they make Ryder Cup
time will tell.
someday.
Time will tell.
And Bone cleaning up there. You saw a quick glance at the President's Cup standings. Freddie at the helm of victorious teams in San Francisco and Royal Melbourne.
And that was a huge victory to go down there. And he captivated the crowd. He had quite a few of the Australians who are very vocal, kind of on their side, especially right at the end. It was fun to be a part of. We were down there. I think it's, in my opinion, in the top 5 golf courses in the world. And I think there's a collection of 8 golf courses at the Sandbelt there in Melbourne that are collectively probably the best golf courses in the world.
Kingston Heath, Metropolitan among them.
Yarra Yarra, Huntingdale, Victoria. And that's coming from a New Zealander. Just want to let everyone know.
That was very diplomatic of you.
I'm praising the Australians.
You could check the box on that one. That's all we get from you.
Yeah.
Lundy just in front of the green.
I like the choice of club there, Billy. You know, probably a 7 or 8 iron, get it on top of the surface, and
and hang it on the edge.
Just about our second eagle of the day. Davis Love has the only one so far, but we saw Kyle Stanley a couple of groups ago trying to hit that shot, maybe not from the same location, but with a wedge, and he came up 8 or 10 feet short. That just had the nice rollout on it.
It had a very crisp sound to it when it was struck. You had a feeling it was going to be close. Nearly found the bottom. Now, those are the kind of birdies that you like. Lundy, the former UNLV standout, moves to 2 over. Richard H. Lee just in front of the green. Greg Owen is back there.
Well, he has plenty of green to work with. Plus, you're just tossing it up to one level. It's not multiple levels that you're having to deal with. The difficulty is on these push-up greens, you have to elevate it quickly.
And from a downhill lie as well, slightly.
Not bad.
.41-year-old Englishman Greg Owen makes his home in the Orlando area. Runner-up at Bay Hill in 2006.
Never even missed that short putt, and Rod Pampling went on to win that championship. He 3-putted from 25 feet or so, and the second one he very nonchalantly walked up there and attempted to tap it and missed it.
Two-footer.
That was on 17.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was. I've never seen a golf tournament packaged, wrapped, nice bow here. I mean, that was the ultimate present for a tournament.
In the mentality then, you think, oh, it's all right. I mean, that was a huge mistake I made, but I'll get him next week or maybe in a cup. He hasn't won. Has not won on tour and over 150 starts.
Richard H. Lee from 86 feet away. He's got the putter out.
Yeah. Just try. This is all about pace right here. There's nothing more than what is in the pace of the putt.
Looked like it hopped coming.
I mean, if you don't have the pace, I don't care how good your read is.
Yeah, I know we're talking in retrospect here, but I don't like the putter from that significant and upslope short of the green. You want to pitch it over the fringe and get it trundling along, as we've seen great efforts from Bill Lundy or whomever else with the less lofted club.
Lee has not lost his turn here. He'll be next, but first the next group will play through. Justin Bowley, Russell Knox, and Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño.
Russell Knox had one of those rounds in the 60s, the first round last week at the United States Open.
69.
Yeah.
Played very well.
What was that? 2 back of Mickelson's 67.
Mm-hmm.
They call him Roo. He's from Scotland, lives in the Jacksonville beach area. Good kid. He was a Monday qualifier, burst into prominence on the web.com tour a couple of years ago. Ended up finishing second that very first event, and then he won the Chiquita Classic in Cincinnati.
That one blistered into the bunker, and it's on the downslope as well. Played his college golf, did the Scott in North Florida, Jacksonville University.
He's a very hard worker. He's always out at the TPC. He's either hitting balls or he's in the short game area. He's putting or he's working with his swing coach.
Driver for Justin Bowley. Finished 4th in Puerto Rico and Dallas this year. He's 2 over on the day. Okay.
Club slipped out of his hand. That's going well to the right.
Ooh.
Yeah, look at that. Carried the bunker. That's a bad break down in some nasty rough. Similar occurrence.
Do you think it's a bad break or a good break?
I think it's a bad break.
I think it's a good break.
Really?
Yeah. I think that, you know, he's not going to have to really worry about fluffing that it's going to work out for him.
3-wood here for Gonzo.
Tell you what, he can launch this puppy right here. I mean, he played with Tiger at Memorial. He can absolutely slaughter this thing.
A little bit left. It's got to settle, and it didn't.
5th ball in the water today. The 15th. Coming off a top 10 last week at the Open Championship. I believe there were 6 players finished inside the top 10. Came to Cromwell, including the champion, Justin Rose. We'll see him this afternoon.
Yeah, Rose will be grouped with a couple of other major champions, Zach Johnson and Keegan Bradley. First couple of days, they're off at 12:50 Eastern Time on the 1st, so we'll see them very late in our coverage. We'll be with you until they've all come through the 15th and the 16th, which we'll show you a little bit later in the day as well. Now, birdie chance here for Richard H. Lee.
This is the area that's the hard putt to read. You hang it out to the right. You think it's going to break back to the left. Sometimes it hangs. Sometimes it breaks. Guys have played it to go back to the right.
He's had 4 birdies and an eagle today, but denied here at the short par 4.
4 under, though. Tied for 4th. Good opening round. The young man.
Hunter Mahan closed with 3 straight pars on the front side, so he's in with 62.
That was right after we said we talked about the 59 number, Billy. He was 8 under through 15, and we're going, well, you never know.
Well, now we know.
Congratulations, boys. I'll pass that on to Hunter.
Yeah.
About 6 feet, 7 feet maybe for Greg Owens birdie here.
Was made 13 of 14 inside 10 feet today. That's pretty good. But most of those seem to be for par, considering he's over par for the round.
How about this style right here? Just a practice stroke with the right hand only, and only at the very last moment you put the left hand on.
In an effort to
get the putter releasing, get the toe releasing down the line. I think a lot of guys don't. They let the butt of the club go a little bit too far.
62 for the 2007 champion Hunter Mahan here at the Travelers. .62 for Hunter Mahan, 8 birdies, not a dropped shot on the day. Leads by 2.
Yeah, it's brilliant round of golf. 60 is the course record.
Lowest start by a winner here through the years. Wasn't too long ago. Kenny Perry back in 2009. Opened at 61.
Yeah, 5-year anniversary for Mahan. I'll just start out again with the 62.
Jackie Burke Jr. could play a little bit, huh, Billy?
That he could.
Ooh, multiple major champion.
Just really being around Mr. Burke and listening to him and all the knowledge, it was always a lot of fun.
It's just a moment ago. The third for Castano. Remember, the Spaniard drove it into the water, so that left for par.
I've seen a couple of guys drive it in the water today, get it up and down. Not a great angle.
But Jagus, I think, drove it in the water and got it up and down.
He did.
Picture perfect day here in Cromwell, Connecticut. Last day of spring here in New England. Temperature is expected to warm up. We might climb into the low 90s on the weekend. But beautiful today. High 70s is what we're going to top out at. This is the third for Justin Bowley.
Was that a good break or a bad break, Billy, playing his third from there?
I think it was poor execution on the second shot.
Justin won the Tour Championship on the Web.com Tour last year in Dallas to jump into the top 25 and get out on PGA Tour for the second time in his career.
You know, he's not afraid to go back and do what is required. I mean, 3 times he had to go back University of Georgia to make the golf team.
He walked on, right? Never
walked on 3 different times. This is a guy that will go to the end to succeed.
Where it was?
Well, you kind of think of Justin Rose, the perseverance bloomed after he was amateur and then 21 missed cuts. But here's I think this was a very poor break and horrendous lie.
No, you didn't.
I thought it was a bad break. Should have. I wanted it to be back in the bunker. I thought that was that. Billy thought it was a great break.
I thought he could. I thought he could get that ball close to the hole.
But
I'll work with him on his
I agree with
technique.
you. It was probably a bad execution.
35 feet here for Russell Knox's birdie attempt.
But Justin Rose went to the tour school twice.
Yeah, 21 straight missed cuts, and then that was in 1998.
I would love to get together all the stories like the Justin Rose 21 missed cuts, Ted Potter Jr. 24 straight missed cuts, didn't make a cut for the year. Then you kind of go to the Mike Weirs, you know, Ian Baker Finch. I would love to just do kind of a segment and just talk to those guys and see where they were.
Justin Rose talked a lot about the early part of his career after winning the Open last week. He measured success in very relative terms, Kirksey. If he missed a cut by 5 shots one week and by 2 the next, he considered it to be progress early in his career.
Yeah, but remember, that happened in 1998. He won twice in 2002. Then he won the Order of Merit in 2007. Then he makes the Ryder Cup in 2008. Then he comes over to America, having played the tour for 7 years. He finally wins in 2010. Every little experience helped him win last week. And Nick Faldo said that he had dinner with him or lunch with him at Muirfield Village. He said he's a classy guy. He's got that self-belief. You know, even if you get knocked down, this game will do it to you all the time. It's those who can learn from those experiences.
Castagno's backed off a couple times here. A little bit of movement, some revelry behind the green here at 15.
Well, and then you have the 18th tee that's just up the hill. So a lot going on in this little triangle.
7 feet for par.
What was it? The Golden?
The Golden Triangle.
I like it. Is that like the Green Mile at Charlotte, yep. And what else do we got?
Or the TPC.
Yeah, I don't remember what was it? I forgot.
It's the Gauntlet.
The Gauntlet.
Toss that one around a little bit. You got the Bear Trap down at PGA National in South Florida.
Yeah.
All right, bowling now. Just inside 6.5 feet for par. It would be a hard working 4.
Inside the hole with some speed. There you go.
4th year on tour for Justin Bowley. Has never had consecutive years on the PGA Tour. So that goes to your point about just being a walk-on at the University of Georgia, grinding to try and... He's made over $1 million on tour, but it'd be nice to see him stick out here. He's made over $500,000 this year, and maybe this is the year.
That's who's next. Doug LaBelle, Eric Meyerdirks, John Curran, all over par.
Doug LaBelle here, first strike.
I like this golf swing. It is really good. Very comfortable at address. Nice bend at the waist, very straight back, proper flex in the knees. Arms hanging just straight down, no tension.
Played 16 events this year. Billy only missed 4 cuts, but that one's heading well to the right. We saw Robert Allenby get a fortuitous bounce off the tree. Maybe not so fortunate for Doug.
Oh, it's going to be a pretty straight shot, so I'm going to just center of the challenge. Yeah, just because it just inside the umbrella on the back.
That's 25-year-old John Curran. He's a native New Englander, born and raised in Hopkinton, Massachusetts. Played his college golf at Vanderbilt. Eighth place finish in the 2007 NCAAs while at Vandy.
That's pretty good.
He was one of the top-ranked amateurs in the country before his professional career.
Kind of a short, quick tempo.
It's his third event on the PGA Tour this year. Finished 24th in Puerto Rico. He's played the US Open in 2010, so trying to find his way. Get some starts under his belt.
And here's young Eric Meyerdurks, 28-year-old from Chicago, Illinois. Earned his card at the qualifying school last year. Rookie season out here. Played collegiately at Michigan State.
It's just very difficult. You're playing golf courses for the very first time. He's played 12 events, missed 9 cuts, but you're trying to just familiarize yourself in a new city every single week. Nice tee shot just right of the green.
Live coverage from the Travelers Championship continues. We're with you all day long here on PGATour.com. Welcome back to TPC River Highlands. You can take the PGA Tour with you by visiting PGATour.com from your mobile browser. Just download the PGA Tour iPhone app from the App Store, or get the new PGA Tour Android app from the Android market today. Don't miss another shot. Get it now.
Well, what a perfect day.
Not a perfect position for Doug LaBelle on the side slope. He's 115 yards. Ball well above his feet. Oh, well.
Whoa.
Nikon Callaway has it at 114. They're so precise, that rangefinder. And
that's the first time we've seen any player triple.
We saw Michael Bradley. He laid it up off the tee, but
seriously,
he did. He did.
Seriously, he laid up.
He did. He did.
What do you lay up with? An 8-iron? What do you have left of the hole?
Hit 82.
Still didn't have 114. This is going to be the only guy outside 100 yards today. Good thing this wasn't a driving hole, because it's at 300. He'd had 186.
Doug hit that driver 196 yards off the tee. But no, it's a tough shot above, ball well above his feet, out of nasty rough. And still unable to get on the green in 2 shots for the easiest hole on the golf course. Giving up 1 eagle, 30 birdies, playing stroke average of 3.63. Five tee shots in the water. These guys avoided the water by hitting short and right.
This, of course, is one of the shortest par 4s on tour. Last year, the Olympic Club's 7th hole for the U.S. Open was 288 on the scorecard. Another short one in New England at TPC Boston.
10 at Riviera was diabolical on Sunday with that back hole location. There's about 2 feet of green to work with back there. What a great short hole that one is. Probably the best in the world.
Second shot for John Curran. Inching its way toward the hole. Not too bad. Meanwhile, back at the tee, there's Andres Gonzalez. He's just chilling. Got a little science experiment going on here. Or we're just killing time. Not too sure.
The most interesting man on tour.
David Branshaw, Bobby Gates, also in that group. They're next.
He regularly tweets Tiger Woods, you know, Andres Gonzalez, to go play practice rounds together. Not sure if he's got a reply yet.
Second here for Meyer Dirks. And that one left for birdie. Good player at Michigan State during his college years in East Lansing. Former winner of the Illinois Open by 1 shot over Luke Guthrie. That was just a few years ago. Guthrie, of course, out of the University of Illinois. All right, here's the third now for LaBelle.
All righty, see if you can do a little damage control here. Get this up and down.
Scrambling numbers outside of 30 yards, Billy. He's 173rd on tour, averaging 40 feet from the flag.
He's playing the shot correctly, though.
Yep.
You can see the lean in the shaft back towards the right foot. Just kind of
7 or 8 irons.
Stab down on it. There you go.
So that'll help the numbers a little bit. Prove.
Settle. Okay. 6.5 feet for par.
LaBelle trying to maintain his position in the season-long point standings. He's 120. Keep in mind that 125 qualified for the Barclays. That's the first FedEx Cup playoff event. 3rd week of August. Back at Liberty National. We'll be there. We have live coverage for you that week on PGATour.com. Par 4s with the highest percentage of those going for the green.
I would have thought it would be higher than that. 83%. We've seen Michael Bradley. I wonder if they for instance, I don't know how was that stat? How do they do that stat? You know, potentially does Doug LaBelle, is that not going for the green because he was 115 yards from the green after his first shot? I don't know how they do that stat, but I thought that it would be 98% or maybe 95%.
Well, and you can see the flag on the Travelers float out there that maybe a little downwind now.
Meyer Dirk's birdie attempt slides by. So he'll stay at +2. Having made just 3 cuts on the season, including one in Memphis.
Well, according to my state-of-the-art app, Mr. Cratchit, it's southeast at 3 miles an hour. And if it's southeast, that would be absolutely right behind them. So you are spot on, sir.
Curran to get back to even par.
Oh.
Another miss to the right from that location today.
That's just that one position on this green. It has just not yielded a lot of putts going in the hole.
And LaBelle will be next, trying to grind out a par here from just inside 8 feet.
I think from behind the hole, every player thinks it's just a tiny little hook putt, right to left. Already +2. You don't want to give up one on this short hole. Hard work.
Yeah, wasn't pretty, but it's a 4 for LaBelle. 2-time Web.com Tour champion. We are just about halfway through the draw here. Gates, Gonzalez, and Branshaw, the 8:50 a.m. group, went off the first tee. And we will be exactly halfway through this field of 156.
This is the all-big group right here. Bobby Gates. Look at those.
Maybe
like
not
the
David,
offensive line photo.
Yeah,
back
not
there.
Bradshaw. Not Bradshaw, but
David actually Monday qualified this week. See him back out.
Bobby Gates.
Good day for Branshaw. He's tied for 11th right now at 3 under. They need some help here.
Played the tour full-time in 2004, 6, and 7. Played the Web.com Tour up until a couple of years ago.
Gates and Gonzalez. They both have 3 medal out.
Kind of took off a little low, didn't it? And maybe a little out of the heel, peeling to the right. And the primary cut of rough just left of the closest green side bunker down the right.
Andres Gonzalez will be next here. He's throttling back to a 3-wood. Pegged very low.
Take a little turf with it.
One's going left. Careful. A nice bounce straight towards the flag, and 3-wood right in the front portion of that green. He can,
I like it when they trap it like that.
Yeah.
Well, the execution was very well done. What was the philosophy and approach from Andres Gonzalez this week?
I think anytime you have a chance to make a hole-in-one on a par 4, you take off the leash and pull out the dog and let it rip. That's it? I think that's it, yeah. I mean, unless I have a 3-shot lead, then I'll probably hit an iron, but otherwise, let it go.
Take off the leash.
Is that?
Let the dog eat. But he just pulled 3-wood there.
It's not a goatee. Do you see a little racing stripe right up the middle of his chin? What's he got going on there?
I like the haircut. Mayhem, 62 in the lead.
Bobby Gates next to play here at 15. Managed to skirt those bunkers over there. See what the lie looks like.
Thick. Better angle, though.
Yep, plenty of green to work with. You know, it's not going to spin, so you maybe landed a third of the way there. And I've seen a couple of players.
Ooh, he killed it.
Yeah,
he killed it.
That's not going to stop. Go down that collection area. Saw Brad Fritsch from over there, the same sort of position, and he came out dead and didn't release, and this one came out hot. Man from Texas A&M, 4th place finish. Best of the year for Bobby. That was in New Orleans. Bunch of miscuts, though, unfortunately for Bobby. 10 miscuts. Just 2 made cuts. One included that 4th in New Orleans. When you play good, just play well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many you make. Make the ones that you do pay off.
80-20, right? The ratio? The money you make? 80% of it and 20% of your starts. Second for Branshaw here.
Ball above his feet, easy to hit fat. Actually, not that bad, given the lie that he had. So a chance to move to -4.
Coming off birdies at 13 and 14. John, you talked about 3 under par. That's just outside the top 10. Oh, look, here we go. Mr. Kratzer.
The 1977 champion here at Weathersfield. He only played here at River Highlands a handful of times. This was since 1991, 15 and 16. Our featured holes here this week.
Oh, no way. That's the only thing I've beaten Billy Kratzer in. My scoring average on
Birdies.
16. Look
Nice.
look at all those birdies. I just ripped driver down here and just plugged everyone on the middle of the green, two-putted.
You took a 5-iron off the tee, didn't you?
I could not lay up on this. Even if I hit it in the middle of the water, I was not going to lay up. Thank you, Chris, for putting those out. I'm just happy to see one stat in my entire career I'm better than Billy Kratzer. That's my scoring average here at the 15th. And that was a bad break, not going in the bunker. So I'll let you know. And I can say that because I have a better scoring average than you on this hole.
Bill, you may have to deal with that for the rest of the day, you realize.
The rest of the day? How about the rest of the year?
Third for Gates now.
I think I'm moving on to another venue next week.
You saw a quick close-up of the club that he pulled. Not much loft to it.
Yeah, spongy lie. And he's going to bump it into the slope, kind of let it lose a little pace.
Yeah, just pitch it right into that hill. Kill it a little bit. And I will say this, and with all due respect, it's a shot the Americans don't play a lot of, the little bump and run. It's generally the flop shot. It's a lot more the Europeans play it more overseas, but all in all, not a bad shot. There it is.
Okay. Greer Jones, Larry Nelson, and the rest were no match for our man Bill Kratzer.
64 on Saturday. That was where the term moving day was coined. 1977 at the Travelers Championship.
Did you get the big check from Sammy Davis Jr.?
Yeah. I think at the time it was called the Sammy Davis Jr. Greater Hartford Open. Longest title name on tour.
GHO. It was known for so many years. So Gonzalez drove it onto the green, has a chance for our second eagle of the day.
Okay, up the hill, maybe twisting a little left up to that point where you see the line, and then
That's a huge,
kind of straightens out.
Huge misread there for Andres. Just an interesting character. Lives in Olympia, Washington. Graduated off the web.com tour twice. Grew up playing a lot of golf with Michael Putnam, who's won twice on the web.com tour this year, who will be out here next year. By virtue of the dramatic change in the end of that season.
Branshaw trying to keep a very good round intact here. Chance for a third straight birdie, which would be his sixth of the day. Moved to -4. He's tied for 11th right now. 43-year-old from Oswego, New York, upstate.
Straight down the 4 line. Don't get it outside the hole. David likes to travel in a very nice motorhome. He wife, dogs. Nice way to get around playing professional golf.
I will tell you, that was a very serious look.
Yep. Contemplating.
That was no play zone right there.
Bogey for Gates to drop the 2 over.
Okay. He's kind of jockeyed back and forth between the standard length putter, belly putter.
Now Gonzalez, a short one here for his birdie. Needs to move to 3 under. Birdied 4 of his first 6 holes on the day. Hasn't had one since.
Look where that left thumb was. You see that?
Whatever it takes, Mr. Kratz. Whatever. Whatever it can, you feel comfortable over. Players will use any technique if they see the ball going.
Branshaw finishing up. Off they go to 16. Off we go to a break. Halfway through the field here on day 1 of the Travelers. Opening round coverage from the Travelers Championship. One of our past champions, Hunter Mayhem, the winner in 2007, sets the pace after a blistering 62 here on day 1. Always good to be back here at TPC River Highlands in Cromwell, Connecticut. Players love this event, which is so strongly supported by the community. We're always fond of coming back here as well. One of the favorite stops on the PGA Tour and one of the longest running events. Our appreciation to Travelers for everything they do in support of this tournament here this week. Amanda Ballione is part of our broadcast team on the ground here this week. She had a chance to catch up with Andy Bissett of Travelers earlier in tournament week.
Thanks, guys, for joining me now. Executive Vice President of Travelers Championship, Andy Bissett. And Andy, we talk every year, but this year to me was it really spoke volumes about the Travelers Championship. Justin Rose coming off an incredible U.S. Open victory, exhausting U.S. Open victory, and he says, yeah, I could have skipped this, but I have such a great partnership with Travelers that I want to be here. I want to honor that commitment. And he's not the first one to do that. Can you kind of talk about your relationship with these players, with the guys that come here every single year, and the strong field that comes out to honor their commitments?
Yeah, sure, Amanda. You know, it's very interesting. Justin and Kate are really good friends, and Nathan and I enjoy being with them, enjoy helping them. But it's our philosophy of what we do here. And we start with the young players. I mean, you look at last year's Open winner, right? Webb Simpson. Webb, we gave an exemption to as a young player, amateur, in 2008. And I still remember walking the range when he was out there. I was going to go up and thank him for coming. And he said, "Oh, Mr. Bissett, thank you for," and I'm going, "Oh my gosh." And I tell him about that all the time. And he's just a special person. And Justin just like it. So 2 years in a row, the U.S. Open winner comes to the Travelers Championship.
And we've been talking a lot how impressive it is, the guys that you do give a shot to early on. I talked to Casey Wittenberg earlier in the week, and I said, you know, how many starts is this for you? We were on the range, and he goes, well, they gave me a shot here when I was 15 years old. And I started laughing because that's pretty typical of you guys. Ricky Fowler's another one.
We're all about giving young people a chance to start their careers and become professionals. And when you look at this, you know, look at Patrick Cantley. Just to talk about quality. He's not here. He's playing on the web.com tour. But he sent us a note this week saying, I'll look forward to being back as soon as I get my card. He's doing really well. I'm sure next year he'll be back. We gave him an exemption a couple of years ago. He shot a 60. He shot a 60.
Off the course, there's a lot of things going on here that are also very memorable. Always some great concerts. Always a pretty fantastic pro-am. What are the activities that are speaking out to you that you think fans would really like to know about this week?
This year we have our first inaugural mini golf celebrity pro-am. I have never seen so much excitement in all of the news networks around something at the Travelers Championship. And we've got Alec Baldwin playing with some campers from the Home Wellgame camp. And I was trying to convince Hilaria, his wife, to come out and play, and she said she was. So today she'll be out, he'll be out. But the list goes on and on. I can see this is going to become just so exciting. And then tomorrow is Women's Day, which has become a standard here at the Travelers.
How important is it for you guys to really put an emphasis on servicemen and women who are defending our country?
You know, it's a huge part of the Travelers companies. And we've been recognized by G.I. Joe magazine as one of the most military-friendly companies. And that makes us proud. I mean, these individuals go out and put their lives on the line every day for our freedom, for what we enjoy in this country. And you can't say more to that. And so anything we can do, you know, we have the military outpost here. Yesterday we had Operation Shower for 40 affected moms, all whose husbands are deployed or were deployed. And we just showered them with gifts, no pun intended. And they just had, I was sitting with 4 of the moms, and they were so overwhelmed. They said, I can't believe this. I mean, if you guys hadn't done this, you know, our husbands aren't here. It makes you tear up in a way because it's something so special. And anything we can do to help them, they're as much a hero as their husbands.
Absolutely. I think that's a very inspirational event. If you've ever been to one, if you've ever seen them on one of our live ads, it's something that really, it's hard not to tear up when you see the reactions on their faces. But you know I don't let you get out of here without making a pick, right? You have to make a pick. And listen, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. It's a great field. No pressure, but a little bit of pressure.
We've got Lee Westwood. Lee can win any time that he wants. Hunter can win.
Are you skirting this? Are you skirting this? Come on.
Bubba can win any time he wants. Bubba almost won here last year. You know, Bubba's interesting to me. This could be it again.
So you're going Bubba Watson.
It could be, yeah.
My pick was Hunter Mahan, all-time money leader. Here.
He could be right in there too. I'll go with that too.
All right, Hunter and Bubba, thank you so much for joining us. This is always a fantastic week, one of the favorite weeks on tour for the PGA Tour, and of course for all the fans and players. So we love being here.
Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Amanda. Happy birthday, by the way, to our Amanda Balionis. Caught up with Andy Bissett of Travelers earlier this week, refraining from making a prediction. It's a tough pick to make. It's a very deep and talented field here, assembled once again in Hartford. Okay, first group from the afternoon wave that began on the 10th is hit the tee here at 15. And Brian Davis going with driver. Brian Davis doesn't like it.
Seems to be an occurrence, letting go of the club. I think a lot of it's just the fact that it's a little bit of a mishit.
Still, should be in here. Left or right? Maybe just a little help. Mostly
Ken Duke, Nicholas Thompson also in this group. Thompson at +2.
Now he has the firepower to get there. I mean, he can go ahead and get this all the way to at least to the front. Now, how far it carries up into the green? Boy, that is some violence in that swing.
He wasn't cheated. Oh,
yes,
just go ahead and fly it all the way there.
There you go.
Comes to rest right in the saddle there. And we're hearing all about it. There's Ken Duke.
Now he's going to have to hit some kind of just low little bullet fade. Oh, and that's going to sneak in that 2 feet of primary rough right there. So that's going to make it just a little more difficult, Swanee.
The afternoon draw is in action here at TPC River Highlands. Tee shot of Ken Duke skirted the bunker. That's the good news. But look where it ended up.
Yeah. Tough little lie right here. Just wants to fly it just right in that down area, that little hollow in the green. You cannot play it any better than Ken Duke just did there.
That was pretty fancy. Very nice recovery shot from Duke. And Brian Davis next to play. Didn't like his tee shot at all. The result wasn't bad. He might be mildly satisfied with that one. Maybe not. Nick Thompson, meanwhile, flew it all the way to the green. As we are still in search of our second eagle of the day. Davis Love the third, with the only 2 on the scorecard here at 15. Good look from above at this 305-yard hole today. Eagle from Love, along with 31 birdies. Easiest hole on the course with the scoring average of 3.67. They have gotten after it, as we expected when we came on the air with you at 8 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Nicholas Thompson circling this one, 51 feet away. That's the distance that Padraig Harrington canned a birdie putt from earlier. Right from about this neighborhood here as well.
Well, from this area, you're looking at a putt that's going to move a little bit from his right to left, and then once it gets over that little crest right here, it's going to go kind of like this and then back down that way. More pace, a little more, just a little bit more. Well, it was certainly read correctly.
Double bogey 7, back at 13 for Nick Thompson at the par 5, so looking to grab one back here. 30-year-old from South Florida makes his home in Coral Springs. Big brother, of course, of young LPGA star Lexi Thompson. All right, so Brian Davis has left himself about 11.5 feet for birdie. Oh for 3 on the day from outside 10 feet. See the very upright putting posture of Davis, very unique.
And then he just kind of lightly puts the hands on the putter. Then the process starts. That was a pretty good looking putt for a long time.
Five career runner-up finishes for the 38-year-old Englander.
I think he's a name that you put in that group of accomplished players yet to win.
Birdie chance here for Ken Duke, just about 4.5, maybe 5 feet.
Just really hit a good shot from that primary rough on that right-hand side. Be nice to take advantage of that. There you go.
Two birdies in his opening 6 holes for Ken Duke. Web.com Tour Championship winner in 2011. Thompson for his birdie. And he's on the board. And Davis just cleaning up here for his par. A bit of a trailing breeze here at 15 that's picked up in the last 30 minutes or so, as the next group gets set to pull the trigger back on the tee. 305 yards today. Graham Dillette, Ricky Barnes, and former PGA Tour champion Frank Licklider in the field here this week.
Big gap.
with a little bit of a gap before they arrive at the tee. So we'll step aside and return with more live coverage from Hartford after this. Next group set to come through here is Frank Lickletter, Graham Dillette, and Ricky Barnes. Just finishing up over there at 14. Temperatures climbing into the mid to upper 70s here today. Just in the early part of the afternoon draw, so half of this field of 156 has come through the 15th here. We'll stay with you until they all come through the short par 4. Bring you some coverage of 16 as well, the par 3 over the lake in the middle of the Golden Triangle here. Hunter Mahan got around today with a clean opening round, continuing his strong play here on this golf course through the years. A winner, twice a runner-up with a 62. He's got the lead by 3 over 4 players: John Merrick, Webb Simpson, Rod Pampling, and Camilo Villegas. So excellent scoring on day one. 52 players in red numbers. Far cry from last week where 0 finished under par at the U.S. Open. That's one of the reasons why this course is so welcome to these players and so perfectly situated on the schedule, I think, the week after the Open.
I think Travelers loves the position on the schedule. They know they're always going to get a good field. You look at the last 2 years, the last 2 United States Open champions, Webb Simpson, Justin Rose, they've both come after winning the championship, which tells you a lot about what Travelers does for the players. Last year, there was a charter from the Olympic Club, San Francisco, back to Hartford, and this year Justin Rose just down in Philadelphia and up here. They just treat the players so well with the hospitality, all they do, all that's offered. Players just love it here. Now Ricky Barnes Going with the 3 metal. I like it. Trying to hit that baby right to left shot.
That one's got some chase to it. Not going to get all the way to the green, though. Barnes coming in off 3 straight missed cuts, which followed a tie for 12th at the Nelson. That was his best finish of the year. Seemingly had some momentum. But short weeks at Colonial, the Memorial, and the FedEx in Memphis. Just a 3-wood for Graham DeLette, one of the longest hitters on the PGA Tour. The Canadian is 8th in driving distance, making his 4th start here in Hartford.
And I think with this wind direction, as we get later in the day, Swanee, I think more guys are going to go with this club right here. You're going to see the 3 metal.
May not have flushed that one, but it's in good position. Now here's Frank Licklider in the field here this week. First start of the season for Licklider. He's a 2-time PGA Tour champion, his most recent victory coming in Tucson a decade ago.
Really good tempo.
That one may have a chance.
Yeah, that ball just hits just right on the downslope. So Licklider's going to find the very front third of the green here at 15.
And a chance for an eagle when our live coverage from TPC River Highlands rolls on. A little bit of wind is kicked up here at 15, aiding the players as they take aim at this 305-yard par 4. Frank Licklider has just driven the green. Ricky Barnes, Graham DeLette just in front.
It's surprised that Dillette came up this far short with the 3 medal. You can see the Nikon Callaway rangefinder has him at 46 yards, and I just would have thought the 3 medal, with the length that he has off the tee with the driver, this would have put him right up underneath the green.
62% scrambling on the season. That's very good. 22nd on tour. So he hits it a long way, scrambles well. All components of the Canadian's game seem to be coming together. He's a very good player. He's yet to break through, but he's close, you get the feeling.
Yeah, and we saw him, play well in the playoffs last year, especially at the Barclays. He just kind of is one of those players that can catch fire, and a lot of it has to do with his length, and he's worked quite hard in the off season for the last 3 years with Gabriel Yetstedt on his short game. He's improved that a whole bunch.
Well, that one's certainly not his best effort. Hartford Whalers hat from his caddy there, Julian Trudeau. They always come out with some headwear to represent the area that they're in.
Baseball, yeah. Sports town.
All right, second for Barnes. He and his caddy in agreement on how to play this one.
He's one of these guys that usually has a knack for doing the right thing around the greens, and this is a huge misjudgment on his part.
That's been a popular spot back there. Another one down into the collection area. Has left Barnes talking to himself.
There are some great scoring opportunities out there. You got Mahan at 62, John Merrick 65, Webb Simpson 65, Pamplin 65, Stroud 66. 2 gloves, Tommy Gainey, 66. Jonathan Huss, 66. Harrington, 66. You are not going to catch this golf course any easier than what it is right now.
Justin Rose began his week with a birdie at the first, by the way. It'll be very interesting to see how much emotional energy Rose will have left here this week. And we'll see him later in our coverage here at 15 and 16 as well. So Licklider now with a good poke, having driven the green 65 feet away for an eagle.
Okay, you can see that he's right on that front little shelf, which is on probably the front fifth of the green, but level, and then it's going to go downhill, go through that low area, that low valley, then crawl back up the hill, and then at the end just gently move to the right. But again, Swanee, this is all about the pace. Do you hit it the correct speed? That's got to go big.
Frank competing on past champion status out here. Played just 9 events last year. 12 the year before that, 6 in 2010. Not a lot of action in the last few years. This is his first start of 2013. Third for Barnes now. More difficult than the second. .166th rank on tour in scrambling for Ricky Barnes this year. So a down season for the former U.S. Amateur champion in that category.
Yeah, really, really down this year for Ricky. I remember when he was playing in the U.S. Amateur and making all those saves and winning holes, and he would go back to Beth Page. where he was runner-up in the U.S. Open, the Lucas Glover, able to get the ball up and down with consistency.
U.S. Open champion back in 2002. Also teamed with Hunter Mahan that year to lead the U.S. to a victory in the World Amateur Golf Championship. During his college years at Arizona State, having already defeated Mahan 2-1 to win the U.S. Am. Now here's Dillette for a birdie. He's left himself outside 35 feet here. If you average 305 off the tee and you walk away with anything less than or anything more than 3 here, you feel like you're giving back a shot and a half to the field. That's probably what's running through the Canadian's head right now.
Yeah, you're definitely not happy at this point. Thought you might have made the proper play off the tee with 3 metal. Keep it short. Don't bring the water in play. Tried to play all the smart shots, and sometimes it just does not work out. Now Licklider, after driving the green, has this 12. Will have a 12-footer for par. And watch how deliberate this stroke is.
Soft and quiet, but the result was just what he was looking for. And Licklider grabs one here. Whoa, what happened back at 13? That was messy. But a birdie on the board for the 43-year-old from Ohio. On Barnes' first par. Stays at -1. 138 in FedEx Cup points, a rookie outside the number that qualify for the playoffs. Got some work to do over the next 8 weeks. Dillette's in good shape at 52nd in the points race, and he's in for a 4. David Mathis, William McGirt, Patrick Reed coming through next. Reed with a good showing in Memphis. Had a chance to win for the first time. McGirt with the best round of the day at -3. With Mathis first to play here. Birdie over at 14 a moment ago. Driver here. Caught the second of the 2 bunkers. Mathis averages only 277 yards off the tee, near the bottom on the PGA Tour.
Little facial hair.
Yeah, interesting look there. Haven't seen that one yet today.
Well said.
McGirt, 3 under.
I think William and his bride are finally adjusting to the traveling with a new child. And that one settles into the flat part of the bunker. It's taking a little while to kind of get adjusted.
Yep, son Miles born on January 2nd. Just about 6 months or so old. Maybe they're getting a little sleep.
Well, we know who's next to play. We saw his caddy.
Yes, that was Justine. I mentioned Patrick Reed's strong finish at the FedEx in Memphis. That was a 5th place finish, his best on the PGA Tour. Remember, this was the kid who Monday qualified 6 times last year to get into tour events.
kind of has that move like Scott Stallings, where that left foot just kind of backs out of the way.
Just short and right of the green here at 15, where our live coverage continues from the Travelers Championship. .62 sets the pace here in Hartford. Hunter Mayhem, one of the past champions, with a bogey-free round today. Another past champion, Bubba Watson, off to a hot start. He birded his first 2 holes of the day. We'll see Bubba Watson, who's playing with Mark Leishman, the defending champion, a little bit later on. Second showing here for Patrick Reed. This was one of the events he Monday qualified for last year. 6 times he did that. Went to the qualifying school to earn his PGA Tour card, now a full-time member out here.
It's pretty impressive. When you qualify that many times on Monday with just 4 spots and the numbers that they're throwing out here, I don't know what the odds are, but the odds of doing what he did are very high.
He kind of shrugged off the pressure of trying to earn his card at Q School because it's a 6-day final stage there, and they finish, of course, on Monday. Climbing into the bunker, William McGirt. Tough shot here, 42 yards away. Wide open club face, and trying to elevate this one. Here it comes.
Easily the best I've seen out of that bunker today.
Between McGirt and Derek Ernst, those were the 2 best.
I did not see Ernst.
Yeah. Played completely different styles, too.
Now I thought Gary Christian played a very nice shot out of the bunker.
Now Mathis. Going in for something different there. Saw a few folks up in the background there starting to gather around this green complex. It's a popular spot on the golf course. Certainly will be by the end of the day and the end of the work week.
Well, you get to see 15. Then you can watch him hit off the tee at 17. I mean, 15 green, ooh, just barely goes over. But you see 15, all of 15, 16, 17.
Approach shots into 17.
Yeah.
And maybe some outgoing tee shots at 18 just up the hill here. So Mathis still working. And yet to find the green in 2. Reed having come up just short of the green. Bogeyed his 10th. Or his first, the 10th, I should say, but did make eagle over at 13. Scrambling on the year, 58%, middle of the pack.
Kind of a gap wedge, back in his stance, try to pinch it, get it going up and over the hill. Really good.
Started his college career at the University of Georgia, transferred over to Augusta State. Part of the national championship team there as they went back to back. So Mathis to play his 3rd.
Now that the wind is starting to kick up a little bit, Swanee.
Finished just inside the top 125 on the money list last year to keep his card. And he's outside the top 200 in FedEx Cup points this year. And he's going to get out of here with a 4, most likely. Two-time Web.com Tour winner, including the Jacksonville Open at TPC Sawgrass over on Pete Dye's Valley Course down in 2010.
Finals are going to be interesting this year. Web.com. Go to Fort Wayne, go to Charlotte, Columbus, finish in Ponte Vedra.
Series of events there after the FedEx Cup playoffs, comprised of some crossover during the playoffs as well. Comprised of a number of PGA Tour players who don't qualify for the FedEx Cup playoffs, and the top players from the Web.com Tour as well.
This is going to be a busy, busy end of the year. Then you start 2014.
Yeah, the wraparound season, the 13-14 PGA Tour season. All right, Reed for birdie now. Got away from him. Put some change on that one. Now McGirt with a chance to move it to -4.
Just really no breakdown. Every angle set you can see. Straight back, straight through. So nice birdie by McGirt.
4th of the day in his opening 6 holes.
Well, he's got his foot on the gas.
Mathis just cleaning up to stay 1 under.
You and Craig going to start talking about 59 now that he's birdied 4 out of the first 6? Just want to go ahead and put the...
You're just throwing it out there, that's all.
Okay.
Connor Mahan's streaky. He's capable of such feats.
You guys took every opportunity away from him with your statements.
There's a good look at the water in the background, indicating the direction of the breeze, which is starting to pick up a little bit here.
And it certainly makes the drive at 17 much easier. Straight downwind, elevated tee.
They head to 16. We had 305 yards back to the tee at 15. We got one of the past champions here coming through, J.J. Henry, along with Ben Crane and Trevor Immelman. J.J., of course, is a Connecticut guy. Grew up in southern Connecticut, in Fairfield area. Crane will play first. One under par here in the early going. Birdie back at 13. .280-yard driving distance average this season.
That'll get him just about 5 paces onto the green if he can hit his average. I think he does better than that.
Kind of likes the looks of it. Headed just a touch left. Pinched in between the water and the green over there. Just a little sliver of dry land, and Crane found it. Here's Henry, also -1. He birdied the 11th.
He'll throw a little slinger out there.
Calling for the big hop off the downslope.
Good shot.
JJ off a successful stint as the host of Inside the PGA Tour earlier this week. Spent a little time with him at his home in Fort Worth, Texas, and we played his college golf at TCU. Trevor Immelman next. 5 straight pars to begin the day for the former Masters champion.
That's rhythm, okay?
Go through all the little checkpoints here before stepping into this one.
Okay, that ball's too a little bit higher. I still think he'll kind of trap it and take a divot.
Get down. Down.
Headed left, calling it down. Easy. Maybe. Maybe.
Did that ball did that catch on the cables, or did it just go just over the cables?
Looks like it's right in there.
Okay.
We'll see for sure. Could be it right there. Let's have another peek here before we head off to a break. Immelman was watching it anxiously and calling it down as it went barreling toward the hazard. Did it stay up? And will he have a shot for his second? We'll find out when we come back.
Welcome you back to live at coverage PGATour.com of the 15th. We'll catch the 16th as we see the background there a little later on. 157 yards the par 3 is playing. This group of Ben Crane, J.J. Henry and Trevor Immelman playing. This J.J. Henry from a downhill lie.
Yeah, just trying to pinch it, trying to scoot it through that little low area on the green. Nicely done by J.J. Ooh, perfect. Almost perfect.
J.J. a champion here in 2006. Born and raised up in this area in Hartford. Lives now in the Fort Worth area. There's the maiden victories we see. Talked about J.J. Henry. Hunter Mahan, 62 today. He shot 61, Billy, in round 4 last year. So that is 17 under in his last 2 rounds. Pretty impressive.
And 23 the last 2 rounds. Very nice.
Bubba Watson there in 2010. Freddie Jacobson 2011. Mark Leishman 2012. Now Ben Crane.
Ooh, high in the air, softly coming down. I'm a little surprised he didn't have J.J. Henry mark his golf ball. But 2 good opportunities for birdie. And they'll clear for Immelman to play his 3rd.
Yeah, he did take the drop from the lateral water hazard. Thought the ball may have stayed up, but obviously it did not. Trevor's made 5 pars to begin his opening round here at the Travelers Championship. Started on number 10. Starting to show some signs, getting over all injuries. Nikon Callaway rangefinder has this as an awkward 44 yards coming across the edge of the green. Not his best effort. He's struggling to avoid making his first bogey of the day. Trevor will mark his ball and they will wave up the next group. Jonas Blix, Mark Wilson and Y.E. Yang. First on the tee, South Korean. Going with driver.
Yeah, likes to play just a nice little hard cut. There it is. That's a big cut.
Avoids the cart path, avoids the hazard, and above the bunker. Excuse me, avoids the bunker, and looks like the ball is lying decently. He is frustrated to no end. Mark Wilson will be next to play. Not a long drive of the ball. Averages about 275 for the year, which is outside the top 170. 275 yards to the front, playing 305 yards back to that back left hole location.
Good golf swing here. I like the way that he keeps the club on plane. Club comes down right out of that right shoulder. I like that.
Enough
look at Mark Wilson go ahead.
He sure did. Got the down
pump it up.
Kicked it forward. Still the 15th playing as the easiest hole today. 1 eagle, Davis Love, 35 birdies and just 7 bogeys. Playing to a scoring average of 3.6. Final member of this group, Jonas Blix. Winner late last year out at the Fries for his maiden victory.
Works very hard on his golf game with lead instructor down at the TPC, Jorge Parada.
29-year-old from Sweden, went to school at Florida State. Lives, as you said, in the Jacksonville Beach area. 11th at Colonial is the best finish of the year for Jonas. Went over a couple of weeks ago, played in the Nordia Masters over at Brauhof Slot Golf Club. Finished solo second there. Three shots behind Mikko Ilinen. Now up at the green, Trevor Immelman to try and save his par. To driving it in the water. I hate to sound redundant, Billy, but we've seen it all day. Get it out right of the hole. It just does not break.
Yeah, it's just that if it gets a half a ball or a ball outside, it just will not do anything but just stay there and continue to drift just a little bit to the right.
Golf course still averaging over par for the entire field, 70.09, past 70, just over 6,800 yards. Now J.J. Henry.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Nice birdie.
Beautiful birdie. Gets to 2 under early in his round. It's always good to come back to a venue, Billy, that you've won and had success on, especially got the home folks pulling for you. JJ now 38 years old, 2 victories, and also in Reno last year. Now the third member of this group, Ben Crane, one of the golf boys. The rap video. And that also a birdie, beautiful up and down. From left of the green, it gets into 2 under par. It will saunter on over to the 16th. Get the thumbs up as he walks off to the group behind him. '62nd edition of the Travelers Championship. Players love coming here. 47 players that competed at the US Open last week have made the journey east from just outside Philadelphia to Cromwell, Connecticut. Always very well received. Great galleries. A lot of good vantage spots around this golf course. And you would think it would be. Pete Dye had a little say in this place back in 1982, and Bobby Weed, the latest design or redesign in 1989. Now, Y.E. Yang, second shot.
Hard shot here simply because the ball is so far above his feet. Taking it up in the air. Get out. And that's right where all the players kind of go back. They've been stepping them back in that area when they've been waving everyone up to the green, and that's going against the grain of the grass. That's going to be a hard shot.
Great point. That's where they do all stand, all kind of nestled down this thick bent grass. Lays in all sorts of different directions. Now the young Swede. He's got about 25 yards worth, plenty of green to work with. Great viewpoint here. He's kind of pitching it from below the level of the green up a slight tier, but plenty of green to work with, Billy. I think maybe inside 10 feet you would say that would be a couple of different good shot.
Yeah, a couple of different ways to play it. You can either play it and bump it in. Yeah, that's terrible. That is terrible. You're trying to bump it into the slope, let it be killed just a little bit, and then let it release once it gets over that slope.
Unusual for Jonas, top 20 on tour and scrambling for the year, and that was quite poor. It's always tough to come back. You win, get your maiden victory, and come back. And the first 6 events, he missed 4 cuts. just coming back with all that confidence, and he'll find his way. He's a good young player. Now, Wai Yang with his third. Very difficult shot. He'll have to go with the major flop shot.
Big swing.
I don't know what's going on. He was completely out of sorts on the tee once he blocked it well to the right, hands on the head, and he hasn't regained his composure since. Now 41 years old. He's only won twice. They were both in 2009, the Honda and that PGA Championship at Hazeltine. And he took down Tiger. Only a couple of top 20 finishes this year for YE.
Well, now he's trying to do damage control here and trying to avoid our first double bogey. And very good work there.
Yeah.
That was a hard shot. Ball was above his feet.
Yeah, there have been eight bogeys, sorry, Billy, with to couple with that one eagle and 37 birdies, and he made a mess of it completely. He's made a mess of it the entire way, and he'll walk off here with a very disappointing bogey if he can clean up that short putt. They want to now step to the back of the green and wave up the next group. Brian Gay, Englishman Ian Poulter, and Honda Championship winner Michael Thompson. Brian Gay will be first to play, averaging right at 275 for the year, 168. So he'll have to get all of this just to get this to the front of the green, unless he can catch that down. So very straight driver of the golf ball.
But he's gained some length since starting to work with Grant Waite. He's actually added about 15 yards to his tee shot the last couple of years. Does not like it. That was a little flare to the right.
He's gained actually 10 yards since 2011. He averaged right then at 268. And right now he's at 276. So close to 10 yards. Although the accuracy has come down a little bit. Fourth in accuracy.
Yeah, it's come down a bunch.
Yeah.
Really.
Fourth in 11 now is 48th this year. All right, Ian Poulter. Doesn't have a lot of distance either. He's outside the top 130 in distance, a little over 280.
You would think he'd hit the ball further. I mean, it's a quick transition in the golf swing, but yet he looks at it like, you know, I'm going 100% just about every time I take a swing at it.
Just out of the periphery last week through 3 days, was 5 over par through 3 rounds, but shot 6 over on Sunday. Finished just outside the top 20, and just saw Ben Crane there. So not too tough and up and down from an upslope. Ball seems to be laying okay.
Yeah, his start last week.
Yep.
Birdie,
yep.
birdie.
That's right. And
11, 12, and 13.
Then they had the delay, didn't he? He ended up shooting 71 that first round. Final member of this group, Michael Thompson. Bogeys, birdied the 13th, bogeyed 14, even par on his round.
Really strong left hand. Actually, the hand's behind the ball at address. Caught that one right on the button, too.
And that will collect onto the green. Good shot there from Michael Thompson.
Stay on it? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a beauty.
28-year-old.
I see it.
Played his golf at the University of Alabama.
Just like past like
Born
the
in
front
Arizona.
Position, right? Perfect. Great.
This is his 4th full season on the PGA Tour. It's progressively gotten better and better. 98th in 2011, 60th 2012, and that win in the top 25 this year. Now up to the green. Mark Wilson.
Kind of go through that low area up the hill. It's all about the pace.
It's for an eagle.
Yeah, and another one that pace, okay, but it was
well, there must
at least 2.5 feet to the right.
There must be something there, Billy, because every player to a man has misread that putt from down there. So Andres Gonzalez even further right of that. Now Jonas Blitz, after driving it close to being hole high and hit a horrendous pitch shot, has now left himself close to 40 feet for his birdie.
The left at the beginning, then once he gets over that little rise that you see, then right there starts peeling back to the right. There you go.
Oh, well.
You know, it was a better chip than we thought because he put it in the right spot.
He's actually made quite a few putts from over 25 feet. That's 12th putt he's made throughout the year over 25 feet. That's good for in the top 30 on tour. So if you look at that, Billy, it's an up and down. Doesn't matter that he could have whipped it in there 3 feet and made it. No room for pictures on that scorecard, thank goodness. Now, Mark Wilson with more of a regulation putt for his birdie, 3.5 feet.
Not the year we've come to expect from Mark Wilson.
No,
at least up to this point.
Yeah, 92nd on the FedEx Cup point standings currently. And that gets him to 1 under par early in his first round. And now Wai Yang made a complete mess of this hole, beginning with the tee shot, and has this for bogey. Well, those guys will wander over to the par 3 16th. We'll wander back to the tee after the break. Brian Gay's second shot at the drivable 15th, the Travelers Championship.
Not look like he played that like with a 9-iron pitching wedge.
Yeah, look at as it continues to release. Will it stay there? No.
And that's a little unlucky because actually I thought the technique and the shot weren't all that bad.
No, it was an awkward yardage, 46 yards there for Brian Gay. Now Ian Poulter. Pitching out to right, letting the slope kind of release it back to the flag. Those two were a little earlier. Now live, Brian's third shot from over the green.
Just trying to slide this lob wedge just underneath it. You know, he doesn't play a lot of bump and run.
He's hit two good pitch shots and he has not been rewarded at all. One from the bunker and then one from there. That one stopped very quickly. Brian now in his 40s, got 4 wins on the PGA Tour, including the one earlier this year, Humana Challenge. And they will mark and call up the group from behind. Carl Pedersen, Chris Kirk and Angel Cabrera. Awful start there from.
Well, they're going to wait for our old boy right here. Our old boy's just taking his time.
He's it's a gorgeous day out there. It's low 70s, no humidity. He's just nice walk in the park.
Look at Cabrera. Cabrera's going.
This guy's going to get a heck of a scare.
Going with 3 medal. Urging it to get a little left. Get a little left.
Very unfortunate. Landed very softly. The man that has won twice on the PGA Tour, those both being majors, and lost in that playoff this year with Adam Scott at the Masters. El Pato. Just a picturesque golf course through the trees. Now the University of Georgia graduated second on the Web.com Tour in 2010. Great class and loves to hit that hard sling and hook.
Uh-oh.
It might have been just a miss. It looks pretty straight, doesn't it? Yeah. Didn't quite catch the downslope. To the downslope in the fairway is about 265 yards. And now, the Swede Carl Pedersen, part of 10, 11, 12, made a little triple at 13 and then followed that up with a bogey at 14. 4 over through his first 5 holes today.
You know, very upright. There's actually almost no bend in his waist, and he'll kind of back up on this. It's a very unorthodox style.
Oh wow! It's one of the only players we've seen fly it on the green and does not get rewarded. That goes all the way beyond the green from the downslope. And when things go badly, they continue to do it. Very good tee shot, not rewarded at all. As the group ahead watch those 3 shots, they will now get down to their business at hand. I believe Michael Thompson will be first apart from 71 feet 2 inches, Billy.
71.2, and you can see maybe the first 6 or 7 feet level, then down the hill through the valley, then back up the hill.
He's had 26 3-putts this year. That's just barely inside the top 100. Just see how good right now, I think all they're thinking of is just the correct speed you talked about and maybe looking at that 3-foot circle. Haven't got the strong grip with his putter.
Yeah, as long as you keep that angle the same, but then again, this is all about speed. Coming up the hill, needs to get just a little bit more. Not bad.
Yeah, all in all,
71 feet.
Yep.
Not bad.
He's just continuing to keep on moving, and all in all get it inside 3.5 feet. Pretty good effort there from Michael. Ian Poulter had his pitch shot in about 5.5 feet. But Brian Gay has outside 7 feet to save his par. And he's in the bunker right with his tee shot, and had sported a little shot that went over the green. And a decent pitch shot that stopped very quickly. Try avoid only the 9th bogey today at the easiest hole on the golf course, the 15th. Just should fall to his right at the end, and he did. He got it in there nicely. Nicely attired in this varying shades of blue to match the beautiful sky we have today. It really is. It's a gorgeous day. It began. We came on there at 8 o'clock. It was in the low 50s. No humidity. There's a slight breeze coming out of the south. The last day of spring before we head to summer. Ian Poulter now, the 37-year-old, has 2 wins to his credit. Both of those WGC, the Accenture and the HSBC. 9th year on the PGA Tour. I think the next step, logical step, Billy, 3 top 10s in majors last year. He's got to make that breakthrough, and maybe Justin Rose winning will give him that confidence.
Well, we all know that that club right there, he can be quite efficient with that. Very effective.
And a nice birdie there from left of the green, kind of short-sighted himself. 2 birdies on the round so far, but a bogey at the 12th has him 1 under. And Michael Thompson trying to 2-putt from 71 feet for a birdie. Just inside 4 feet. Oh, and it just sneaks in that right edge. Michael will walk to the 16th tee, 1 under par, and our coverage will continue after the break at the drivable 15th. Welcome you back to Chris Kirk's second shot. He kind of mishit the tee shot, and the Nikon Callaway rangefinder has him at 45 yards. And all in all, to get that hole high up on that top shelf, pretty good shot. Quickly, Angel Cabrera will be the second little bump and run.
He's got to go. Has to go big.
Green's starting to dry a little bit. Speed up. This bent grass is just magnificent condition. Now, Kyle Patterson hit a beautiful tee shot, land on the middle of the green, went over the green. Now this is second.
Again, trying to cut the legs out from underneath that.
A little side spin on it.
That's pretty nice.
Casey Wittenberg's tee shot on the way. And that is not what he wanted. That finds the water. Now the 7th tee shot in the water. Casey won was number 1 on the web.com money list. Fully exempt out here this year. Not having the season potentially, apart from that 8th place finish at the Players Championship. He's 144th in FedEx Cup.
Yeah, he's kind of jockeyed back and forth between the web.com and the PGA Tour. And here's a young man that after I thought when he won in New Orleans, I thought he might take off and win 3 or 4 times.
3 wood for Andres Romero. Remember at Carnoustie.
Oh,
when he made, what did he make? 8 or 9 birdies or something, and
he made 7 birdies on the inward 9.
Yeah, that's right.
Hit the piping on the bridge and ricocheted out of bounds on the 71st hole.
Great look at the tee sign there. 296 on the scorecard today, actually, with that back hole location plan. 305 for Nick O'Hearn. Do you think it's an advantage, Billy, being a left-hander for this hole, or is it a disadvantage?
I don't see an advantage for the lefty.
Well, he likes to draw the ball, so move it from left to right. He's kind of hung that out to the left. And it should stay in the first cut of rough, just short of the green. The Australian will walk on up to the green as he does. We'll move on up to the green. Where we'll find, I believe, Angel Cabrera first to putt after that pitch shot that did continue on a little more than both Billy Cratchit and myself thought it would. He's got just inside 12 feet for his birdie. After a nice start, birdies at 11 and 13. He's just going to maybe go out and just birdie all the odd holes today, Billy. Hunter Mahan with that brilliant 62 in the clubhouse with a 3-shot lead. Now Angel.
Good look right there. Peeling to the right. Very good read.
Good start from the 43-year-old Argentinian. 3 under through his first 6 holes. I like his demeanor, you know, and I've spent a little bit of time with Charlie Epps, and just a wonderful man, and Houston, and it's just, you know, Angel has so much talent, and he was good friends with Eduardo Romero back in the day. He used to play a lot of golf over in the European Tour, and they both kind of came over here and grew up as a caddy. Now,
used to walk.
Yeah.
Like 3 miles to and from each day, just to caddy.
Yeah.
That's what Charlie Epps was telling me.
Chris Kirk now pretty much just straight back up the hill for his birdie. Chris is obviously a father for the first time. His son, Sawyer Montgomery, born 2012.
Okay.
All right.
Carl Peterson.
Got to get
trying to make birdie. You make the triple. You make the bogey. Now you hit a good drive here, just over the green. Now, just go ahead and fire this one in. You got a little look from Chris Kirk. Got a little assist. Come on, Carl. Put it in there. There you go. Well done.
Well, that'll certainly stop the bleeding. Triple bogey, bogey, birdie for Carl. Man that has won 5 times on the PGA Tour, last being in the Heritage Harbour Town last year. Now Chris Kirk to save his par. Now, I've said it before, I think you make a 4 on this hole. I think you walk off disappointed, playing as the easiest hole on the golf course today. And as they walk to the 16th tee, that group behind them, Casey Wittenberg, Nick O'Hearn and Andres Romero will try and get some red numbers up on the board. Sure, it looks as though obviously Casey Wittenberg, after driving the ball in the water, took his drop from the lateral hazard and 2 club lengths and will be playing his 3rd.
That is really thick stuff right there.
We talked about most players are walking to the 16th hole that direction, so all the grass will be lying into him. Fantastic shot from Casey.
Yep, most of the players have tried to take it up in the air from that angle simply because of the angle. Really no angle.
Turned pro when he was 19 years old, now 28. So 9 years. It's from a experience standpoint, he's certainly got a lot of it, but still really quite young.
Yeah, and I think he's matured
yes,
quite a bit in the last few years. He came out a little brash.
Well, there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and I think sometimes early in his career he crossed it.
But I think, coming out on tour, having to go back to the web.com, trying to go back and forth, I think he's matured to the point where he absolutely needs to be right now.
Done some good work with Adam Shriver too, kind of making his golf game multi-dimensional. Now the lefty from Australia, Nick O'Hearn, a little bump and run up the slope.
He's always been really good around the green. I mean, he's always been able to kind of manufacture the shot. He's a great athlete.
The scrambling numbers are good, over 60%. He's actually 4th on tour from scrambling outside of 30 yards. Good play there. Right, the young Argentinian Andres Romero, a little bump and run as well from the front of the green. Yeah, that was 2008. You talked about that win in New Orleans for Mr. Romero, and he hasn't done much since, per se. He's had a 2nd place. That was in 2012. That was actually at the Memorial last year.
That's called professional courtesy right there.
Well, the professional courtesy is to mark their ball and wave the group up. And they've been doing it all day. Heath Slocum first on this tee. Roberto Castro and Jeff Gove are the members of this group. Now, these guys teed off in the afternoon wave off the 10th tee.
That's a heck of a belt buckle right there.
Soft. Soft. Yeah. Soft.
It's going to be okay. In fact, that ball's actually perched up in that first cut of rough, so it's okay.
He's played 11 straight years on the PGA Tour, then had to go back to Q School last year after finishing 142nd on the money list. Had limited starts this year. Just playing in his 6th event. Jeff Gove. Another man that's been bumping back and forth.
You know, even with the wind at his back.
Hook.
Gove doesn't have
the bunker.
No
power to get there.
He's trying to hit the hard hook. Jeff, 3-time winner on the Web.com tour. Finished 10th at Q School. The final Q School to get his card last year. Best finish this year for Jeff, 46th. Valero Texas Open in San Antonio. He's a guy that I really like his game out of Georgia Tech, Roberto Castro. Kind of showed some signs. 6 top 25s this year, just kind of coming into his own.
He played well at the Players that first round.
He
that
did.
opening round.
60, how about tying that course record, 63. Fortunately followed up with a 78. Finished inside the top 20 that week with a couple of 71s on the weekend. He's a fun follow. I know there's a lot of the social media now. Fun follow on Twitter. Got a very dry sense of humor.
Thanks.
I know you're on Twitter, Billy. I'm on Twitter at Cajun Kiwi. All those people that follow me, and we'll have fun ride through social media. It's the wave of players. Think of Stuart Sink has over $1 million plus, and Ian Poulter and all these guys reach out to their fans. Bubba Watson, Ricky Fowler. It's amazing how they can touch fans. And Ben Crane had a little deal on Twitter to have a caddy during the Pro-Am at the Byron Nelson. Best tweet or follow or whatever it was. Got a great opportunity. Now Andres Romero for his birdie.
Oh, good read. We've seen a lot of players from that exact spot miss.
First birdie today and gets him to 1 under par. Nick O'Hearn now 41 years old. Multiple wins in Europe and down in Australasia, but has never broken through on the PGA Tour. Played more than 182 events. Has incorporated that long putter for the entirety of his career.
You could just see that right shoulder just kind of ease up, kind of raise up at impact.
Now Casey Wittenberg, after driving it in the water, is he able to save his par? And Casey Wittenberg will walk to the 16th hole, and we will take a break. Live at coverage, PGATour.com. We're back at the first round coverage of the Travelers Championship. Hunter Mahan with a brilliant 62 this morning. And I talked about it earlier. He shot a little 61 in round 4 last year, so he is absolutely on fire. Coming off the 4th place finish at the US Open. Watch out for Hunter, who won in 2007. Now, business is at hand. Roberto Castro with his second shot here, the drivable 15th.
A lot of different ways to play this shot. We've seen players keep it down low. We've seen players avoid the first little section of the green. Castro just hitting just on the down slope on that little section, letting it release up to the hole. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
That will
Bill Lundy hit it right on the edge, and now Roberto Castro 6 inches away.
Easiest hole on the golf course. Once Roberto knocks that one in, that'll be the 44th birdie, along with the 1 eagle. 48 pars and just 9 bogeys. It's a golf hole that can be slightly intimidating with the water left and the bunkers, but you better make your hay here. There's a number of great variety at this golf course, Billy. There's some tough, very difficult long par 3s, and there's short par 3s, difficult par 4s, and then it's a variety short par 4s and then also in the par 5s.
I think when you look at the 10th hole, really a good hole. The 11th hole, the little par 3 down the hill, then 12. 13's a good par 5. We've seen guys able to, you know, make 3, 4. Then we saw Carl Peterson with 8. Then you have 14's a good hole. 16, 17, 18.
Yep, 3 through an 8 at the 14th, 13th par 5. Chad Campbell on the tee. Chad, the owner of 4 PGA Tour victories, but hasn't won in 6 years. His last being in Mississippi in 2007. But he's won some good events. Won the Tour Championship. He's won Bay Hill. Always from Colleyville, Texas. Always been kind of thought of as kind of a Hogan-esque kind of style. Good body rotation. Club reasonably flat on the backswing.
Yeah, the shaft of the club comes very close to his shoulders on the backswing. Watch how close they come. I mean, it is laying right down on those shoulders almost.
A prolific winner on the Hooters Tour, on the back then, what was the Nationwide Tour. He's won at all levels and continuing to play well. Good tee shot there from Chad. Just right of the green, nearly hole high. Other members of this group, Greg Chalmers, Darren Stiles. Darren Stiles will be next to play. Works with Michael Breed, who's on the Golf Channel. Hits it very high, doesn't hit a long way. He's outside the top 170 in distance.
Well, he's got that short swing where he lays the club down on the downswing. You know, there's the flattening out of the shaft. So if his timing's good, he can launch it properly.
He actually launches it quite high.
But if if he's too quick, then he has to kind of lay back on it, and then he puts more loft on it. If the transition is good, then he can move forward with it and drive it lower. But he's so short and quick from time to time, he goes, and then it's kind of adds more loft.
Greg Snake Chalmers now up on the tee from Australia. Doesn't have a lot of length either. Hits the ball. Is a phenomenal putter. So when he drives it straight and hits some good iron shots, he can play well, and good tee shot just short of the green.
I'm going to tell you, right now, I think he gets that one up and down, no problem.
Well, if he gets it anywhere inside 10, 15 feet, it's guaranteed.
He just has that knack. There are guys like Chalmers, Freddie Jacobson, that can just maneuver around the golf course. They don't need to hit it perfectly. They don't pretend that they hit it perfectly, and they just go around, and at the end of the day, they just put a score up there. And what'd you shoot? 68, 67.
And you think at 305 yards, a lot of players would be able to get this ball on the green. According to ShotLink, only 11 balls have found the green after the tee shot.
Have we had 2 over the green?
Carl Pedersen's been over the green. Greg Owen was over the green. You are correct, sir. Now, Jeff Gove, remember, missed it, drove it to the right. Been a long time student of Phil Rogers, who's one of the greatest wedge instructors of all time. Had a great career, PGA Tour.
Yeah. Phil learned from Paul Runyon.
Yeah. Some of the best. They have those hands. Every time they talk with their hands, and that's kind of the feel and the touch that you certainly see from great short game artists. Now Heath Slocum goes through that same routine as he has the entirety of his career.
He was practicing late yesterday.
15.5 feet here for his birdie.
And he arrives at the hotel a little late.
Well, he's grinding. He's playing out of that category, and only his 6th start of the year, and trying to regain some of that form that, remember when he took down, 4 or 5 of the greatest players and when he won the 2009 Barclay, they were all Tiger and Phil and Steve Stricker. They were all right there, and he made about a 25-footer for a par.
And we're going back
to win by a shot.
And we're going back to Liberty National this year, where he won.
Yes, indeed. Well, he better get his mojo going, because right now he's 195th in FedEx Cup points. So maybe get a few more starts, get some confidence. Now Roberto Castro. Well done there for Roberto. That's an easy tap and birdie. Great little pitch and run. Gets him to even par on his round. Good field this week. 10 out of the top 30 in the official World Golf Rankings. Good to see 3 out of the last 5 US Open champions have made their way from wherever the site has been to Cromwell. That would include Justin Rose, I think Lucas Glover, and Webb Simpson are the 3. Now Darren Stiles, maybe potentially a bit of a miss hit it off the tee. Just came up just short of the green. Pitch from just inside 30 yards.
Yeah, and that looks like a pitching wedge right there. That's definitely not a gap or a sand wedge. Just kind of bump it down. Get up, get up.
It was a pretty straightforward shot like that, Billy. You'd be disappointed with the result there. You'd like to get that maybe inside 5 or 6 feet. But, you're talking of a shot close to 100 feet that it's certainly tough to judge. These are some of the best players in the world. All right, you called it, Billy. He's going to get this up and down, so how close is he going to pitch this one to?
This one, 4.5 feet.
All right. That would be one of the best shots we've seen all day from short and right of this green. Quite a lot of loft on that wedge. Carry a little deeper into the green.
Just outside that. It's about 7.5 feet.
Some big steps.
About 7.5 feet.
And above the hole too. But we've seen more makes from past the hole than we have short. Now the third member of this group, Chad Campbell, right of the green. Pretty straightforward pitch across. Maybe a little.
That looked pretty innocent right there. You know, you kind of bump it up the hill and let it release and then just kind of work its way down to the hole. But very few have gotten it really close other than Roberto Castro, Bill Lundy.
Pan back to the group on the tee. Aaron Watkins, Scott Gardner, and Joe Affronti. Aaron Watkins first on the tee. Out of Kansas State University. And the Web.com Tour catches the downslope and propels it forward. Beautiful. It may not finish on the green, but a very good shot from the rookie.
459 on the downhill slope.
I know that voice. That's my man. Tony Lingard, Australian, caddy for me. Way back in the day.
Yeah, mate. I like it. Yep. Good choice.
Okay, 259 to the downslope, 275 to the front edge, and 305 to the hole location. Those are all the numbers you need. And this is Joe Affronti from Illinois. A couple years ago, he's playing on a medical. Also, major medical. He, a couple years ago, Web.com, graduated the PGA Tour, then got hurt. Lives down in the Jacksonville area now. So he's worked hard trying to get back to the PGA Tour.
Sit right there. Sit right there. Doggone it. Oh, kick straight, too.
Yeah, that's good. Right there. In the corner. Good shot.
I think everything would have been fine if you'd have just stayed quiet.
Generally, we can't, Billy.
I would have said excellent shot.
Scotty Gardner here. Went to try and qualify for the US Open. His clubs didn't arrive, so threw together a set of clubs, shot 65 that first day in the qualifier, or the first round, and then fortunately 74. Yeah, I talked to him in the restaurant or the hotel last night, and he played 8 straight years on the Web.com Tour. This is his first year out from Australia, and just hasn't played as well as he would like, but it's a learning process. It really is. Brand new venues every week, brand new golf courses they've never seen. And it's a real adjustment period.
It's going to be a hard bunker shot.
I probably shouldn't ask this question, but he's from New South Wales and played his college golf at University of Arkansas. I was going to say that, but how does an Australian get to University of Arkansas? But I mean, a New Zealander went to the University of Oklahoma, so Scotty and I, we're in the same boat.
I think you're right. I'd have left that alone.
Yeah, I shouldn't have.
It's hard to explain.
It is. Coming from overseas, we just want to play. It doesn't matter whether it's Arkansas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Florida.
Whatever avenue you need to take, if that's your dream to play.
Yeah. Not all of us just fall out of bed and get to go to the University of Georgia. Now, Darren Stiles. Yeah, you could throw Graham McDowell in there. Went to the University of Alabama, Birmingham. Oh, that one just kind of skirts to the right. Hasn't been a great start to the year, 165th currently in the FedEx Cup points for Darren. Two top 25s on the year, the best 13th at the Honda. Spends a lot of his time in the Pinehurst area. First look at the 16th, 157 yards today, Roberto Castro. Just 4 paces from the right of the green, kind of an awkward right hole location. Oh, why wouldn't he just take dead aim? That's the last one we should show, the first and last. That's a brilliant golf shot there. All right, back to the 15th green and Chad Campbell for his birdie.
Okay, just off the corner. Just don't give the hole away, Chad. Don't give the hole away. Only club in his bag that has really, really kept him from winning more golf tournaments. It's funny how that happens. That equalizer.
Yeah.
But good player.
Well, the last 4 years, the last 3 years on tour, he hasn't finished better than 85th on the money list. So prior to that, it had been 6-7 straight years inside the top 50.
Okay, here's my man. I said he was going to get it up and down.
I actually think he's going to make this. He's such a great putter. First on tour in strokes gained. Oh, no, Greg.
That away, Iceman.
I am the darkest of dark clouds.
You are the cooler.
Should I just not say anything? First in strokes gained. He's been in the top 5 3 out of the last 4 years. And you can see Greg just walking off shaking. He cannot believe he missed a 7-footer, Billy.
Neither can I. But can you believe that Hunter Mahan, 62? Yeah.
Back live as our opening round coverage continues here from TPC River Highlands, day one of the Travelers Championship. We've been with you since 8 a.m. Eastern Time. John Swansek along with Greg Perks covering the 15th and 16th as well till the end of our broadcast day here.
Joe Affronte, a nice tee shot that kind of wandered over the left-hand front of the screen. Ball above his feet. Expect this out to the right, maybe just trying to kind of hook it in there a little bit. Not the best shot there from Joe. Coming up well short. Really works hard on his fitness. I've known Joe for a couple of years through my work on the web.com tour, and he's battled some injuries. He's a good player, but it's so difficult to play at a high level if you have any sort of physical ailments.
Wind was whipping through here for a while, has laid down a little bit just after 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Was straight down for some time.
Gets a little claustrophobic in this area. You've got the guys teeing off at 16 to Scotty's left. You've got the 18th tee beyond the 15th green, so you got to be careful, be aware of what's going on around you. Coming up through the swale. For his birdie, drove it to the right in the bunker. A lot of Australians pulling for him to finally break through and get out onto the PGA Tour. He once played a web.com event with the yardage book from the previous week and the pin sheet, and he was 5 under through the first 6 holes, going off the yardages from the previous week. And then he changed and he didn't win the event. I would have just kept going.
Stick with it.
Yeah.
All right, Affronte here.
Started today with 5 straight pars. Can he break through and make a birdie? You know, after hitting such a good tee shot, John, he'd be disappointed walking off here with a 4. It's a very straightforward pitch shot. Leave it that far short. That was close to inside 20 feet. Got to take advantage of the good tee shots around here at TPC River Highlands.
Over at 16, you saw the quality tee shot from Roberto Castro.
Swinging to the right. Yeah, just had too much speed and a pull. That front right hole location, 10 pace on, looks like it's perched in the water from the tee.
Aaron Watkins over at 15 pops that one in.
Gets Aaron 3 straight birdies after opening with a bogey. Gets him to 2 under par on his round. Just through the first 6 holes. One of the last groups off the 10th tee in the afternoon wave. 156 players played tee off today.
And Gardner just about 4 feet here.
Putt that will move slightly to Scott's right. They'll play it outside the hole.
And in for 4. So Gardner level par through his opening 6 holes. Jim Herman, Lee Williams, Jay McLuhan. Next up. as we swing back to the tee box. 305 yards today.
This is Jim Herman. It's kind of like being 125th on the money list on the PGA Tour. This man finished 25th on the web.com money list. That allowed him to graduate. 35-year-old. Disappointing year so far. He's only made about 60 grand. Just 4 cuts out of 16 events. Oh, excuse me, 12 events.
Lee Williams will be next to play, also off the web.com tour. Lee finishing 16th on the money list last year.
Yeah, the amazing thing about Lee, and I didn't know this really until we got into him playing well last year, out of the University of Auburn, but played on the Walker Cup twice, which is a heck of accomplishment as a young amateur. Won in Mexico last year. It's kind of hanging out to the right. Get a kick forward. Just short of the green to the right. He and his wife Emily have traveled pretty much the entirety of the year together. Kind of quiet, soft-spoken young man. Did a little outing with him last year at the Winn-Dixie TPC. Sawgrass, the Dyes Valley course. We got to know him a little better.
Jay McLuhan at even par for his opening round. Young player off the Tar Heel Tour. One of the mini tours.
And it's come up well short of the green.
Just about 3/4 of the way through this field of 156 as Mahan leads Hoffman by a shot. One of the groups we are watching here, the 1250 Eastern Time group, 3 major champions. Justin Rose, Keegan Bradley, and Zach Johnson will be along a little bit later in our coverage. Those boys have just made the turn. Rosie out in 36 at +1. Zach Johnson at 3 under par. And Keegan Bradley also 1 over.
Justin said he was going to be, it was not going to be hard on himself at all this week. He was going to give himself a little bit of a break coming off the media whirlwind that he went through, going through New York and doing all the shows. How about that top 10 he did with Letterman? That was hilarious.
Not too bad.
It was it's so tough, you know, it really is. But he was nearly on. I mean, he was all over every platform you could ever imagine.
I thought Rosie was great. I thought the writing could have been a little stronger for him.
Well, I don't know. He said he was treated with great respect, and everyone made his day and night much easier.
Here's the second.
Jay McLuhan, 59 yards. Creeps up onto that top ridge. Not too bad a shot there for Jay.
McLuhan from Forsyth, Georgia, tied for first with a 67 at the Open qualifier at the Connecticut National Golf Club in Putnam, Connecticut. So he's in the field here this week, his first ever PGA Tour appearance. Said he doesn't know much about the golf course or the event. He's watched it on TV a couple times. Shot 78 in the pre-qualifier, Perks. He thought he was out of the running, but once he made it, he turned it on. McLuhan and Frank Licklider sharing medalist honors there at 3 under par.
Dave Branshaw also made that. Qualify 4 spots, generally open. Lee Williams here, just short of the green. Scrambling numbers have been great for the year. 65% inside the top 10. A lot of loft though. All back in his stance, hand forward, kind of bump it in there. Carrying a lot of speed. Good shot there from Lee. This had to have had a look very good. Maybe carrying, just going a little too fast.
Top over to 16th. Tee shot of Aaron Watkins on the way.
But I like that. I think we either play
157 yards. Probably just an 8-iron. And you take the water out of play, and then you have a diabolical putt coming down the slope with significant movements to it. It's a great little short par 3.
Back over to 15 we go. And Jim Herman's second.
Yeah, he juxtaposed Jim Herman's scrambling stats to Lee Williams. He's 178th in scrambling, just over 50%.
Jim Herman, the former club professional at one of Donald Trump's courses in New Jersey. The Trump Nationals around the country. A tough gig to walk away from.
No, not at all. I want to be out here playing. Jump at the opportunity.
Tee shot of Cameron Percy on the way. A reaction tells you that that's trouble. That is way left over by the 16th tee. Badly pulled. And that's the poorest shot we've seen today. 15.
8th ball in the water. 15th today.
The Aussie playing alongside Luke List there and Justin Thomas.
Yeah, Justin Thomas, the amateur from the University of Alabama, won the Jack Nicklaus and Fred Haskins Award as National Player of the Year 2011-2012. And what did he just do in the sophomore year? He just helped them win the national championship. Good to see he's remained amateur and will return back to Alabama.
And the young fella has struck a good one here, right in front. So back to school in Tuscaloosa for his junior year. That's good.
Why wouldn't you? Plenty of time, plenty of opportunity. Don't jump at the first chance. Now this man, Mr. Swantek, led all tours in driving distance last year. Over 325 yards. Luke List. He's second on tour this year, nearly 305 yards. He may have to take a little off this 3-wood. 305 yards back to the flag, 279 to the front.
It was just a smooth one, wasn't it?
Is it going left? I had that look with his eyes were wandering left. And that is in the water. No, it hasn't been a good year. I thought Luke would play better. I spent a lot of time with Luke and got to know him and his coach a lot last year on the web.com tour. And I thought he had the game. He had the length, worked extremely hard on his short wedge, controlling the distance, and 158th in the FedEx Cup currently.
Well, we caught up with Luke earlier this week and asked him about his strategy here at 15. Here's what he had to say.
Number 15 is a great hole. It's a great opportunity to, challenge the 300 yards and hit a 3-wood or driver on the green. For me, it's in between clubs, so I've got to make a decision which one I'm going to go with. If it's firm, I can get a 3-wood up there on the green. If it's a little soft or wet, driver's the club. But it's no easy up and down. If you miss the green to the right or short, it's kind of a crown green and very tough up and down to make a 3. So I've made some 3s, 4s, everything in there in between. So looking forward to the opportunity to hopefully get on the green this year and make a chance at it too.
Pretty good breakdown there. I'm glad we caught Luke then. If we had asked him about 15 now, we'd probably get a no comment.
It would be great to get him right. Just walk up to the tee. Luke, how do you like this hole?
So lots of action going on here at 15. 16 tee box there in the background is clear for now. McLuhan for a birdie. And then had a little heat on it. Exciting times. First ever PGA Tour start for young Jay McLuhan. Nerves had to have been flowing earlier when he put it in the peg.
Yeah, it's
the
just
first tee.
Yeah, it is. It's very exciting. And the hardest thing is actually teed off 10, John, which and that's a really difficult par 4 with it's 462 yards on the scorecard. There's out of bounds right, and to peg it on that hole, you'd like something a little bit easier for your very first tee shot on the PGA Tour, but it's a dream come true. You know, you work your whole life to get out here and play.
You remember your first tee shot on the PGA Tour?
Yeah, it was at Sony, and Sony Open in 2000. I think I piped it right down. I don't remember. My memories.
Of course you remember.
Right down the middle.
Never forget a shot that you hit.
I actually, I was really excited. That was my very first event, and as
Jim Herman pops that one in?
Because I was playing the Sony, and then I was going to play the New Zealand Open, so it was going to be a great little stretch for me, and I don't think I made the cut, but I was blown away as we watched this putt just trundle down there. Sony is such a claustrophobic range. The Ernie Els, Greg Norman, Davis Love, Fred Couples, and I'm like, well, what am I doing here? It was a wonderful experience.
All right, Williams now about 7 feet here. Back to level par.
Just inside left here. And he carried that with a lot of speed. And that had to be hit precisely dead center. And that's a pretty wicked horseshoe for a putt that was hit that firmly.
And McLuhan with about 4 feet. There you go. Day one of the Travelers Championship, and our live coverage continues. Moment ago at the 15th, this was the second shot for young Justin Thomas.
A little bump and run, carried a third of the way and just let it scoot up on top. Looked like he's judged this beautifully. Fantastic shot from the young man.
Now back live as we swing to the green. Here's List. This will be his third after driving it in the water.
Yeah, there's a lot of slope this way, so you have to carry it all the way up on top, which he has not. But they ended up being a little bit of overspin on it and was able to knock it up there close. What do I know anyway?
You want more Lee Williams? You got it. He's over at 16.
On the right-hand side of the tee box, he's going to work it into that right hole location. A little baby cut. And that's a good shot. Really is. Took the water out of play. Will utilize the slope beyond the flagstick, and that'll be a speedy one, but all in all, nice shot there.
Jay McLuhan next up. We've got action back at the tee over at 15. Charlie Hoffman coming through. He's just a shot off the lead.
Oh, I love the little abbreviated follow through. Flighting it down a little bit. A little left of the flag, and that had to be a miss club. Probably with that shortest abbreviated follow through, it was a 7-iron, and he didn't need that much club, and he's well beyond the flagstick, and that will take all of his touch and feel to get it in close.
Here's Hoffman now, one off Mahan's lead. Driver at 15.
Yeah, it might be a little too much club for Charlie. Just took a little off, just working a little left to right, try to hit it straight.
Comes to rest just right of the green. He had this tournament in his grasp last year until hitting a tee shot in the water at 17. Meanwhile, tee shot of Will Claxton comes up short.
No, that was a complete mishit there from Will. Didn't even carry the bunkers, which are only 240 yards, I believe.
And James Driscoll next to play. Native New Englander. Born and raised in the Boston area. 35-year-old. 122nd on the money list last year. Just good enough to keep his card.
This is his 9th year on the tour. I think he's in the wrong sport. He needs to be playing in the Falls on Sunday. He is a big lad, strong. Man, look at that. He's just flown it on the green. And that won't be rewarded. That'll go off the green down to that little collection area. Best tee shot we've seen all day, but he's going to have a difficult up and down for his birdie. Took right at the flag. Flew that more than 285 yards in the air. Never used to have these sort of athletes play the game. You know, think of Gary Woodland. Obviously, Tiger has always been in tremendous shape. The Nick Watneys of the world, the Camilo Villegas, these guys are just, it's the new era, I know, of golf. We're able to get some of the best athletes. They're not playing baseball and football and basketball anymore. They're making their way to some of these individual sports.
Back to 15, and here's Cameron Percy.
Now, remember, he missed it left, but we believe he got a great break. Maybe it hit the group in front of him's golf bag from going in the water, and that was for his birdie. So after a woefully poor tee shot, he walks off with a 4.
Remember when Jonathan Bird made the hole-in-one just before dark to win in Vegas a few years ago? Cameron Percy, one of the guys in that playoff there.
He was indeed. Nice call.
Okay, here's young Justin Thomas here.
Built a little bit like a Luke Guthrie. Fit, athletic, maybe not quite tall in stature. Luke had a phenomenal career at University of Illinois. Went on to play well last year on the web.com and out on this tour. Good to see Justin going back to the University of Alabama for his junior season after all that he has accomplished.
It would be easy, I would think, for a young player to look at the success of someone like Jordan Spieth, who went to Texas for just a couple of years and has made $1 million this year, to say, you know what, I'm ready.
Also, don't forget, there's that huge little pot. There's a Walker Cup for these guys at the end of the summer, so these guys will remain. You know, that's something that a feather in their cap to play in that team competition against Great Britain and Ireland.
Back over at 16.
Marvelous touch here, John, from over the green. That was from Jay McLuhan. A lot of slope from back to front on the 16th green, TPC River Highlands.
Still just the one eagle today from Davis Love, who drove the green and made about a 20-footer. It has been the easiest hole on the golf course all day long. Just 9 bogeys made here at 15. And we've avoided the double to this point. Charlie Hoffman is in this group. Will Claxton as well. Claxton woefully out of position with his tee shot here. So let's go to 16 while we wait. Good tee shot from Lee Williams. Speedy putt here for birdie.
And down the hill, left to right. It's one you can't be aggressive. You just got to pick a spot, roll it over that spot, and just let it die to the right. Generally, leave these underneath the hole, or don't hit them hard enough. That's just full respect for the speed of that putt.
So Lee Williams in for a par. Back over to Claxton. Across the way at 15. Here comes the second.
72 yards, hacking it out of the deep rough, and was not even able to get to the front of the green. Well, a 31-year-old out of Auburn University. Second full season on the PGA Tour. 117th he finished last year. Keeper's card. He's got to play his third before the other two boys have to play their second. Remember, James Driscoll ripped it at the flag. It's gone over the green, and Charlie Hoffman nearly hole high to the right.
Will Claxton out of Swainsboro, Georgia, which is a tiny town there, yet it has produced 2 PGA Tour players. It's also Blake Adams is from there.
You just have a wealth of knowledge, Mr. Swantek.
Comes and goes over the course of 10 hours, my man. You know how it is.
Yes, indeed.
Pretty clean lie on the upslope there. That'll help.
Yeah, so I think you take a little more lofted club, fly it kind of a third of the way there, check it up the slope, and that's going to come up short. Making a complete and utter mess of this hole, Mr. Claxton.
To 16 we go. And look at Justin Thomas utilizing the tee box fully here at the par 3.
I actually like it because it gives you a better angle to that right hole location. Unless you like to fade the ball. This here you're shooting kind of right at the flag, and like he may have come over that one, going left and maybe long, I would imagine. Right up in that back left-hand quadrant. Generally see the flag back there on a Saturday because it's over that green is death from there, going straight downhill.
Second for Hoffman back at 15.
Not a tough shot at all. Did he make it? Oh, great effort. Very flat from that angle. And when you're 7 under through 14, pretty much every shot is straightforward.
That's the tee shot over at 16 as they take aim at the par 3.
James Driscoll, when he drove it over the green, he tried it the major flop, which I think now that it's back into the wind, John, I think that's the smart play, but I think it would be difficult to keep that one short, and he was able to. I would say he stopped better than he thought.
To Luke List now at 16. He
was aiming right at the flag there. He kind of blocked the flag out with his body, kind of come over it, pull it left. And that's where Luke struggles. That ball has flown probably 25 or 30 yards further than he wanted to. The guy that is prolific, was prolific length off the tee, is now starting to maybe struggle a little bit on the PGA Tour. His rookie year to control the distance, and doesn't matter how far you hit it, you've got to be able to control those short irons. Awful shot there from 157 from Luke.
Tag ridings, Morgan Hoffman, Ben Coles. Next group off the tee at 15. Here's ridings, one of the longer hitters on tour, just the 3-wood. That's trouble. He didn't like the looks of it, and that's why. That is headed for the tee box over at 16. That's about 50 yards offline.
The volunteers, Mark, put a flag in with the ball went in the hazard. Not a good year for tag 141st. Fed a cup points list.
Riding's at -2, so he'll be in full damage control here. 296 on the scorecard, 305 to the hole today. There's young Ben Coles in the blue shirt. He will wait as Morgan Hoffman, another talented young player off the web.com tour, going with driver here.
Look how much he's gripped down, nearly all the way to the shaft. He can hit it a long way. This guy had no status on the web.com tour last year, was able to finish inside the top 25. And he actually made his pro debut here, 2010. Good kid out of the Oklahoma State University. Was teammates with Peter Uihlein and Kevin Tway.
Had a good showing in Dallas this year, 5th at the Nelson.
Yeah, I like Morgan a lot. He's humble. He's a wealth of talent.
Here's Ben Coles at +2. All he did was win his first 2 professional events on the web.com tour last year.
And he made a check for Tucker Anderson Foundation yesterday when he was close to the hole at the 15th and a half hole yesterday. The Traveler's umbrella left of this 15th green in the water. Yeah, how about that? Turned pro. He played the Sunny Hannah up in New York as an amateur. Next week he goes to the Columbus on the web.com tour, wins first event ever and then he wins the next week in Omaha. Why wouldn't he? What a start to your professional career.
What a wild ride all the way to the PGA Tour. There's hole 15 and a half.
There it is.
On the Traveler's umbrella there, where the wind is starting to sweep through here once again.
I think the Travelers, if I saw the check correctly, they paid $10,000 to that foundation. Tucker Anderson, son of Todd Anderson, the great instructor. Tucker was in that. He was critically injured in a head-on car accident, but his back he's making some great strides. Actually played golf early this year in an outing.
So Will Claxton, this one for par, remember. He's been scraping it around.
The way he's played this hole, he did not deserve par at all. And he's got a 2.5, 3-footer for his bogey.
We haven't had a double bogey yet today. Claxton will have a bit of work to avoid that fate. Driscoll to attempt his birdie now. Mentioned James was a New Englander, Boston kid, was very involved in the Boston Strong relief efforts after the bombings at the marathon. Pledged a lot of money for birdies and eagles he made in a couple of events after that happened.
Yeah, I think another couple of players jumped in as well to do that.
He's been runner-up a couple times in playoffs in his tour career. Lost to Tim Petrovic in New Orleans back in '05. We saw Tim earlier in our coverage today. And Zach Johnson beat him in San Antonio a few years back in extra holes. Still looking to break through.
Yeah, it's disappointing. It's actually more frustrating than anything. They had a great tee shot like he did, go over the green and really walk off this hole before. It was not a good effort.
Justin Thomas over at 16 found the back left portion of the green.
There's a major slope that runs here, so he's going to have to deal with that. And then once it pitches from this point there, then it will gain speed down to that front hole location. That's beautifully judged.
Very nice job with the pace from the young amateur. Back to 15 we go. Hoffman now for a share of the lead. He made a couple of eagles early in his back nine at 10 and 13. There it is. Joins Mahan at 8 under. Fully accessorized in green today. The shoes, the hat, the shirt, the belt, the glove.
It's part of his sponsorship with, I believe, Waste Management. Going green. He's making some green today.
Claxton in for a bogey.
I'm not going to jinx him, though. I'm not going to say anything about it. If he birdies the last 3 holes, he can shoot 59.
No, you wouldn't say that.
Would not say that. Would not want to do that, Charlie.
Co-leader Charlie Hoffman. There he is, kids, on the tee at 16.
Just an 8-iron from 157. Maybe take a little off it. He's just got such a good, simple golf swing. And maybe carried a little bit further than he anticipated. Even a man that's won his couple of times that he gets jacked up being in the lead.
From Charlie to Morgan Hoffman. No relation, different spelling. Second at 15.
40-yard pitch across the green. And beautifully judged. That's a gorgeous shot. The 23-year-old. All right, as much as he made a mess of 15, Will Claxton's probably going to knock this in the hole. I don't know. That's how golf is. Do they have to have amnesia?
Looking right down the line here, isn't he?
Sure is. Taking dead aim.
Trying to sweep one in there from right to left. How did he do?
That's tough with that hole location. Only 4 from the right.
So good shot from Claxton. Excellent shot from James Driscoll. You saw where the ball came to rest. Here's how he made it happen a moment ago. Sounded solid, and the result was equally as strong.
Oh, that's a fantastic shot. You'd have to be so precise with that hole location on the front water. If anything short of the green, there is some rough there, but it'd be dicey whether it stays up.
Ben Coles back over at 15. This for birdie. Oh, just comes up short. Just one birdie on the day for the young rookie out of the University of Virginia, came back at the third. So denied again here at the par 4. He walks off at +2. And we take a run back to the tee here as Brian Harman pegs it.
I like the way Brian plays.
Quickly.
Plays quickly. He's aggressive, lefty.
Birdied 11, eagled 13 to get back to -1.
And unfortunately, if you see who he's paired with there, he may have trouble playing quickly today. Glenday is a notoriously slow player. You can't get yourself too far out of rhythm. Brian 87th on last year's money list. Another boy out of the University of Georgia, and just ripping that 3-wood.
Oh, went for the hard cut and lost it right.
Should be helping. Should be helping. Yeah, finishing. Stuff your left as well, will it help?
We'll see where that one ended up. Okay, there it is. Came zipping through the bunker there. Harman at -1. Tringali to play next is at level par. Cameron with bogeys at 1 and 2, birdies at 12 and 13 to even things out. 3-wood.
Cameron, a Southern California boy that actually went to school at Georgia Tech. He's coming to his own. He's really kind of starting to show some good signs. Third this year in Tampa. Best career finish.
Glenday will be next. Eventually.
Just his 13th start. I'd just say just because he's played over 22 years on the PGA Tour, but 13th start here at the Travelers Championship.
Going with driver here. He has parred his first 14 holes of the day. Former winner at Harbortown.
Very straight driver of the golf ball, but may not have the power to get it all the way to the green. Which is about 270 off the tee. You know what he did? He went and spent a week with Jack Nicklaus. Look at that ball as it gets up and over the green. I'm sorry, Glenn, you've gotten a little bit more powerful in your older years, but he spent a week with Jack Nicklaus, traveling with Mr. Nicklaus, learning the ins and outs of golf course architecture. Pretty good man to learn from.
Not many better, that's for sure. Charlie Hoffman, the co-leader, at 8 under. This at 16.
Catch the slope here and work it back to the right at the end. And really a good touch there from well over 50 feet. Great speed.
.15 we go. And tag ridings. Remember, he drove it into the drink, so trying to grind out a par here.
Do not get this ball started right of the hole. It will not break. Just remain 2 under par for the round. Currently, just outside the top 30. Disastrous to make a bogey here on the easiest hole on the golf course, and he's done it. Certainly a very, very poor tee shot led to that.
Well, you saw the outstanding tee shot of James Driscoll a few moments back over at 16. And this one live now for birdie. And he gets to 2 under.
Yeah, how about that? 4 birdies on his card and a double bogey at the 13th.
Get back over to Charlie Hoffman in a minute. First, Morgan Hoffman at 15.
Tee shot to the right, good pitch across the green. Nice birdie there.
Now Hoffman to maintain a share of the lead at -8.
Tremendous 2-putt. And that was from over 55 feet.
Tied for 45th at the U.S. Open last week. Charlie Hoffman was just 4 over after 36 holes. That was only, what, 5 off the lead at the halfway point. Mahan in with 62. Hoffman heading to the 17th tee, trying to nudge in front here. Course record 60 here, so he would need 2 birdies to close for that number.
Best score in the first round. Saw the graphic earlier. Kenny Perry was 61. It was in 2009 when he went on to win.
.44 yards for Brian Harmon from that second of the 3 bunkers over there to the Nikon Callaway rangefinder.
The only guys that have hit this ball close are ones that have taken the 8 or the 9 iron. The guys have taken the full sand wedge, tried to fly it back, but have come up well short. And Brian took the sand wedge, put a lot of spin on it, and you lose your courage on the downswing with water beyond this flagstick if you catch it a little thin.
26-year-old, born in Savannah, lives in the beautiful St. Simons Island area of North Georgia. Tringali, second shot.
Pitched it into the upslope, and look out, this looks really good. It's a fantastic effort.
Man, one of the best of the day we've seen from down there. A birdie chance for Tringali over at 15. Here's Morgan Hoffman on the tee at the par 3.
Very upright setup. Can launch the ball way up in the air. Maybe even a 9 iron. Kept it underneath the flag. Gorgeous shot from Morgan. That's aggressive play. Only about really, there's a little bit of a false front there at the 16th, so it's 7 paces to cover that false front, and then only 3 more paces to the flagstick.
Here's Ben Coles now. 124 on the FedEx Cup points list, trying to qualify for the playoffs as a rookie.
Out of the University of Virginia. And paid the penalty. Coming up short. That we saw the ripples in the water. A watery grave.
Good drive from Glenn Day over at 15. This is second. Flagstick out. Thinking about holding it.
He didn't want it to intrude in the golf, get in the way of the golf ball. Well, when you take the flag out, let's get it to the hole, Mr. Day, but he'll have a reasonably short putt for his birdie. Get him to under par on his round.
Tag Ridings over at 16 at 1 under. .38-year-old from Oklahoma City out of the University of Arkansas.
Probably with the firm 9 iron.
Was it firm enough?
Wow.
Just barely.
Yeah, he nearly hit back-to-back balls in the water at 15 and 16. it's a good break. Carry, there's a sliver of land between the water and the bunker there, and you won't have very much green to work with. Only about 15 feet of green. Try and get that ball up and down.
Long birdie attempt on the way for Brian Harman over at 15. That is not what he ordered. Go ahead and finish here. Tied for 10th in Charlotte earlier this season. That was his best finish of the year. 5th at Bethpage Black, playoff opener at the Barclays last year. That's his career best finish.
Very little in this putt, John. Just kind of firm in the center. Nicely done. It wasn't the greatest of bunker shots from that bunker well right of the green. A lot of work to just scrape out of here with the par.
Glenday now for his birdie.
It's a golf course you don't want to have 18 pars on. He's had 14 of them, but can he break the snide with the birdie here at the short 15th? Very upright shaft angle, and that was not a good putt.
So 15 straight pars for Glenday.
It's all right if you're Nick Faldo trying to win an Open championship, but
that's
to make
what it worked
18
last
straight
week.
pars,
Also, yeah,
yeah. Last week your 72 pars would have won, but probably not here. Between 14 and 21 under, 20 unders, really won's the last 13 years.
Tringali for birdie. This would nudge him into red numbers. Three out of 4 on the day from 4 to 8 feet, right in this range here.
Didn't go off to an inauspicious start today. Bogeyed 1 and 2, but if you could make this would be 3 birdies in the last 4 holes.
Speaking of Marion, this was the guy who made the winning putt in 2009 to clinch the Walker Cup for the United States and gets that one to go down. Cam Tringali to 1 under.
How about some of those members of that team? I think Ricky Fowler was on that team. It was an amazing team. Took down GB and I.
Three birdies in his last 4 holes, so Tringali's got it going. We'll catch up to him at 16 in a moment. Next group here at the par 4. There you see him. Ryan Moore, runner-up to Freddie Jacobsen here in 2011. With Johnson Wagner and Rory Sabatini. Moore going with driver. What a driving week he put on at Muirfield Village a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I think, was he hit
97 or 98% of the fairways?
Two fairways all week. Fairways are quite generous there at Muirfield Village, and with all the rain, it was reasonably soft. But
you're a downer.
Well, I'm sorry.
Finished tied for 13th at Jack Nicklaus's tournament. This one's left, took a hard hop.
Hitting the golf ball?
Hang on. Miscut at the U.S. Open for Ryan last week. We saw Luke List come through a couple of weeks ago. Ryan Moore defeated him at the U.S. Amateur 2004 at Wingfoot. Good look from behind the tee here. Johnson Wagner trying to get some positive momentum generated here. He's 5 over on the day.
3 bogeys and a double. Doubled the second hole. Second hole, just a short hole, 340 yards up the hill. And that ball has gone well to the right. In the middle of those trees, and he'll be re-teeing.
It's been that kind of day for Johnson Wagner. Turned in disgust, couldn't even look at it. It's somewhere in there. Not good. No mojo from the mustache on that swing. Sabatini playing quickly.
That one's going left as well. And he's flowing that one in the water. You know, you see your fellow competitor blow it in the right trees. What are you going to do? You're going to go left. Unfortunately, there's water over there. Sabo not happy.
So Wagner will re-tee here.
You don't want to release it after holding and blocking it because there's water left. So you have to commit to the intended shot shape that you had in mind originally. And I would say that's a fantastic tee shot after blowing one 60 yards right of the fairway.
All kinds of action and all kinds of crazy tee shots here at 15 today. Tee shot at 16 upcoming here for Glenn Day. He's had success here in the past. He's made a hole-in-one on this hole way back in 1994.
Well, 157 yards, and players pretty much have gone with just a stock 8-iron, 7-iron for Glenn Day. Trying to hit a little bit of a cut, calling it down.
So a hole-in-one here in 94 for Glenn Day, who's made PGA Tour history, and he did it that week, in fact, as one of 5 players in Tour history to have 2 aces during one tournament week. Bill Wheaton also here in Hartford in 1955. I wonder where Day's other ace was back in 94. At the 11th. Short little par 3 there. First on the back 9.
Yep, second round.
So the search is on back behind the Jumbotron there somewhere for Johnson Wagner's first tee ball. Not certain you'd want to find it. Yeah, we're heading to the green. That's the better option here, isn't it?
I'm kind of glad y'all did that. I was thinking that too.
All right, here's the final group that we're watching. Mark Leishman, Jason Duffner, and Bubba Watson. So 2 of the past 3 champions here, and Watson and Leishman, who's defending his title. Those boys over on the 13th. They're coming up in short order here at 15. Duffner shot 67 on Sunday at Marion.
With the ball out of bounds on the 15th hole. Made 7.
That was the best round by 2. Stellar. Third here for Sabatini, who blew it into the lake off the tee.
Trying to go high. Comes out softly. And that stays up top. Okay.
Six times a PGA Tour champion. Most recently the Honda, 2011. Ryan Moore set to play his second. He'll take a walk up, survey the situation here. Decent scrambler, up and down 58% of the time. Victory in Vegas last year. At the Justin Timberlake event out in Nevada, where he makes his home. And he won at his last start of the season in 2012.
Well, he's a good player. He just had a phenomenal 2004 when he was an amateur. Won the Pub Links, won the U.S. Amateur, won the Western. I mean, he just did everything you could possibly do as an amateur. And I really thought when he came out here and then he finally got that first win in Greensboro, I thought, wow, this career is going to take off. Still a good career up to this point. No mistaking that. But you win that much as an amateur, you kind of win on a level, then you go to the next level and you win on that level. I would have thought that when he reached the next level, he would continue that winning trend.
Low amateur, in fact, at the Masters in 2005, he was tied for 13th. Made the cut at the U.S. Open that year as well as an amateur. All right, so Wagner lying 3 here, so a long one for par.
Just to escape with a bogey would be good after the lost ball. And it's been a tough day up to this point, +5.
So that to avoid what would be the first double bogey of the day here. It's been that kind of day for Wagner, who's 5 over. Let's give him some time, a little bit of space. We'll go to 16.
Now there's a little bit, you can see Glenn Day's ball just on top of that shelf, and now it starts racing down the hill. probably can't believe he left that short coming down the hill.
So that will result in a likely 16th straight par for Glenn Day today. Sabatini trying to salvage par back over at 15. So we haven't had a double all day. We have the possibility of a couple here, unless Sabatini and Wagner can convert. Not much happening for Rory this season to this point. 16 we go. Brian Harman for a birdie.
Down the hill. Easy. Now turn back. Turn back. Just enough influence off that front right where the bunker is. You can kind of see the tilt right there in the green.
So that left to keep Harman at 1 under. Wagner to avoid a double bogey. There's our first 6 of the day on the easiest hole on the golf course. And Johnson Wagner, without a birdie on the day, drops to 7 over. Cameron Tringali, meanwhile, over at 16. Opportunity for a birdie.
Good opportunity here, but it's going to hang on that high side.
That would have been 4 in a 5-hole stretch. More for a birdie back at 15. Got it. Third of the day, just 1 drop shot. So Wagner makes double. Sabatini trying to avoid that fate, and does. 1 drop shot for the South African here. Par for Charlie Hoffman at 17. So he remains tied with Mahan at 8 under.
He'd have given a lot for that 4 last year.
I knew you were going there. That tee shot was miles offline. I mean, that was about 20 yards into the lake.
Yeah.
And it played beautifully all day long.
Charlie Belgian. Going with the iron.
Good miss.
Okay, you heard him say good miss.
Like one of those driving irons there?
It's one of
Billy?
those driving irons. See, it's a 2-iron. It's got the big flange on it. I mean, you can crush this iron.
Chase those a long way.
Yeah, and it's right up underneath the level of the green. I mean, we've seen drivers not get that far. And Charlie Belgian said, I missed it.
Here's Stuart Appleby, like Belgian, at -1. 4 birdies, 3 bogeys for the Aussie today.
You heard Stewie say, I missed it. And he's right up underneath the green. Love the commentary.
Good look there. Yeah. It's acceptable. Stewart will take it. Now here's Mike Weir. A good showing last week for Mike, who's battled so many injuries over the last couple of years. And went 18 months without making a cut. And he's made 4 straight, Bill. He was tied for 28th at Marion. Best finish of the year.
Played very, very well on Sunday. Shot 69. Oh, look at Mike Weir. Look at this. This is the right speed right here.
That might be really
This
good.
is it. This is it. Oh, I thought he was going to get him. Oh, no. Stay there.
Rude. Just rude.
See, that's just brutal. I mean, he was probably a 6-inch rollout from having about a 12-footer for birdie. Now he's got work left. But it's Hunter Mahan and Charlie Hoffman in the lead.
Tee shot of Johnson Wagner at 16. All sorts of issues during his round today. It's 7 over. You need something good to happen.
157 yards. Nice shot. Right at flag high.
As we pan across the lake here in the middle of what they call the Golden Triangle, TPC River Highlands. 15, 16, and 17. Good vantage point if you're a spectator here this week. You can catch a lot of action here. Second for Appleby here at the par 4.
Pretty straightforward. You can see playing well back in his stance, just trying a little stab, just trying to get it going up the hill, and that's just going to drag going up there.
Nine times champion on the PGA Tour, including that victory at the Greenbrier in West Virginia in 2010. Punctuated with an exclamation point, a 59 in the final round. Second for Charlie Belgian, the man in the floppy hat. Tried to scoot one up there. Runner up to John Merrick in that playoff at Riviera. West Coast swing early in the season.
Go to that side of the green. Go.
Okay, let's see how Weir deals with this one. After a really good tee shot. middle of the pack in scrambling on tour this year. 59% up and down.
Okay. Most guys have just kind of landed it just on top in the fringe. Ooh, he landed on the green. Good result.
So a good chance for Mike Weir's first birdie of the day. Good to see him playing well. One of the game's classy gentlemen.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, he's worked so hard on getting his game back, and he worked with Grant Waite and to make the 4 cuts in a row. It's tough. When you're a major champion, you've won 8 times on the PGA Tour, it's tough when you go through a spell like he went through. That 20 months or 21 cuts of missed, it's just hard.
You can never prepare for something like that to derail your career as it did. There's your U.S. Open champion, Justin Rose, on the tee here, playing with Keegan Bradley and Zach Johnson. It's one of the marquee groups of the day.
Yeah, Justin Rose with the 3 medal. Certainly the correct club. Well, he's got to just be going on fumes right now. He has to be exhausted.
That one squirts short and left. Birdies
like
12 and 13.
I think it is just straight down, Keegan. Okay.
Voice of Steve Hale. That's Keegan Bradley's caddy. Straight downwind is what they've got. Helping here at 15.
Well, it was interesting. Last week, thought Keegan was prepared to play quite well. And this 3 medal, easily enough club. But currently +1. Actually went back to an old set of irons that he had. Was trying to work into a new set, just couldn't quite get there. And
sixth in driving distance on the tour this year, 8th in total driving.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Long, powerful swing there.
He has got some pop in this 3 medal too.
That's got to settle. Drove it, flew it all the way there. The green's not going to hold it.
Bob? I think so. I think it just trickled over.
Yep, it sure did.
Oh, and it just snuck into the first cut, so he's not going to be able to spin it. He's going to have to hit a little bump and run.
Zach Johnson at 4 under par. This setup today has been much more to Zach's liking than last week's. He was very vocal and outspoken in his criticism of what he felt was an unfair setup at Marion.
Well, the grouping of Zach Johnson, Graham McDowell, and Jim Furyk were +39 over par. +39.
Major champions, all of them.
Yeah.
Driver.
Just inside bunkers on the right, maybe. Just barely. And that's okay now.
Pretty decent leave there from what we've seen today. Lots of green to operate with. Let's head over to 16. See if Johnson Wagner can make his first birdie of the day.
Okay, coming across the green, dropping towards the water. There you go, Johnson. Very nice.
Trying to find a little spark in the last few holes and then really turn on the afterburners tomorrow to try and get to the weekend. Charlie Hoffman birdies 18 to shoot 61 and sees the clubhouse lead.
Okay, Kenny Perry shot a 61 the year he won and went on to win. Let's see if Charlie can do it this year.
Stuart Appleby birdie attempt at 15. Just bleeds over the right edge as so many have today. Appleby remains 1 under. That's tied for 45th. Field of 156 today. Got 65 players in red numbers, 86 at even or better. Charlie Belgian now for birdie.
Should have gotten a pretty good indication from the putt from Stuart Appleby as to what it does. And he does. That little bit of information that you get from watching a guy putt first, as good as these greens are, certainly beneficial.
3 birdies and just 1 drop shot today for the big fella. And Weir for a birdie. This would be his first of the day. There it is. Mike Weir on the board with a birdie at 15. Charlie Hoffman in the clubhouse with a 1-shot lead after a 61. There's a poor tee shot from Justin Rose at 15. This was a moment ago. He had close to 60 yards here.
You see him just trying to drive it in there, trying to catch the slope. Look at this.
Classic.
Boy, he made that look easy. Made it look easy.
That should be birdie number 5 on the day for the Englishman.
Now Zach. Just get it just on top, right with the level. Slow down a little bit. Good shot by Zach Johnson. Going to have about 8 feet for his birdie.
Zach's best showing this season came, not surprisingly, at Colonial, where he's won a couple of times. Finished 3rd in Fort Worth this year. All right, Keegan Bradley now drove it through the green.
I just got faked out.
That was a balk, wasn't it?
I just just got faked out. But this is really a pretty difficult shot. It's kind of a spongy lie, trying to slip it underneath, not being able to spin it, stop it with trajectory.
Something like that.
Oh! What a good-looking shot that was by Keegan Bradley.
Well, he hit the tee shot right on the button and thought he was going to walk out of here with a 2.
Boy, what an excellent shot. 2 really perfect shots, I thought. I thought he got unlucky on the tee shot with the 3 medal.
That's going to get Keegan back to level par. Very popular player in these parts of New England as a Woodstock, Vermont native. All right, Bubba Watson on the tee. 2011 champion alongside Jason Duffner and Mark Leishman, the defender of the title here this week. And they got to clear the decks for the big left-hander.
See, he'll carve this metal wood in there. He carries us. Sometimes he'll carry that 7 metal.
'11th on the tour in driving distance this season.
See if he goes in there and just digs this one out.
Go.
Likes it.
Oh, this is going to be pretty special right here. Best of the day. Bubba Watson inside 8 feet for an eagle. That's how you do it. Now he's just showing off. Tough act to follow for Jason Duffner here. Also 3 wood.
Going left. Going left.
It's going to be okay, Jason. He said see ya, but it hung up in the rough there. Low final round at the U.S. Open last week. Shot by that man, a 67. Good start to Leishman's title defense. Big Aussie going with an iron here.
Well, we saw Charlie Belsham put it right underneath the level of the green. Lucky. Got a little lucky there. And that's going to be right underneath the green also.
Nice
little
miss.
Chip, little putt. Just understand that not every shot's perfect. Get away with shots. If you can get away with birdie, even better.
So the marquee grouping on the green resumes their play here. Zach Johnson lining this one up for birdie. They marked Bubba Watson's ball. A tee shot of Bubba coming to rest inside of Zach here. Rose and Bradley both in there very tight for easy birdie attempts.
See, he and Damon Green, well, they read the putts together, and they do a very good job. Damon, a good player, kind of has the speed, kind of the feel that Zach likes. Just a little right to left.
Zach 82nd in strokes gained putting this year. Today he's 11 for 13 inside 10 feet.
You can see that putter release upwards.
So a short one here to keep Zach at -4. Tied for 8th, 5 off Hoffman's lead. Polite smattering of applause. And 2 short ones upcoming here for Rose and Bradley. Justin in the middle of a hot stretch here. And that's for 3 birdies and 4 holes. He moves to -2. First Englishman to win the U.S. Open since Tony Jacklin, Hazeltine, 1970. And Keegan Bradley in for his 3 as well, after nearly holing out for a 2. Something Bubba Watson will have a chance to do after driving the green. Back for Bubba's eagle attempts when we come back. Coming off the birdie at 15, U.S. Open champion Justin Rose gazing back toward the green before he pegs it here at 16 as we welcome Craig Perks back in. 3 birdies in a 4-hole stretch for Mr. Rose.
Yeah, inauspicious start, really. Well, although he did birdie the first hole, but bogeys at 3, 4, and 6. At some point, exhaustion must set in mentally more than anything. He said coming after the U.S. Open Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, never even sat down, was always eating on the run, and he wanted to get back to some semblance of normalcy.
Nathan Grube is the tournament director here. He had an incoming phone call on Sunday night. It was Justin Rose's cell phone. He said this is going to be really good news or really bad news. It was Justin's wife, Kate, who says, absolutely, we're coming. We're just rearranging our schedule because of all the media obligations in New York on Monday.
Yeah, it's wonderful that he's honoured the commitment. Could have been very easily just to bask in the glow of his first major championship, but nice to see him here at Cromwell. 157, I think probably just a smooth 8-iron for Justin.
Just left of the flag.
Yeah, good safe shot. Took the bunker out of play. Right, water short.
Keegan Bradley will be next. He birdied 13 and 15. Breeze was straight down at 15. Now they're feeling in and a little bit off the right here.
Vermont native, so nice to be back up in familiar territory. Well, it lives down in the Jupiter area now, as a myriad players do.
And look to be rehearsing a little bit of a cut shot swing here, Craig. We'll see.
Well, he's got prolific length off the tee. He's got to the point where he's able to control these short irons. This could even just be, with the abbreviated follow through, maybe just a knockdown 8-iron, take the water short out of play.
Pretty sporty right there, right over the flagstick. Pretty much what they dialed up, so birdie chance there for Keegan Bradley. Let's go over to 15, and Leishman for a birdie.
Off to the iron, off the tee. A wonderful break, kind of catching the downslope of those bunkers at a 245, but was unable to get it up and down from the front portion of the green.
What a run he had, starting with the Masters, where he finished tied for 4th. Played the final round with his countryman Adam Scott. Went to Harbortown, finished 9th, and then 8th at the Players' Championship the week after that. 12th at the Nelson. There's the tee shot of Bubba Watson. Easily the best of the day here, and a chance for just our second eagle at 15.
Yeah, Davis Love, that was the only one so far, and that was very early in the proceedings. Teddy Scott, his caddy, lives in my neck of the woods in Lafayette, Louisiana. Great guy, good player in his own right.
Troublesome distance, though, for Bubba this year, Craig. He's just under 50%, 164th on tour.
He's got to stay nice and still. If he misses putts, he comes out up and out of them quickly, but not here.
Eagle number 2 on the day for the 2011 Travelers Champion.
And that was only his second, if you can imagine, only Bubba's second eagle of the year, and within 3 of the lead.
2 eagles on the year?
Yeah, but coming into this week, he just had 1, and that was tied for 155th on tour. Hard to believe.
Half dozen groups to go here in our coverage at 15. That's who's next. Sean O'Hare, Lucas Glover, and Jonathan Berg.
Yeah, the leader on tour has 10 eagles. Tour average about 4, so you think more with Bubba's power, prolific length to get home on a lot of par 5s. You would have a few more.
Now, Bill Kratzert has said that Sean O'Hare hits the longest 3-wood on the PGA Tour. 305 is the number here.
A lot of rehearsals going on. Got out of the Sean Foley stable maybe 3 years ago, and he certainly struggled. Very technical in his golf swing, and it's up on that cart path, and
there it goes. Look out, folks.
There's a curb right there, so that won't get back to the grass, but it'll be interesting to see where he drops that. Staying no near the hole. Could potentially come to the left. His gallery is now moving away. He has to drop it no near the hole. And closest point of relief.
Okay, Jonathan Bird next to play, even par for the day. Hasn't played a ton this year. Didn't make his first start until the Shell Houston Open in late March.
Yeah, I talked to him at Hilton Head this year, and he's had some wrist and some thumb issues. Actually withdrew from the Pro-Am there because of soreness. Ended up playing that week, but one of the very few players on the PGA Tour that does not wear a glove.
Neither does Lucas Glover. Maybe it's a Clemson thing.
It could be. Obviously, Freddie Couples has never worn a glove, and 3-wood just didn't quite land on the downslope to propel it forward. And that's right on the front edge of the green.
10th start of the year for Jay Bird. His last tournament was his best. He was 10th in Memphis 2 weeks ago.
And they're playing together. How about that, Lucas Glover? One of 3 U.S. Open champions in the last 5 years that have come to the Travelers Championship the week after winning the major.
He's been plagued by big numbers today. 3 double bogeys on the scorecard. 2 in the last 3 holes. That'll be okay.
Best finish of the year. He's had a couple of top 4s in New Orleans and at the Honda Classic.
Birdie putts upcoming at 16 for Rose and Bradley. Great moment when he tapped in at 18 on Sunday, pointed skyward on that Father's Day in remembrance of his dad Ken, who passed away, died of leukemia back in 2002. Said he was thinking of the old man during the day.
Yeah, it got a nice text from Sean Foley saying, be a good representation of your father, be a good man, be someone that you can look up to. And he was, as he birdies, that's his 4th birdie in 5 holes. He wanted to, at the end of the day, whether he won or not, he wanted to be a good role model for his 2 children, young children. But it was great. Heavenly Rose, that was one of the titles to the articles that were written. It was good. Blooming Rose, whatever, one of the headlines. Deserving champion. And now we're going for the good guy slam this year. We've got obviously Adam Scott, one of the best guys on tour. Justin Rose. You'd have to throw Steve Stricker in there maybe as he could continue on looking for his first major at 46 years old.
Yeah, it's the year of the gentleman golfer in the majors, isn't it?
Well, it could be that a gentleman golfer winning the, the Gentleman Golfer of the Year or Champion of the Year at the Open Championship.
Yeah. Keegan Bradley after back-to-back birdies here. So stuck on even par, 2 to play.
Great opportunity there from just outside 12 feet, muttering to himself after missing that one, Keegan Bradley.
So it's par for the former downhill skier from Woodstock, Vermont.
Somewhat perturbed walking off the 16th green, Keegan Bradley.
There's Bubba with the honor after the eagle at 15.
Well, he maneuvers the ball so much, and I think to this right hole location, just 4 paces from the right. I think you take the 9-iron in here and just kind of hit it, just work it this way, and then just kind of hook it into that right hole location. He might have gone an opposite shot shape, cut it back up. Good shot right over the flag, a little deep in the green.
Well, he just made our second eagle of the day at 15. And Bubba Watson will have a chance for a birdie at 16 here. And he's just 3 shots off the lead. Jason Duffner next to play here. He's at +1.
Top 30 in greens in regulation for the year. Jason, just under 68%. If you can get by the waggle, it's really one of the best golf swings on tour. Very simple, very few moving parts, and hits the ball very accurately, and certainly can control his distance, evident there in that hole, just past hole high.
Stay here at 16 for Mark Leishman's tee shot. He birdied 3 of his first 5 holes. All pars on the scorecard since then.
Rookie of the year in 2009. It was the first Australian ever to do that on the PGA Tour, and to win here last year, you know, that he's opening up with a good title defense. He's currently inside the top 20. And it's just such a comfortable environment here in Hartford. You know, it's crowds are very appreciative, and they really love this event. And to come back here with nothing but good vibes has to be a good feel for the young Australian. Trying to hit a cut, aim well left on the right side of the tee.
Yeah, never looked entirely comfortable over that one, and a poor result. Long and left on the downslope, and really fast back toward the hole with water on the other side. We'll see how Mark Leishman deals with that, and we'll see if Bubba Watson can get a stroke closer to the lead when we come back. Birdie at 18 for Charlie Hoffman, matching the low opening round in tournament history that Kenny Perry shot in 2009 on the way to the title.
Well, it's a huge exhale coming from the U.S. Open. 47 guys out of that U.S. Open field came to Travelers, and you know, for 3 out of the last 4 years at the Open Championship, nobody has shot under par, and so they come here and know they're going to put red numbers on the field. Collectively, though, the field is still over par for the day, 70.17. Combined scoring average for the entire field on a par 70. The This golf course measures just over 6,800 yards.
Third shot for O'Hare at 15. Took relief from the cart path after his tee shot. Played it to here.
Yeah, the scrambling numbers are not good for the year for Sean O'Hare. 164th on tour. Just a fraction over 50%. And evidence there. Two pretty poor shots. Certainly one from once he took relief from the cart path, not even being able to get it on the green. And pretty straightforward pitch up the hill there. Left it outside 6 feet.
Meanwhile, over at 16, it'll be a long one for Bubba. Mark Leishman has already played his second from behind the green. And he's down there inside 8 feet or so. Bubba's outside 40 feet here. Fast putt.
Well, there's a crest. Draw over the top of Bubba, but there's a little bit of a hill here, and there's another one that works here, but this is extremely fast coming here. So really from over 40 feet, it's one that he's certainly not trying to make. Just get it down there in a comfortable distance where he can just kind of walk up there and tap it in for a stress-free 3.
Probably didn't think there was any way he could leave that one short, but that's what happened.
Yeah, had read it beautifully, right on line.
So that left to stay 3 back. Let's go to 15 in the Belgian bomber, Nicholas Colsaerts. 3-wood. Little club twirl. I think he liked it.
Coming off the top 10 last week too at Marion.
What's that?
Nicholas, too over par in his round today, unfortunately.
Jason Duffner, birdie attempt over at 16.
Down the hill, breaking to his right. It's when you just pick a spot, maybe foot outside on the left, and cover that spot and let it die to the right.
And it just melted over the right edge.
Hit it firmly, took some of the break out of it. Pretty good effort there from Jason.
Looks like a new putter he's wielding these days. Different style. The thick grip we've seen.
These guys will try anything. After Justin Rose won US Open last week, there were about 10 players looking for the replica of that putter on a Tuesday morning here in Hartford.
Jonathan Bird, beg your pardon, for birdie over at 15.
We've got Justin, we've got Jason, we've got Jonathan. We've got all sorts of J's going on. If he could have just hit it, he may have made that one.
Tap in par for the former Clemson All-American. The owner of 5 PGA Tour victories. Quiet 5-time winner. A lot of folks probably wouldn't realize he's won that often out here.
Growing up in South Carolina, living in St. Simons, a lot of where he's won, although he did win in Vegas, he's kind of been on Bermuda, won the Tournament of Champions, Hyundai, Buick, he won John Deere. Sean O'Hare now trying to clean up the mess here for his par.
Around and in for the 2005 Rookie of the Year on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, just two top 25s on the year. It's kind of been a down year for Sean. Been a down couple of years for him.
Bubba just cleaning up now at 16. This will keep him 3 back.
Just stay nice and still. If that body moves or the head moves, you can miss these quite easily. That was rock solid. The 2-putt from 40-plus feet beyond this front hole location at 16.
62 for Mahan, 61 for Hoffman to set the pace.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Live at 15. We're showing a little bit of the 16th, the par 3 on PGATour.com. It's been a gorgeous day for the entirety of it here in Cromwell, Connecticut. Last day of spring. Certainly doesn't feel like it. Feel like one of the first days of spring. Billy Cratchit's back alongside.
Feels absolutely perfect. Yeah, this is Colsaerts. Just kind of racing it by, and that was a moment ago. And a little disappointed there.
Now a live look. Ches Reavie on the very front of the green. Drove it right on the front edge. 80 feet 7 inches. Ches currently 1 over par on his round. 2 bogeys, 1 birdie at the short 11th.
I think anything within 4.5 feet would be really good from this position on the green. You can see pretty level, and then you go through that low area. We've seen it all day long. You go through that area. Now up to the hole. This is excellent. This is wonderful. So Ches will get it back to even par.
Putting has not been good this year for Ches. 140th in strokes gained, but great touch there to 2-putt from 80 feet. Couple of twos, excuse me, a couple of birdies on this backside. Ches. Pan back to the 16th tee. 4 more groups to tee off here. 16, Troy Madison, DJ Trahan, Fabian Gomez. Took a break early this morning at 9 o'clock this morning, and Troy Madison was out on the putting green, grinding. Had his caddy out there, had his coach working hard. this Fabian Gomez with a driver. 2 over on the round.
Oh. Holy smokes, did that hit hard.
Oh, right on by the flagstick.
Oh, and then into the thick stuff.
Ball doesn't look to be sitting too badly. You mentioned where a lot of the players stand in that back part of the green. This has gone right at it, and caddy making a close look above his sunglasses, and
okay.
DJ. It's going maybe a little left, and a straight kick, and it did.
Get up, get up. Not quite. That's going to be okay, though. That's, you know, he's going to come straight up that slope.
It's just a 3-wood for DJ.
Yeah. Has not been a stellar year for him.
No. Neither this man, Troy Madison, 183rd FedEx Cup standings currently, and this ball going right. I think it landed left of the cart path. And
I wonder if it hit up in the trap.
Not sure where it finished up.
Well, just by where the spectators are kind of looking, you kind of feel like it's kind of caught in that rough. You could see it if it was in the bunker, but
it's not as nasty as it was last week. 8-inch rough at Marion, but here it's 3.5 inches, and bent grass that can be rather lush and tough to get the club through.
Yeah, last week was a mixture of bluegrass.
Yeah, right. Didn't they just throw down 100 different types of seed?
It was bluegrass, it was rye, it was bent, and it was fescue.
Cole starts for his birdie. Get back to 1 over on his round. And beautiful putt there. Wasn't a great chip, but able to get that ball up and down from short and left of the screen. Now Eric Compton. That's a nice birdie, we believe, for Eric. Conclusion of the day. It's a beautiful day to play here in Cromwell. First round of the Travelers Championship. We're back, a live look at Troy Madison's ball. Was out of the bunker, ball well above his feet, and not even able to get it to the green. Troy 4 over on his round. 3 bogeys, a double bogey at the 13th, just 1 lone birdie.
DJ Trahan trying to scoot it up the hill, trying to work it a little to the left. He's up just a little bit short, but right in that 8-foot range for birdie.
Troy with his 3rd, going to hit the bump and run back in the stance.
It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. It's going to walk away with 4.
Magnificent touch. Now that brilliant tee shot. I saw Fabian Gomez go over the green. It was a little unlucky. Just wanted to go maybe a foot, foot and a half right of the flag. I believe that Troy Madison is going to clean up his mess. As Fabian tended the flag for him. The ball's sitting down a little bit, Billy. It's back into the wind, and I think he's probably got about 15, 18 feet of green to work with, so it's certainly doable.
Yeah, and you can see the ball is really sitting down in this rough, and the tilt in the green towards the back. Actually going back towards him, so makes the shot doable even with that lie. And just about the same result as Keegan Bradley earlier. I mean, just caught the right-hand portion of the hole. Excellent golf shot.
That would have been for the 3rd eagle of the day here for the field. Davis Love, Bubba Watson, and just about for Fabian Gomez. 35-year-old from Argentina. Best finish on tour came this year in Puerto Rico, where he finished 2nd. There's 1 win on the Web.com tour in Lafayette, Louisiana, the Chitamacha Louisiana Open. Late in the day, about 20 past 5 on the East Coast. 3 more groups to come through or tee off here at the 15th. Group back on the tee. There's Mr. Faxon, 2005 champion. Shot that 61 on Sunday. Tom Gillis and D.H. Lee. Brad's even. Tom as well, and D.H. 2 over on his round. And there's Mr. Faxon playing up pretty much all of his golf on the Champions Tour now.
Yeah, won the Legends with teammate Jeff Sluman.
Came from 7 back in 2005 to win with that 61.
When Sluman and Faxon won the Legends, he got Sluman back.
Yeah,
remember Sluman pied him? Yeah.
Yeah.
He got Sluman back.
Okay,
he just wore him out.
Can you disclose?
No, he just hit him in the face with a pie, and everybody else just kind of rubbed it in.
Throughout his career, Brad Faxon was never a great driver of the golf ball. And this one hung on to it to the right.
Oh, get out of that bunker.
Why is Mr. Faxon here? Well, 28 times he has played in this event. Kenny Perry, the winner 2009, has played 24 times. Big part of this up in this community. Brad from Rhode Island puts on a wonderful 2-day event, CVS Kmart Charity Classic. I believe that's going on maybe next week, Monday and Tuesday of next week. Now DH Lee. 26-year-old from South Korea.
Pretty good strike right there with the 3 medal.
Won the Q School last year. Q School would be the qualifying tournament. That was the very last one. Unfortunately, a lot of good stories coming out of Q School. I went through it 10 times. It was the most harrowing experience of your life, to be honest. Playing for your livelihood for the next year. Tom Gillis is...
That certainly clears things up.
Tom been through Q School a number of times. That one kind of hanging out to the right as well. Hasn't been a great year for Tom either. Just 2 top 25, 9 missed cuts in 15 events.
Yeah, just on the front right.
Okay, DJ Trahan, the group ahead, they can finish. Madison already in, but DJ Trahan trying to get it to +1. Just hang it just left centerish. Can't give the hole away.
Makes 25% of these for the year.
Can't give the hole. There you go.
And nicely done. Gets him back to 1 over on his round.
This is really a nice up and down. Both he and Keegan Bradley hit really good shots that just caught that right edge. So Gomez with birdie here at the 15th. Our leader, Charlie Hoffman, 61 this opening round.
Long, tough bunker shot for Brad Faxon. You saw the Nikon Callaway rangefinder. That was from 65 yards.
I've seen it all day. Players probably don't have enough confidence or belief they can fly it all the way back there and stop it. Most of them have come up a good 20, 30 feet short of the flag, as Brad did. Probably one of the all-time great putters to walk the fairways on the PGA Tour.
Tee shot of Ches Reavie on the way at 16.
You're right. That was a comfortable looking golf swing. Well balanced.
Good shot there, Bob.
Good result.
Really good shot.
Sure was. Back over to the 15th. Second for D.H. Lee.
Looked like he clipped it pretty nice right there. Just a little piece of turf right there.
Yeah, I like how he flew it kind of nearly into the upslope, took a little off, checked it once it crest the ridge, and
Tom Gillis now. Just about a 30-yard shot here for Tom.
Well, we've seen the shot played 3 or 4 different ways. I think the guys that have been most successful, you just kind of fire something low. Looks like he's got an 8-iron out, and you just fire it low. You hit the downslope and let it just race through that swale.
And a reasonable chance for birdie. Very good chance for birdie at 16 for Ches Reavie.
Just inside right edge, hit it firmly. He had the firm part of it, but he played it outside the hole on the right. 16th plans the 9th most difficult hole. Just about 24 birdies, 15 bogeys, and a couple of doubles. Tough right hole location there at 16.
2 groups to go here, Craig, and the next group being waved up. Jen Park, Henrik Norlander, and Fran Quinn.
Fran Quinn from the area.
Yeah, he's from Worcester, Mass. Worcester, excuse me.
Say that again, Cajun Kiwi.
Worcester.
Worcester. Okay.
You'd get slapped around by the locals up here if they heard that.
Yeah, don't go there. Okay. Let's see if we can get somebody hit it inside Bubba. That's 6 foot 1 inch.
Hit a sprinkler. Jump on the green.
Well, may not hit a sprinkler, but it got right up underneath the level of the green, so it's going to be okay.
There's Fran Quinn.
48 years old. 4 wins on the web.com tour. He played a couple of full seasons out here on the PGA Tour. First one being in 1992.
Looks like he tried to rope one in there.
I believe that might be the first ball we've seen in that greenside bunker left of the flagstick.
You know, like trying to draw it.
He'll only have about 12, 15 feet of green to work with.
See his caddy right there? His name's Jim Becker. Teammate of mine at the University of Georgia.
No kidding. Here's young Henrik Norlander, 26-year-old from Sweden. Makes his home in Augusta, Georgia. Came out of the qualifying school last fall. And that's a little bit left as well.
Ooh, that's going to be okay, Hang. Yeah, that's makeable right there.
It's all right now, big fella.
Yeah, 6'4", more than 210 pounds. And he helped Augusta State win those back-to-back NC2A titles. What a thrill. 4 individual wins in college and a 3-time All-America.
Teammate of Patrick Reed, who we saw come through earlier here. A bit of a powerhouse over the last several years there. Faxon 32 feet away for birdie. Was Faxon a player to easily dispense with putting advice? As
yes.
Steve Stricker has done so often?
Yeah. He's like most of the guys out there. They'll give the advice freely. I mean, if you ask, I always, kind of kick myself, because Dave Stockton was giving that advice away for free, and now if I went there, I'd have to pay for it.
I played a practice round one time with Brad Faxon in Hilton Head, and we went out there, and what he said about putting was that when he missed a putt on the first hole, he was so excited as he makes this one from more than 30 feet. He was so excited to get to the next hole. And if he missed that one at the second hole, he absolutely knew he was going to make the putt on the third hole. And I turned to him and I said, that's all well and good. How come you can't have that same attitude with your driver? And he didn't have an answer, but he had the best he just couldn't wait to get on the green and putt. And as evidence there, he's just been a phenomenal 8 wins on the PGA Tour with not the certainly best stats driving the golf ball.
Gillis for a birdie. Now we've got 2 from this group, as Tom moves to -1.
What do we got now? Let's see, 15, 62 birdies for the day. Out of 100, what do we got, about 150 players through?
Yeah, 156 in the field.
Yeah, 2 more groups.
So
that's impressive.
And this for the hat trick. D.H. Lee for a birdie. Yeah, no problem with that one. Very productive group. Collectively walk off. 9 strokes taken.
Might have been one of the only groups all day that all 3 players made a birdie.
Faxon's from outside 30 feet. One of the longer ones converted today. What a stroke at the age of 51. Still one of the best in the business.
And has 2 wins on the Champions Tour, Bill.
Yeah, Houston and
Insperity.
Legends.
That's correct. One in 2011, that was the Insperity, and then we talked about Liberty this year.
Good tee shot from Henrik Norlander here, and chance maybe to flip this one in. Examining the lie. Asking
Fran Quinn
something. I don't know if there's a sprinkler head
over
there.
No, he's asking him to mark it. Coming out of the bunker, he doesn't want to take a chance, run the risk of hitting his ball.
I cannot do anything with that ball. Can't clean it. I'll have to replace it precisely how it lay on the green, or in the rough. Even though he has marked it, Fran, got to believe he might be. You'd hope he doesn't land it in the rough from that bunker. It might be in his direct line to the flag.
Jim Park's going to go first here. There's a look at the lie as he plays his second.
I just think with this uphill lie, the players that play this shot efficiently and get the better results are the guys that take the less lofted club, play it back, just pop it, just kind of watch the club just kind of just stick. Well, he did a sweep, But I think the guys that pop it have the best result because they're just kind of just hitting it to a point. And you kind of feel it up there. Good shot, though.
Frank Quinn, tough bunker shot.
Nicely done.
It's only getting the ball up and down out of the bunker 36% of the time this year.
Birdie chance for Fabian Gomez at 16.
Snuck it in that left edge. Beautiful putt there from Fabian.
It's 2 in a row for the Argentine, who moves to level par. Norlander will go to work here for his second. Electing to leave the flagstick in. That's a little sticky there, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the stab method.
All right, Bubba's wrapped up his day with a 63, sole possession of third place.
It's so difficult because he's only 15 feet from the flag, and he's got to have some sort of acceleration through the shot in order to get it through that sticky lie. The ball's sitting down. You can see the top third of the ball. There it is. Must accelerate, face wide open. Yeah, that's beautifully played. Really accelerated, held the face open, and it's one that could make you look foolish very easily.
Yeah, I said I've never seen anything like it. He will. Faxon off the long birdie at 15.
He generally likes to hit the draw, so it'd be tough to get to that right hole location. And a beautiful shot just left of the flag. He's probably, Brad Faxon has worked with the least amount of people on a putting and the most amount of people on his full swing. He's gone through them all.
Jim Park sizing up this birdie attempt.
I think I saw him taking a lesson from the maitre d' at Capitol Grill.
33-year-old from Seoul, South Korea, lives in the Phoenix area.
Just for a second birdie of the day. Not a tough one. Straight in. And that was a decel. Face stayed open. And a push.
There's just 3 made cuts for Park this year, and this is 14th event. Good opportunity wasted there. Last group has been waved up here. Come on forward, boys. Stephen Bowditch, Donald Constable, and Chris Williams, the youngster out of the University of Washington, making his professional debut here this week. And he's the best of the 3.
Yeah, Chris won the Ben Hogan Award for the top collegiate player, #1 ranked amateur in the world, first team All-American. And just signed a huge deal with, can we guess? Head to toe. Signed with Mark Steinberg and the Excel Management Group.
Driver here for Williams.
Pretty narrow stance for a driver. A lot of action, that footwork. As most of these youngsters do, Billy, have the firepower to carry it. That was about 280 in the air. Clacked off that little low spot right of the green. Good tee shot.
Stephen Bowditch.
30-year-old from Australia. Good friends with Jared Lyle. We heard some great news this week about Jared. He's cancer-free. He's got a plan to get back. He's playing golf maybe in the middle of 2014. It's fantastic news. Suffered through 2 bouts of leukemia.
And here's our last tee shot of the day at 15 from the left-hander Donald Constable.
Ooh, he's going for the major league left to right hook.
Thinned it a little bit, came out very low.
Still okay.
Yeah, front edge of the green.
So back to work for the boys on the green here. The penultimate group of the day. Birdie chance for Fran Quinn, splashed out of the bunker to about 7 or 8 feet. On a sun-splashed late afternoon here in New England. Just a little ribbon of fairway over there at 17 on the other side of the lake. Small target when you're trying to hold it together the final couple of holes on Sunday here.
Be a nice up and down right here.
Ooh. Your boy didn't give him a good read there, Billy. You always got to blame the caddy. I always say it was operator error. Chewing his ear.
Let's see how much authority the putter is handed back to the caddy with here.
If I was a caddy, I'd be walking in the opposite direction. Franny, you take it from here.
Really good friends.
Norlander, short one for birdie. He's got it. Out in 36. And even through 6 holes on the inward 9. Back at 15 with our final group of the day when we come back. That is the Connecticut River here. Runs alongside a couple of holes on the back nine, beginning with the par 4 12th.
Yeah, I believe this is the 13th here, and see a lot of boats there in the weekend. It's a beautiful spot there, that Connecticut River.
That's the effort of Chris Williams at 15. So he had an exemption into the British Open by virtue of his top amateur status, but has sacrificed that now by turning professional. But he's in the field here this week, much to the delight of Nathan Group, the tournament director, who's extended invitations to a lot of young up-and-coming players through the years.
Yeah, we had the graphic before, and I believe we're going to get to see it again. David Duvall was part of that group. Justin Leonard. A number of good young players since 2009 have made their debut here. Patrick Cantley, Morgan Hoffman, Kevin Tway, and now Chris Williams this year.
This tournament was associated with the American Junior Golf Association for a while there in the 1990s, and the tournament used to save an exemption for the AJGA top player each year. Charles Howell III, Hunter Mahan, Brian Harmon, Peter Uihlein all took advantage of that perk here through the years. And the philosophy from the tournament is hopefully someday they'll come back, as Webb Simpson and Hunter Mahan have through the years.
Kyle Stanley as well. He got his pro debut here, and he's back playing this year. I really like the loyalty, and I think you come back to an event that's an enjoyable week. It's not a lot of pressure. Great crowds. They really treat the players and their families, and even the caddies and media alike, extremely well. Now with the new practice facility, you get a chance to work on your game and rest all at the same time.
So Bowditch in for his par. That is one of the cameras on hand here this week for the PGA Tour's YouTube channel. They're actually documenting the pro debut of Chris Williams of the University of Washington as part of an ongoing series called Every Day with the Washington Huskies. There's the young man out of UW. Very entertaining and well-produced series that's been going on for a few weeks now. Donald Constable denied a birdie.
It's been a struggle for Donald today. 7 over par, and for the year he's played 9 events and unfortunately yet to cash a check. Good experience for the guy that made it through qualifying tournament last year.
Brad Faxon chasing back-to-back birdies here.
Well, if he can make a 30-footer, he can make a 15-footer down the hill. Come on.
That was pure.
Oh, was it ever.
Just dripped it in over the front edge.
Guy knows these greens better than anybody. 28th appearance here. Travelers Championship.
Chris Williams, chance for his first birdie of the day here. There it is. That'll make the final cut. PGA Tour's YouTube channel. To +1, 3 to play. Hopefully they got that. Hasn't been a birdie all day.
First birdie as a professional. Come on, that's a highlight of the career.
If not, I know who to go to.
And wait for the group ahead of him to hit their tee shots before heading to the tee at 16. Final break for us. Back to wrap it. Some closing thoughts after this. Beautiful day in Cromwell, Connecticut. Excellent day for scoring as well. 65 players in red numbers. 65 more than were in red numbers last week at the U.S. Open. Close to 50 players made the trip from suburban Philadelphia to suburban Hartford here this week for the Travelers Championship. And the ever-present Travelers logo floating right in the middle of the lake here. 15, 16, and 17. As we bring you the action again tomorrow morning here on PGATour.com. The drivable par 4 15th and the short attackable par 3 16th hole as well. Charlie Hoffman, 9 under par 61, leads by a shot. Long day of coverage. It was a lot of fun. We always enjoy our return trip to Hartford, Connecticut, one of the longest running events on the PGA Tour. Another excellent field gathered here this week, and they took this course down today with some low scores. None better than Charlie Hoffman, who let this tournament slip from his grasp last year and looks to gain a measure of redemption this year. He's off to a good start and leads former champion Hunter Mahan by a shot. Men's apparel provided by FootJoy. Women's apparel provided this week by Adidas Golf. For Bill Kratzer, Craig Perks, Amanda Balionis, all the hardworking men and women of Live At, I'm John Swansek. Thanks for being with us. We will do it again tomorrow, kids. Live coverage from TPC River Highlands begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Friday morning on PGATour.com. Yeah, go ahead.